The Moon Pool Part 1 by Abraham Merritt. Chapter 1. The Thing on the Moon Path. For 2 months I had been on the Coastal Islands, gathering data for the concluding chapters of my book upon the flora of the volcanic islands of the South Pacific. The day before, I had reached Port Moresby and had seen my specimens safely stored on board the Southern Queen. As I sat on the upper deck, I thought with homesick mind of the long leagues between me and Melbourne, and the longer ones between Melbourne and New York. It was one of Papua's yellow mornings when she shows herself in her sombrest, most baleful mood. The sky was smoldering ochre. Over the island brooded a spirit sullen, alien, implacable, filled with the threat of latent, malefic forces waiting to be unleashed. It seemed an emanation out of the untamed, sinister heart of Papua herself, sinister even when she smiles. And now and then, on the wind, came a breath from virgin jungles, laden with unfamiliar odors, mysterious and menacing. It is on such mornings that Papua whispers to you of her immemorial ancientness and of her power. And, as every white man must, I fought against her spell. While I struggled, I saw a tall figure striding down the pier. A kappa boy followed, swinging a new valise. There was something familiar about the tall man. As he reached the gangplank, he looked up straight into my eyes, stared for a moment, then waved his hand. And now I knew him. It was Dr. David Throckmorton. Throck, he was to me always. One of my oldest friends and, as well, a mind of the first water whose power and achievements were for me a constant inspiration as they were, I know, for scores other. Coincidentally with my recognition came a shock of surprise, definitely unpleasant. It was Throckmorton, but about him was something disturbingly unlike the man I had known long so well, and to whom and to whose. Little party. I had bidden farewell less than a month before I myself had sailed for these seas. He had married only a few weeks before, Edith, the daughter of Professor William Fraser, younger by at least a decade than he, but at one with him in his ideals and as much in love, if it were possible, as Throckmorton. By virtue of her father's training a wonderful assistant, by virtue of her own sweet, sound heart, I use the word in its olden sense, lover. With his equally youthful associate Dr. Charles Stanton and a Swedish woman, Thora Halverson, who had been Edith Throckmorton's nurse from babyhood, they had set forth for the Nan Matal, that extraordinary group of island ruins clustered along the eastern shore of Ponape in the Carolines. I knew that he had planned to spend at least a year among these ruins, not only of Ponape, but of Lel, twin centers of a colossal riddle of humanity, a weird flower of civilization that blossomed ages before the seeds of Egypt were sown, of whose arts we know little enough and of whose science nothing. He had carried with him unusually complete equipment for the work he had expected to do, and which, he hoped, would be his monument. What then had brought Throckmorton to Port Moresby? And what was that change I had sensed in him? Hurrying down to the lower deck, I found him with the purser. As I spoke, he turned, thrust out to me an eager hand, and then I saw what was that difference that had so moved me. He knew, of course, by my silence and involuntary shrinking the shock my closer look had given me. His eyes filled. He turned brusquely from the purser, hesitated, then hurried off to his stateroom. "'E looks rather queer, eh?" said the purser. "Know him well, sir?" "Seems to 'ave given you quite a start." I made some reply and went slowly up to my chair. There I sat, composed my mind and tried to define what it was that had shaken me so. Now it came to me. The old Throckmorton was on the eve of his venture, just turned 40, lithe, erect, muscular, his controlling expression one of enthusiasm, of intellectual keenness, of what shall I say, expectant search. His always questioning brain had stamped its vigor upon his face, but the Throckmorton I had seen below was one who had borne some scaring shock of mingled rapture and horror, some soul cataclysm that in its climax had remolded, deep from within, his face setting on its seal of wedded ecstasy and despair, as though indeed these two had come to him hand in hand, taken possession of him, and departing left behind, ineradicably, their linked shadows. Yes, it was that which appalled. For how could rapture and horror, heaven and hell mix, clasp hands, kiss? Yet these were what in closest embrace lay on Throckmorton's face. Deep in thought, subconsciously with relief, I watched the shoreline sink behind, welcomed the touch of the wind of the free seas. I had hoped, and within the hope was an inexplicable shrinking, that I would meet Throckmorton at lunch. He did not come down, and I was sensible of deliverance within my disappointment. All that afternoon I lounged about uneasily, but still he kept to his cabin, and within me was no strength to summon him. Nor did he appear at dinner. Dusk and night fell swiftly. I was warm and went back to my deck chair. The Southern Queen was rolling to a disquieting swell, and I had the place to myself. Over the heavens was a canopy of cloud, glowing faintly and testifying to the moon riding behind it. There was much phosphorescence. Fitfully before the ship and at her sides arose those stranger little swirls of mist that swirl up from the southern ocean like breath of sea monsters, whirl for an instant, and disappear. Suddenly the deck door opened, and through it came Throckmorton. He paused uncertainly, looked up at the sky with a curiously eager, intent gaze, hesitated, then closed the door behind him. "Throck," I called. "Come, it's Goodwin." He made his way to me. "Throck," I said, wasting no time in preliminaries. "What's wrong? Can I help you?" I felt his body grow tense. "I'm going to Melbourne, Goodwin," he answered. "I need a few things, need them urgently, and more men, white men." He stopped abruptly, rose from his chair, gazed intently toward the north. I followed his gaze. Far away the moon had broken through the clouds. Almost on the horizon you could see the faint luminescence of it upon the smooth sea. The distant patch of light quivered and shook. The clouds thickened again, and it was gone. The ship raced on southward, swiftly. Throckmorton dropped into his chair. He lighted a cigarette with a hand that trembled, then turned to me with abrupt resolution. "Goodwin," he said, "I do need help. If ever man needed it, I do. Goodwin, can you imagine yourself in another world, alien, unfamiliar, a world of terror, whose unknown joy is its greatest terror of all, you all alone there, a stranger? As such a man would need help, so I need." He paused abruptly and arose. The cigarette dropped from his fingers. The moon had again broken through the clouds, and this time much nearer. Not a mile away was the patch of light that it threw upon the waves. Back of it, to the rim of the sea, was a lane of moonlight, a gigantic gleaming serpent racing over the edge of the world straight and surely toward the ship. Throckmorton stiffened to it as a pointer does to a hidden covey. To me from him pulsed a thrill of horror, but horror tinged with an unfamiliar and infernal joy. It came to me and passed away, leaving me trembling with its shock of bitter sweet. He bent forward, all his soul in his eyes. The moon path swept closer, closer still. It was now less than half a mile away. From it the ship fled almost as though pursued. Down upon it, swift and straight, a radiant torrent cleaving the waves, raced the moon stream. "Good God!" breathed Throckmorton, and if ever the words were a prayer and an invocation they were. And then, for the first time I saw it, the moon path stretched to the horizon and was bordered by darkness. It was as though the clouds above had been parted to form a lane drawn aside like curtains, or as the waters of the Red Sea were held back to let the hosts of Israel through. On each side of the stream was the black shadow cast by the folds of the high canopies, and straight as a road between the opaque walls gleamed, shimmered, and danced the shining, racing rapids of the moonlight. Far, it seemed immeasurably far, along this stream of silver fire I sensed, rather than saw, something coming. It drew first into sight as a deeper glow within the light. On and on it swept toward us, an opalescent mistiness that sped with the suggestion of some winged creature in arrowed flight. Dimly there crept into my mind memory of the Dyak legend of the winged messenger of Buddha, the Akla bird whose feathers are woven of the moon rays, whose heart is a living opal. Whose wings in flight echo the crystal-clear music of the white stars, but whose beak is a frozen flame and shreds the souls of unbelievers. Closer it drew, and now there came to me sweet insistent tinklings like pizzicati on violins of glass, crystal clear, diamonds melting into sounds. Now the thing was close to the end of the white path, close up to the barrier of darkness still between the ship and the sparkling head of the moon stream. Now it beat up against that barrier as a bird against the bars of its cage. It whirled with shimmering plumes, with swirls of lacy light, with spirals of living vapor. It held within it odd, unfamiliar gleams as of shifting mother of pearl. Coruscations and glittering atoms drifted through it as though it drew them from the rays that bathed it. Nearer and nearer it came, borne on the sparkling waves, and ever thinner shrank the protecting wall of shadow between it and us. Within the mistiness, was a core, a nucleus of intenser light veined, opaline, effulgent, intensely alive. And above it, tangled in the plumes and spirals that throbbed and whirled, were 7 glowing lights. To all the incessant but strangely ordered movement of the thing these lights held firm and steady, they were 7 like 7 little moons. One was of a pearly pink, one of a delicate nacreous blue, one of lambent saffron, one of the emerald you see in the shallow waters of tropic isles, a deathly white, a ghostly amethyst, and one of the silver that is seen only when the flying fish leap beneath the moon. The tinkling music was louder still. It pierced the ears with a shower of tiny lances, it made the heart beat jubilantly and checked it dolorously. It closed the throat with the throb of rapture and gripped it tight with the hand of infinite sorrow. Came to me now a murmuring cry, stilling the crystal notes. It was articulate, but as though from something utterly foreign to this world. The ear took the cry and translated with conscious labor into the sounds of earth. And even as it compassed, the brain shrank from it irresistibly, and simultaneously it seemed reach toward it with irresistible eagerness. Throckmorton strode toward the front of the deck, straight toward the vision, now but a few yards away from the stern. His face had lost all human semblance. Utter agony and utter ecstasy. There they were, side by side, not resisting each other, unholy, inhuman companions, blending into a look that none of God's creatures should wear, and deep, deep as his soul. A devil and a God dwelling harmoniously side by side. So must Satan, newly fallen, still divine, seeing heaven and contemplating hell, have appeared. And then swiftly the moon path faded, the clouds swept over the sky as though a hand had drawn them together. Up from the south came a roaring squall. As the moon vanished, what I had seen vanished with it, blotted out as an image on a magic lantern. The tinkling ceased abruptly, leaving a silence like that which follows an abrupt thunderclap. There was nothing about us but silence and blackness. Through me passed a trembling as one who has stood on the very verge of the gulf wherein the men of the Louis Sades says lurks the fissure of the souls of men and has been plucked back by sheerest chance. Throckmorton passed an arm around me. "It is as I thought," he said. In his voice was a new note, the calm certainty that has swept aside a waiting terror of the unknown. "Now I know. Come with me to my cabin, old friend, for now that you too have seen, I can tell you." He hesitated. "What it was you saw," he ended. As we passed through the door, we met the ship's first officer. Throckmorton composed his face into at least a semblance of normality. "Going to have much of a storm?" he asked. "Yes," said the mate. "Probably all the way to Melbourne." Throckmorton straightened as though with a new thought. He gripped the officer's sleeve eagerly. "You mean at least cloudy weather for—" He hesitated. "For the next 3 nights, say?" "And for 3 more," replied the mate. "Thank God!" cried Throckmorton, and I think I never heard such relief and hope as was in his voice. The sailor stood amazed. "Thank God?" he repeated. "Thank what I mean." But Throckmorton was moving onward to his cabin. I started to follow. The first officer stopped me. "Your friend," he said, "is he ill?" "The sea," I answered hurriedly. "He's not used to it. I am going to look after him." Doubt and disbelief were plain in the seaman's eyes, but I hurried on. For I knew now that Throckmorton was ill indeed, but with a sickness the ship's doctor nor any other could heal. Chapter 2. Dead. All dead. He was sitting face and hands on the side of his berth as I entered. He had taken off his coat. "Throck!" I cried. "What was it? What are you flying from, man?" "Where is your wife and Stanton?" "Dead," he replied monotonously. "Dead! All dead!" Then as I recoiled from him, "All dead, Edith Stanton, Thora, dead or worse." "And Edith in the moon pool, with them drawn by what you saw on the moon pad that has put its brand upon me and follows me." He ripped open his shirt. "Look at this," he said. Around his chest, above his heart, the skin was white as pearl. This whiteness was sharply defined against the healthy tint of the body. It circled him with an even cincture about 2 inches wide. "Burn it," he said, and offered me his cigarette. I drew back. He gestured peremptorily. I pressed the glowing end of the cigarette into the ribbon of white flesh. He did not flinch, nor was there odor of burning, nor, as I drew the little cylinder away, any mark upon the whiteness. "Feel it," he commanded again. I placed my fingers upon the band. It was cold like frozen marble. He drew his shirt around him. "2 things you have seen," he said. "It and its mark. Seen, you must believe my story. Goodwin, I tell you again that my wife is dead or worse, I do not know. The prey of what you saw? So too is Stanton. So Thora. How—" Tears rolled down the seared face. "Why did God let it conquer us? Why did he let it take my Edith?" he cried in. Utter bitterness. Are there things stronger than God, do you think, Walter? I hesitated. Are there? Are there? His wild eyes searched me. I do not know just how you define God. I managed at last through my astonishment to make answer. If you mean the will to know, working through science, he waved me aside impatiently. Science, he said. What is our science against that? Or against the science of whatever devils that made it or made the way for it to enter this world of ours? With an effort, he regained control. Goodwin, he said, do you know at all of the ruins on the Carolines? The Cyclopean, megalithic cities and harbors of Ponape and Lela, of Kusei, of Rook and Hogaloo, and a score of other islets there. Particularly, do you know of the Nan Metal and the Medalanum? Of the Medalanum I have heard and seen photographs, I said. They call it, don't they, the lost Venice of the Pacific? Look at this map, said Throckmorton. That, he went on, is Christian's chart of Medalanimer Harbor and the Nan Metal. Do you see the rectangles marked Nantucket? Yes, I said. There, he said, under those walls is the moon pool and the 7 gleaming lights that raise the dweller in the pool, and the altar and shrine of the dweller, and there in the moon pool with it lie Edith and Stanton and Thora. The dweller in the moon pool? I repeated half incredulously. The thing you saw, said Throckmorton solemnly. A solid sheet of rain swept the ports, and the Southern Queen began to roll on the rising swells. Throckmorton drew another deep breath of relief, and drawing aside a curtain, peered out into the night. Its blackness seemed to reassure him. At any rate, when he sat again, he was entirely calm. There are no more wonderful ruins in the world, he began almost casually. They take in some 50 islets and cover with their intersecting canals and lagoons about 12 square miles. Who built them, none knows. When were they built? Ages before the memory of present man, that is sure. 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 years ago, the last more likely. All these islets, Walter, are squared, and their shores are frowning sea walls of gigantic basalt blocks hewn and put in place by the hands of ancient man. Each inner waterfront is faced with a terrace of those basalt blocks which stand out 6 feet above the shallow canals that meander between them. On the islets behind these walls are time-shattered fortresses, palaces, terraces, pyramids, immense courtyards strewn with ruins, and all so old that they seem to wither the eyes of those who look on them. There has been a great subsidence. You can stand out of Medalanium Harbor for 3 miles and look down upon the tops of similar monolithic structures and walls, 20 feet below you in the water. And all about, strung on their canals, are the bulwarked islets with their enigmatic walls, peering through the dense growths of mangroves dead, deserted for incalculable ages, shunned by those who live near. You as a botanist are familiar with the evidence that a vast shadowy continent existed in the Pacific, a continent that was not rent asunder by volcanic forces, as was that legendary one of Atlantis in the Eastern Ocean. My work in Java, in Papua, and in the Ladrones had set my mind upon this Pacific lost land. Just as the Azores are believed to be the last high peaks of Atlantis, so hints came to me steadily that Ponape and Lela and their basalt bulwarked islets were the last points of the slowly sunken western land, clinging still to the sunlight, and had been the last refuge and sacred places of the rulers of that race which had lost their immemorial home under the rising waters of the Pacific. I believed that under these ruins I might find the evidence that I sought. My wife and I had talked before we were married of making this our great work. After the honeymoon we prepared for the expedition. Stanton was as enthusiastic as ourselves. We sailed, as you know, last May for fulfillment of my dreams. At Ponape we selected, not without difficulty, workmen to help us diggers. I had to make extraordinary inducements before I could get together my force. Their beliefs are gloomy, these Ponapeans. They people their swamps, their forests, their mountains and shores, with malignant spirits Ani they call them, and they are afraid, bitterly afraid, of the Isles of Ruins and what they think the ruins hide. I do not wonder now. When they were told where they were to go and how long we expected to stay, they murmured. Those who at last were tempted made what I thought then merely a superstitious proviso that they were to be allowed to go away on the 3 nights of the full moon. Would to God we had heeded them and gone too. We passed into Metal Anum Harbor. Off to our left, a mile away, arose a massive quadrangle. Its walls were all of 40 feet high and hundreds of feet on each side. As we drew by, our natives grew very silent, watched it furtively. Fearfully, I knew it for the ruins that are called Nan Towich, the place of frowning walls. And at the silence of my men, I recalled what Christian had written of this place, of how he had come upon its ancient platforms and tetragonal enclosures of stonework, its wonder of tortuous alleyways and labyrinth of shallow canals, grim masses of stonework peering out from behind verdant screens, cyclopean barricades, and of how, when he had turned into its ghostly shadows, straightway the merriment of guides was hushed and conversation died down to whispers. He was silent for a little time. Of course I wanted to pitch our camp there, he went on again quietly, but I soon gave up that idea. The natives were panic-stricken, threatened to turn back. No, they said, too great Ani there. We go to any other place, but not there. We finally picked for our base the islet called Ushantau. It was close to the Isle of Desire, but far enough away from it to satisfy our men. There was an excellent camping place and a spring of fresh water. We pitched our tents, and in a couple of days the work was in full swing. 1. For more detailed observations on these points, refer to G. Volkens, Boeberdij, Terulinen. Insel Yap, in Verhandlungen, Gesellschaft Erdkunde Berlin, XXV 1901. JSEF, Kubery. Ethnographische Beitrag zur Kenntnis des Carolinen Archipel Leiden, 1889-1894, de Hebraide Historia del Conflicto de las Carolinas, etc., Madrid, 1886. WTDD. Chapter 3. The Moon Rock. I do not intend to tell you now, Throckmorton continued, the results of the next 2 weeks, nor of what we found. Later, if I am allowed, I will lay all that before you. It is sufficient to say that at the end of those 2 weeks I had found confirmation for many of my theories. The place, for all its decay and desolation, had not infected us with any touch of morbidity that is not Edith, Stanton, or myself. But Thora was very unhappy. She was a Swede, as you know, and in her blood ran the beliefs and superstitions of the Northland, some of them so strangely akin to those of this far southern land, beliefs of spirits of mountain and forest and water werewolves and beings malign. From the first, she showed a curious sensitivity to what, I suppose, may be called the influences of the place. She said it smelled of ghosts and warlocks. I laughed at her then. 2 weeks slipped by, and at their end the spokesman for our natives came to us. The next night was the full of the moon, he said. He reminded me of my promise. They would go back to their village in the morning. They would return after the 3rd night, when the moon had begun to wane. They left us sundry charms for our protection, and solemnly cautioned us to keep as far away as possible from Nantuwak during their absence. Half exasperated, half amused, I watched them go. No work could be done without them, of course, so we decided to spend the days of their absence junketing about the southern islets of the group. We marked down several spots for subsequent exploration, and on the morning of the 3rd day set forth along the east face of the breakwater for our camp on Ushantau, planning to have everything in readiness for the return of our men the next day. We landed just before dusk, tired and ready for our cots. It was only a little. After 10 o'clock, that Edith awakened me. "Listen," she said. "Lean over with your ear close to the ground." I did so, and seemed to hear, far, far below, as though coming up from great distances, a faint chanting. It gathered strength, died down, ended, began, gathered volume, faded away into silence. "It's the waves rolling on rocks somewhere," I said. "We're probably over some ledge of rock that carries the sound." "It's the first time I've heard it," replied my wife doubtfully. We listened again. Then through the dim rhythms deep beneath us, another sound came. It drifted across the lagoon that lay between us and Nantawak in little tinkling waves. It was music of a sort. I won't describe the strange effect it had upon me. You felt it. "You mean on the deck?" I asked. Throckmorton nodded. "I went to the flap of the tent," he continued, "and peered out. As I did so, Stanton lifted his flap and walked out into the moonlight, looking over to the other islet and listening. I called to him. "That's the queerest sound," he said. He listened again, crystalline, like little notes of translucent glass, like the bells of crystal on the sistrums of Isis at Dendara Temple, he added half dreamily. We gazed intently at the island. Suddenly, on the sea wall, moving slowly, rhythmically, we saw a little group of lights. Stanton laughed. "The beggars," he exclaimed. "That's why they wanted to get away, is it? Don't you see, Dave? It's some sort of a festival rites of some kind that they hold during the full moon. That's why they were so eager to have us keep away, too." The explanation seemed good. I felt a curious sense of relief, although I had not been sensible of any oppression. "Let's slip over," suggested Stanton, but I would not. "They're a difficult lot as it is," I said. "If we break into one of their religious ceremonies, they'll probably never forgive us." "Let's keep out of any family party where we haven't been invited." "That's so," agreed Stanton. The strange tinkling rose and fell, rose and fell. "There's something very unsettling about it," said Edith at last soberly. "I wonder what they make those sounds with. They frighten me half to death, and at the same time, they make me feel as though some enormous rapture were just around the corner." "It's devilish uncanny," broke in Stanton. And as he spoke, the flap of Thora's tent was raised, and out into the moonlight strode the old Swede. She was the great Norse type, tall, deep-breasted, molded on the old Viking lines. Her 60 years had slipped from her. She looked like some ancient priestess of Odin. She stood there, her eyes wide, brilliant, staring. She thrust her head forward toward Nantal, regarding the moving lights. She listened. Suddenly she raised her arms and made a curious gesture to the moon. It was an archaic movement. She seemed to drag it from remote antiquity, yet in it was a strange suggestion of power. Twice she repeated this gesture, and the tinklings died away. She turned to us. "Go," she said, and her voice seemed to come from far distances. "Go from here and quickly. Go while you may. It has called," she pointed to the islet. "It." "Knows you are here. It waits," she wailed. "It beckons the she fell at Edith's feet, and over the lagoon came again the tinklings, now with a quicker note of jubilance, almost of triumph. We watched beside her throughout the night. The sounds from Nantoch continued until about an hour before moonset. In the morning Thora awoke, none the worse apparently. She had had bad dreams, she said. She could not remember what they were except that they had warned her of danger. She was oddly sullen, and throughout the morning her gaze returned again and again, half fascinatedly, half wonderingly, to the neighboring isle. That afternoon the natives returned, and that night on Nantucket the silence was unbroken, nor were there lights, nor sign of life. You will understand, Goodwin, how the occurrences I have related would excite the scientific curiosity. We rejected immediately, of course, any explanation admitting the supernatural. Our symptoms, let me call them, could all very easily be accounted for. It is unquestionable that the vibrations created by certain musical instruments have definite and sometimes extraordinary effect upon the nervous system. We accepted this as the explanation of the reactions we had experienced, hearing the unfamiliar sounds. Thora's nervousness, her superstitious apprehensions, had wrought her up to a condition of semi-somnambulistic hysteria. Science could readily explain her part in the night scene. We came to the conclusion that there must be a passageway between Ponape and Nanchawak known to the natives and used by them during their rites. We decided that on the next departure of our laborers we would set forth immediately to Nantoich. We would investigate during the day, and at evening my wife and Thora would go back to camp, leaving Stanton and me to spend the night on the island, observing from some safe hiding place what might occur. The moon waned, appeared crescent in the west, waxed slowly toward the full. Before the men left us, they literally prayed us to accompany them. Their importunities only made us more eager to see what it was that, we were now convinced, they wanted to conceal from us. At least that was true of Stanton and myself. It was not true of Edith. She was thoughtful, abstracted, reluctant. When the men were out of sight around the turn of the harbor, we took our boat and made straight for Nantucket. Soon its mighty seawall towered above us. We passed through the water gate with its gigantic hewn prisms of basalt and landed beside a half-submerged pier. In front of us stretched a series of giant steps leading into a vast court, strewn with fragments of fallen pillars. In the center of the court, beyond the shattered pillars, rose another terrace of basalt blocks, concealing, I knew, still another enclosure. And now, Walter, for the better understanding of what follows, and he hesitated. Should you decide later to return with me, or, if I am taken, to follow us, listen carefully to my description of this place. Nantucket is literally 3 rectangles. The first rectangle is the seawall, built up of monoliths hewn and squared, 20 feet wide at the top. To get to the gateway in the seawall, you pass along the canal marked on the map between Nantucket and the islet named Tawek. The entrance to the canal is hidden by dense thickets of mangroves. Once through these, the way is clear. The steps lead up from the landing of the sea gate through the entrance to the courtyard. This courtyard is surrounded by another basalt wall, rectangular, following with mathematical exactness the march of the outer barricades. The sea wall is from 30 to 40 feet high. Originally, it must have been much higher, but there has been subsidence in parts. The wall of the first enclosure is 15 feet across the top, and its height varies from 20 to 50 feet here, too. The gradual sinking of the land has caused portions of it to fall. Within this courtyard is the second enclosure. Its terrace, of the same basalt as the outer walls, is about 20 feet high. Entrance is gained to it by many breaches which time has made in its stonework. This is the inner court, the heart of Nantucket. There lies the great central vault with which is associated the one name of living being that has come to us out of the mists of the past. The natives say it was the treasure house of Shauntu Lador, a mighty king who reigned long before their fathers. As Chan is the ancient Ponapean word both for son and king, the name means, without doubt, place of the Sun King. It is a memory of a dynastic name of the race that ruled the Pacific continent, now vanished just as the rulers of ancient Crete took the name of Minos and the rulers of Egypt the name of Pharaoh. And opposite this place of the Sun King is the moon rock that hides the moon pool. It was Stanton who discovered the moon rock. We had been inspecting the inner courtyard. Edith and Thora were getting together our lunch. I came out of the ball to Saint Eloi to find Stanton before a part of the terrace, studying it wonderingly. "What do you make of this?" he asked me as I came up. He pointed to the wall. I followed his finger and saw a slab of stone about 15 feet high and 10 wide. At first all I noticed was the exquisite nicety with which its edges joined the blocks about it. Then I realized that its color was subtly different, tinged with gray and of a smooth, peculiar deadness. "Looks more like calcite than basalt," I said. I touched it and withdrew my hand quickly, for at the contact every nerve in my arm tingled, as though a shock of frozen electricity had passed through it. It was not cold as we know cold. It was a chill force. The phrase, "I have used frozen electricity," describes it better than anything else. Stanton looked at me oddly. "So you felt it too," he said. I was wondering whether I was developing hallucinations like Dora. Notice, by the way, that the blocks beside it are quite warm beneath the sun. We examined the slab eagerly. Its edges were cut as though by an engraver of jewels. They fitted against the neighboring blocks in almost a hairline. Its base was slightly curved and fitted as closely as top and sides upon the huge stones on which it rested. And then we noted that these stones had been hollowed to follow the line of the gray stone's foot. There was a semicircular depression running from one side of the slab to the other. It was as though the gray rock stood in the center of a shallow cup, revealing half, covering half. Something about this hollow attracted me. I reached down and felt it. Goodwin, although the balance of the stones that formed it, like all the stones of the courtyard, were rough and age-worn, this was as smooth, as even surfaced, as though it had just left the hands of the polisher. "It's a door," exclaimed Stanton. "It swings around in that little cup. That's what makes the hollow so smooth." "Maybe you're right," I replied. "But how the devil can we open it?" We went over the slab again, pressing upon its edges, thrusting against its sides. During one of those efforts, I happened to look up and cried out. A foot above and on each side of the corner of the gray rock's lintel was a slight convexity, visible only from the angle at which my gaze struck it. We carried with us a small scaling ladder, and up this I went. The bosses were apparently nothing more than chiseled curvatures in the stone. I laid my hand on the one I was examining and drew it back sharply. In my palm, at the base of my thumb, I had felt the same shock that I had in touching the slab below. I put my hand back. The impression came from a spot not more than an inch wide. I went carefully over the entire convexity, and 6 times more the chill ran through my arm. There were 7 circles an inch wide in the curved place, each of which communicated the precise sensation I have described. The convexity on the opposite side of the slab gave exactly the same results. But no amount of touching or of pressing these spots singly or in any combination gave the slightest promise of motion to the slab itself. "And yet there would open it," said Stanton positively. "Why do you say that?" I asked. "I don't know," he answered hesitatingly, "but something tells me so. Throck," he went on half earnestly, half laughingly, "the purely scientific part of me is fighting the purely human part of me. The scientific part is urging me to find some way to get that slab either down or open. The human part is just as strongly urging me to do nothing of the sort and get away while I can." He laughed again shamefacedly. "Which shall it be?" he asked, and I thought that in his tone the human side of him was ascendant. "It will probably stay as it is unless we blow it to bits," I said. "I thought of that," he answered, "and I wouldn't dare," he added soberly enough, and even as I had spoken there came to me the same feeling that he had expressed. It was as though something passed out of the gray rock that struck my heart as a hand strikes an impious lip. We turned away uneasily and faced Thora coming through a breach on the terrace. "Miss Edith wants you quick," she began and stopped. Her eyes went past me to the gray rock. Her body grew rigid. She took a few stiff steps forward and then ran straight to it. She cast herself upon its breast, hands and face pressed against it. We heard her scream as though her very soul were being drawn from her, and watched her fall at its foot. As we picked her up, I saw steal from her face the look I had observed when first we heard the crystal music of Nantoak, that unhuman mingling of opposites. Chapter 4. The First Vanishings. We carried Thora back, down to where Edith was waiting. We told her what had happened and what we had found. She listened gravely, and as we finished, Thora sighed and opened her eyes. "I would like to see the stone," she said. "Charles, you stay here with Thora." We passed through the outer court silently and stood before the rock. She touched it, drew back her hand as I had, thrust it forward again resolutely, and held it there. She seemed to be listening. Then she turned to me. "David," said my wife, and the wistfulness in her voice hurt me. "David, would you be very, very disappointed if we went from here without trying to find out any more about it, would you?" "Walter, I never wanted anything so much in my life as I wanted to learn what that rock concealed." Nevertheless, I tried to master my desire, and I answered, "Edith, not a bit if you want us to do it." She read my struggle in my eyes. She turned back toward the gray rock. I saw a shiver pass through her. I felt a tinge of remorse and pity. "Edith," I exclaimed, "we'll go." She looked at me again. "Science is a jealous mistress," she quoted. "No. After all, it may be just fancy. At any rate, you can't run away." "No. But Dave, I'm going to stay too." And there was no changing her decision. As we neared the others, she laid a hand on my arm. "Dave," she said, "if there should be something well inexplicable tonight, something that seems too dangerous, will you promise to go back to our own islet tomorrow, if we can, and wait until the natives return?" I promised eagerly. The desire to stay and see what came with the night was like a fire within me. We picked a place about 500 feet away from the steps leading into the outer court. The spot we had selected was well hidden. We could not be seen, and yet we had a clear view of the stairs and the gateway. We settled down just before dusk to wait for whatever might come. I was nearest the giant steps, next me Edith, then Thora, and last Stanton. Night fell. After a time the eastern sky began to lighten, and we knew that the moon was rising, grew lighter still, and the orb peeped over the sea, swam into full sight. I glanced at Edith and then at Thora. My wife was intently listening. Thora sat, as she had since we had placed ourselves, elbows on knees, her hands covering her face. And then from the moonlight flooding us there dripped down on me a great drowsiness. Sleep seemed to seep from the rays and fall upon my eyes, closing them inexorably. Edith's hand in mine relaxed. Stanton's head fell upon his breast, and his body swayed drunkenly. I tried to rise to fight against the profound desire for slumber that pressed on me, and as I fought, Thora raised her head as though listening, and turned toward the gateway. There was infinite despair in her face and expectancy. I tried again to rise, and a surge of sleep rushed over me. Dimly, as I sank within it, I heard a crystalline chiming, raised my lids once more with a supreme effort. Thora, bathed in light, was standing at the top of the stairs. Sleep took me for its very own, swept me into the heart of oblivion. Dawn was breaking when I wakened. Recollection rushed back. I'd thrust a panic-stricken hand out toward Edith, touched her, and my heart gave a great leap of thankfulness. She stirred, sat up, rubbing dazed eyes. Stanton lay on his side, back toward us, head in arms. Edith looked at me laughingly. "Heavens, what sleep!" she said. Memory came to her. "What happened?" she whispered. "What made us sleep like that?" Stanton awoke. "What's the matter?" he exclaimed. "You look as though you've been seeing ghosts." Edith caught my hands. "Where's Thora?" she cried. Before I could answer, she had run out into the open, calling. "Thora was taken," was all I could say to Stanton. Together we went to my wife, now standing beside the great stone steps, looking up fearfully at the gateway into the terraces. There I told them what I had seen before sleep had drowned me, and together then we ran up the stairs, through the court and to the gray rock. The slab was closed as it had been the day before, nor was there trace of its having opened. No trace? Even as I thought this, Edith dropped to her knees before it and reached toward something lying at its foot. It was a little piece of gay silk. I knew it for part of the kerchief Thora wore about her hair. She lifted the fragment. It had been cut from the kerchief as though by a razor edge. A few threads ran from it down toward the base of the slab, ran on to the base of the gray rock and under it. The gray rock was a door, and it had opened, and Thor had passed through it. I think that for the next few minutes we all were a little insane. We beat upon that portal with our hands, with stones and sticks. At last reason came back to us. Goodwin, during the next 2 hours we tried every way in our power to force entrance through the slab. The rock resisted our drills. We tried explosions at the base with charges covered by rock. They made not the slightest impression on the surface, expending their force, of course, upon the slighter resistance of their coverings. Afternoon found us hopeless. Night was coming on, and we would have to decide our course of action. I wanted to go to Ponape for help, but Edith objected that this would take hours, and after we had reached there, it would be impossible to persuade our men to return with us that night, if at all. What then was left? Clearly only one of two choices: to go back to our camp, wait for our men, and on their return try to persuade them to go with us to Nantucket. But this would mean the abandonment of Thora for at least 2 days. We could not do it. It would have been too cowardly. The other choice was to wait where we were for night to come, to wait for the rock to open as it had the night before, and to make a sortie through it for Thora before it could close again. Our path lay clear before us. We had to spend that night on Nantucket. We had, of course, discussed the sleep phenomena very fully. If our theory that lights, sounds, and Thora's disappearance were linked with secret religious rites of the natives, the logical inference was that the slumber had been produced by them, perhaps by vapors. You know as well as I what extraordinary knowledge these pacific peoples have of such things. Or the sleep might have been simply a coincidence and produced by emanations either gaseous or from plants, natural causes which had happened to coincide in their effects with the other manifestations. We made some rough and ready but effective respirators. As dusk fell, we looked over our weapons. Edith was an excellent shot with both rifle and pistol. We had decided that my wife was to remain in the hiding place. Stanton would take up a station on the far side of the stairway, and I would place myself opposite him on the side near Edith. The place I picked out was less than 200 feet from her, and I could reassure myself now and then as to her safety as it looked down upon the hollow wherein she crouched. From our respective stations, Stanton and I could command the gateway entrance. His position gave him also a glimpse of the outer courtyard. A faint glow in the sky heralded the moon. Stanton and I took our places. The moon dawn increased rapidly, the disk swam up, and in a moment it was shining in full radiance upon ruins and sea. As it rose, there came a curious little sighing sound from the inner terrace. Stanton straightened up and stared intently through the gateway, rifle ready. "Stanton, what do you see?" I called cautiously. He waved a silencing hand. I turned my head to look at Edith. A shock ran through me. She lay upon her side. Her face, grotesque with its nose and mouth covered by the respirator, was turned full toward the moon. She was again in deepest sleep. As I turned again to call to Stanton, my eyes swept the head of the steps and stopped, fascinated, for the moonlight had thickened. It seemed to be curdled there, and through it ran little gleams and veins of shimmering white fire. A languor passed through me. It was not the ineffable drowsiness of the preceding night. It was a sapping of all will to move. I tried to cry out to Stanton. I had not even the will to move my lips. Goodwin, I could not even move my eyes. Stanton was in the range of my fixed vision. I watched him leap up the steps and move toward the gateway. The curdled radiance seemed to await him. He stepped into it and was lost to my sight. For a dozen heartbeats there was silence. Then a rain of tinklings that set the pulses racing with joy, and at once checked them with tiny fingers of ice and ringing through them. Stanton's voice from the courtyard, a great cry, a scream filled with ecstasy, insupportable and horror unimaginable. And once more there was silence. I strove to burst the bonds that held me. I could not. Even my eyelids were fixed. Within them my eyes, dry and aching, burned. Then, Goodwin, I first saw the inexplicable. The crystalline music swelled. Where I sat I could take in the gateway and its basalt portals, rough and broken, rising to the top of the wall 40 feet above, shattered, ruined portals unclimbable. From this gateway an intenser light began to flow. It grew. It gushed, and out of it waltzed Stanton. Stanton! But God! What a vision! A deep tremor shook him. I waited. Chapter 5. Into the Moon Pool. Goodwin, Throckmorton went on at last. I can describe him only as a thing of living light. He radiated light, was filled with light, overflowed with it. A shining cloud whirled through and around him in radiant swirls, shimmering tentacles, luminescent, coruscating spirals. His face shone with a rapture too great to be borne by living man, and was shadowed with insuperable misery. It was as though it had been remolded by the hand of God and the hand of Satan, working together and in harmony. You have seen that seal upon my own, but you have never seen it in the degree that Stanton bore it. The eyes were wide open and fixed, as though upon some inward vision of hell and heaven. The light that filled and surrounded him had a nucleus, a core, something shiftingly human-shaped that dissolved and changed, gathered itself, whirled through and beyond him and back again, and as its shining nucleus passed, through him Stanton's whole body pulsed radiance. As the luminescence moved, there moved above it, still and serene always, 7 tiny globes of 7 colors, like 7 little moons. Then swiftly Stanton was lifted, levitated up the unscalable wall, and to its top. The glow faded from the moonlight. The tinkling music grew fainter. I tried again to move. The tears were running down now from my rigid lids, and they brought relief to my tortured eyes. I have said my gaze was fixed. It was. But from the side, peripherally, it took in a part of the far wall of the outer enclosure. Ages seemed to pass, and a radiance stole along it. Soon drifted into sight the figure that was Stanton. Far away, he was on the gigantic wall, but still I could see the shining spirals whirling jubilantly around and through him, felt rather than saw his tranced face beneath the 7 moons. A swirl of crystal notes, and he had passed, and all the time, as though from some opened well of light, the courtyard gleamed and sent out silver fires that dimmed the moon rays, yet seemed strangely to be a part of them. At last the moon neared the horizon. There came a louder burst of sound, the second and last cry of Stanton, like an echo of his first. Again the soft sighing from the inner terrace. Then utter silence. The light faded. The moon was setting, and with a rush life and power to move returned to me. I made a leap for the steps, rushed up them, through the gateway and straight to the gray rock. It was closed as I knew it would be. But did I dream it, or did I hear, echoing through it as though from vast distances, a triumphant shouting? I ran back to Edith. At my touch she wakened, looked at me wonderingly, raised herself on a hand. "Dave," she said, "I slept after all." She saw the despair on my face and leaped to her feet. "Dave," she cried, "what is it? Where's Charles?" I lighted a fire before I spoke. Then I told her, and for the balance of that night we sat before the flames, arms around each other like 2 frightened children. Abruptly, Throckmorton held his hands out to me appealingly. "Walter, old friend," he cried, "don't look at me as though I were mad. It's truth. Absolute truth. Wait." I comforted him as well as I could. After a little time he took up his story. "Never," he said, "did man welcome the sun as we did that morning. As soon as it had risen, we went back to the courtyard. The walls whereon I had seen Stanton were black and silent. The terraces were as they had been, the gray slab within its place. In the shallow hollow at its base was nothing. Nothing was there anywhere on the islet of Stanton, not a trace. What were we to do? Precisely the same arguments that had kept us there the night before held good now, and doubly good. We could not abandon these 2, could not go as long as there was the faintest hope of finding them. And yet for love of each other, how could we remain? I loved my wife. How much I never knew until that day, and she loved me as deeply. "It takes only one each night," she pleaded. "Beloved, let it take me." I wept, Walter. We both wept. "We will meet it together," she said. And it was thus at last that we arranged it. "That took great courage indeed, Throckmorton," I interrupted. He looked at me eagerly. "You do believe, then?" he exclaimed. "I believe," I said. He pressed my hand with a grip that nearly crushed it. "Now," he told me, "I do not fear. If I fail, you will follow with help." I promised. We talked it over carefully, he went on, bringing to bear all our power of analysis and habit of calm scientific thought. We considered minutely the time element in the phenomena. Although the deep chanting began at the very moment of moonrise, fully 5 minutes had passed between its full lifting and the strange sighing sound from the inner terrace. I went back in memory over the happenings of the night before. At least 10 minutes had intervened between the first heralding sigh and the intensification of the moonlight in the courtyard. And this glow grew for at least 10 minutes more before the first burst of the crystal notes. Indeed, more than half an hour must have elapsed, I calculated, between the moment the moon showed above the horizon and the first delicate onslaught of the tinklings. "Edith!" I cried. "I think I have it. The gray rock opens 5 minutes after upon the moonrise. But whoever or whatever it is that comes through it must wait until the moon has risen higher, or else it must come from a distance. The thing to do is not to wait for it, but to surprise it before it passes out the door. We will go into the inner court early. You will take your rifle and pistol and hide yourself where you can command the opening if the slab does open. The instant it opens, I will enter. It's our best chance, Edith." "I think it's our only one." My wife demurred strongly. She wanted to go with me, but I convinced her that it was better for her to stand guard without, prepared to help me if I were forced again into the open by what lay behind the rock. At the half hour before moonrise, we went into the inner court. I took my place at the side of the gray rock. Edith crouched behind a broken pillar 20 feet away, slipped her rifle barrel over it so that it would cover the opening. The minutes crept by. The darkness lessened, and through the breaches of the terrace I watched the far sky softly lighten. With the first pale flush, the silence of the place intensified. It deepened, became unbearably expectant. The moon rose, showed the quarter, the half, then swam up into full sight like a great bubble. Its rays fell upon the wall before me, and suddenly upon the convexities I have described, 7 little circles of light sprang out. They gleamed, glimmered, grew brighter, shone. The gigantic slab before me glowed with them. Silver wavelets of phosphorescence pulsed over its surface, and then it turned as though on a pivot, sighing softly as it moved. With a word to Edith, I flung myself through the opening. A tunnel stretched. Before me, it glowed with the same faint silvery radiance. Down it I raced. The passage turned abruptly, passed parallel to the walls of the outer courtyard, and then once more led downward. The passage ended. Before me was a high vaulted arch. It seemed to open into space, a space filled with lambent, coruscating, many-colored mist whose brightness grew even as I watched. I passed through the arch and stopped in sheer awe. In front of me was a pool. It was circular, perhaps 20 feet wide. Around it ran a low, softly curved lip of glimmering silvery stone. Its water was palest blue. The pool, with its silvery rim, was like a great blue eye staring upward. Upon it streamed 7 shafts of radiance. They poured down upon the blue eye like cylindrical torrents. They were like shining pillars of light rising from a sapphire floor. One was the tender pink of the pearl, one of the aurora's green, a third a deathly white, the fourth the blue and mother of pearl, a shimmering column of pale amber, a beam of amethyst, a shaft of molten silver. Such are the colors of the 7 lights that stream upon the moon pool. I drew closer, awe-stricken. The shafts did not illumine the depths. They played upon the surface and seemed there to diffuse, to melt into it. The pool drank them. Through the water, tiny gleams of phosphorescence began to dart, sparkles and coruscations of pale incandescence. And far, far below I sensed a movement, a shifting glow as of a radiant body slowly rising. I looked upward, following the radiant pillars to their source. Far above were 7 shining globes, and it was from these that the rays poured. Even as I watched, their brightness grew. They were like 7 moons, set high in some caverned heaven. Slowly their splendor increased, and with it the splendor of the 7 beams streaming from them. I tore my gaze away and stared at the pool. It had grown milky, opalescent. The rays gushing into it seemed to be filling it. It was alive with sparklings, scintillations, glimmerings. And the luminescence I had seen rising from its depths was larger, nearer. A swirl of mist floated up from its surface. It drifted within the embrace of the rosy beam and hung there for a moment. The beam seemed to embrace it, sending through it little shining corpuscles, tiny rosy spiralings. The mist absorbed the rays, was strengthened by them, gained substance. Another swirl sprang into the amber shaft, clung and fed there, moved swiftly toward the first and mingled with it. And now other swirls arose, here and there, too fast to be counted, hung poised in the embrace of the light streams, flashed and pulsed into each other. Thicker and thicker still, they arose until over the surface of the pool was a pulsating pillar of opalescent mist, steadily growing stronger, drawing within it life from the 7 beams falling upon it, drawing to it from below the darting incandescent atoms of the pool. Into its center was passing the luminescence rising from the far depths, and the pillar glowed, throbbed, began to send out questing swirls and tendrils. There forming before me was that which had walked with Stanton, which had taken Thora, the thing I had come to find. My brain sprang into action. My hand threw up the pistol and I fired shot after shot into the shining core. As I fired, it swayed and shook, gathered again. I slipped a second clip into the automatic and another idea coming to me took careful aim at one of the globes in the roof. From thence I knew came the force that shaped this dweller in the pole. From the pouring rays came its strength. If I could destroy them, I could check its forming. I fired again and again. If I hit the globes, I did no damage. The little motes in their beams danced with the motes in the mist, troubled, that was all. But up from the pool like little bells, like tiny bursting bubbles of glass, swarmed the tinkling sounds that pitch higher, all their sweetness lost, angry. And out from the inexplicable swept a shining spiral. It caught me above the heart, wrapped itself around me. There rushed through me a mingled ecstasy and horror. Every atom of me quivered with delight and shrank with despair. There was nothing loathsome in it, but it was as though the icy soul of evil and the fiery soul of good had stepped together within me. The pistol dropped from my hand. So I stood while the pool gleamed and sparkled. The streams of light grew more intense, and the radiant thing that held me gleamed and strengthened. Its shining core had shape, but a shape that my eyes and brain could not define. It was as though a being of another sphere should assume what it might of human semblance, but was not able to conceal that what human eyes saw was but a part of it. It was neither man nor woman. It was unearthly and androgynous. Even as I found its human semblance, it changed. And still the mingled rapture and terror held me. Only in a little corner of my brain dwelt something untouched, something that held itself apart and watched. Was it the soul? I have never believed, and yet over the head of the misty body there sprang suddenly out 7 little lights. Each was the color of the beam beneath which it rested. I knew now that the dweller was complete. I heard a scream. It was Edith's voice. It came to me that she had heard the shots and followed me. I felt every faculty concentrate into a mighty effort. I wrenched myself free from the gripping tentacle and it swept back. I turned to catch Edith and as I did so, slipped, fell. The radiant shape above the pool leaped swiftly and straight into it raced Edith, arms outstretched to shield me from it. God! She threw herself squarely within its splendor, he whispered. It wrapped its shining self around her. The crystal tinklings burst forth jubilantly. The light filled her, ran through and around her as it had with Stanton, and dropped down upon her face, the look. But her rush had taken her to the very verge of the moon pool. She tottered. She fell with the radiance still holding her, still swirling and winding around and threw her into the moon pool. She sank, and with her went the dweller. I dragged myself to the brink. Far down was a shining, many-colored nebulous cloud descending. Out of it peered Edith's face, disappearing. Her eyes stared up at me, and she vanished. "Edith," I cried again. "Edith, come back to me." And then a darkness fell upon me. I remember running back through the shimmering corridors and out into the courtyard. Reason had left me. When it returned, I was far out at sea in our boat, wholly estranged from civilization. A day later, I was picked up by the schooner in which I came to Port Moresby. "I have formed a plan. You must hear it, Goodwin." He fell upon his berth. I bent over him. Exhaustion and the relief of telling his story had been too much for him. He slept like the dead. All that night I watched over him. When dawn broke, I went to my room to get a little sleep myself. But my slumber was haunted. The next day the storm was unabated. Throckmorton came to me at lunch. He had regained much of his old alertness. "Come to my cabin," he said. There, he stripped his shirt from him. "Something is happening," he said. "The mark is smaller." It was as he said. "I'm escaping," he whispered jubilantly. "Just let me get to Melbourne safely, and then we'll see who'll win." For Walter, I'm not at all sure that Edith is dead as we know death, nor that the others are. There is something outside experience there, some great mystery. And all that day he talked to me of his plans. "There's a natural explanation, of course," he said. "My theory is that the moon rock is of some composition sensitive to the action of moon rays, somewhat as this metal selenium is to sun rays. The little circles over the top are, without doubt, its operating agency. When the light strikes them, they release the mechanism that opens the slab, just as you can open doors with sun or electric light by an ingenious arrangement of selenium cells. Apparently, it takes the strength of the full moon both to do this and to summon the dweller in the pool. We will first try a concentration of the rays of the waning moon upon these circles to see whether that will open the rock. If it does, we will be able to investigate the pool without interruption from what emanates. Look, here on the chart are their locations. I have made this in duplicate for you in the event of something happening to me, and if I lose you'll come after us, Goodwin, with help, won't you?" And again I promised. A little later he complained of increasing sleepiness. "But it's just weariness," he said. "Not at all like that other drowsiness. It's an hour till moonrise still," he yawned at last. "Wake me up a good 15 minutes before." He lay upon the berth. I sat thinking. I came to myself with a guilty start. I had completely lost myself in my deep preoccupation. What time was it? I looked at my watch and jumped to the porthole. It was full moonlight. The orb had been up for fully half an hour. I strode over to Throckmorton and shook him by the shoulder. "Up, quick, man," I cried. He rose sleepily. His shirt fell open at the neck, and I looked in amazement at the white band around his chest. Even under the electric light it shone softly, as though little flecks of light were in it. Throckmorton seemed only half awake. He looked down at his breast, saw the glowing cincture, and smiled. "Yes," he said drowsily, "it's coming to take me back to Edith. Well, I'm glad." "Throckmorton," I cried, "wake up! Fight! Wake up! Fight!" "Fight," he said. "No use. Come after us." He went to the port and sleepily drew aside the curtain. The moon traced a broad path of light straight to the ship. Under its rays, the band around his chest gleamed brighter and brighter. shot forth little rays, seemed to writhe. The lights went out in the cabin, evidently also throughout the ship, for I heard shoutings above. Throckmorton still stood at the open port. Over his shoulder I saw a gleaming pillar racing along the moon path toward us. Through the window cascaded a blinding radiance. It gathered Throckmorton to it, clothed him in a robe of living opalescence. Light pulsed through and from him, the cabin filled with murmurings. A wave of weakness swept over me, buried me in blackness. When consciousness came back, the lights were again burning brightly, but of Throckmorton there was no trace. Chapter 6. The Shining Devil Took Them. My colleagues of the association, and you others who may read this my narrative, for what I did and did not when full realization returned, I must offer here, briefly as I can, an explanation, a defense if you will. My first act was to spring to the open port. The coma had lasted hours, for the moon was now low in the west. I ran to the door to sound the alarm. It resisted under my frantic hands, would not open. Something fell tinkling to the floor. It was the key, and I remembered then that Throckmorton had turned it before we began our vigil. With memory a hope died that I had not known was in me, the hope that he had escaped from the cabin, found refuge elsewhere on the ship. And as I stooped, fumbling with shaking fingers for the key, a thought came to me that drove again the blood from my heart, held me rigid. I could sound no alarm on the Southern Queen for Throckmorton. Conviction of my appalling helplessness was complete. The ensemble of the AAA. Vessel from captain to cabin boy was, to put it conservatively, average. None, I knew, save Throckmorton and myself, had seen the first apparition of the dweller. Had they witnessed a second? I did not know, nor could I risk speaking, not knowing. And not seeing, how could they believe? They would have thought me insane or worse. Even, it might be, his murderer. I snapped off the electrics, waited and listened, opened the door with infinite caution and slipped, unseen, into my own stateroom. The hours until the dawn were eternities of waking nightmare. Reason, resuming sway at last, steadied me. Even had I spoken and been believed, where in these wastes after all the hours could we search for Throckmorton? Certainly the captain would not turn back to Port Moresby. And even if he did, of what use for me to set forth for the non-metal without the equipment which Throckmorton himself had decided was necessary if one hoped to cope with the mystery that lurked there? There was but one thing to do: follow his instructions. Get the paraphernalia in Melbourne or Sydney if it were possible. If not, sail to America as swiftly as might be. Secure it there and as swiftly return to Ponape. And this I determined to do. Calmness came back to me after I had made this decision. And when I went up on deck, I knew that I had been right. They had not seen the dweller. They were still discussing the darkening of the ship, talking of dynamos burned out, wires short-circuited, a half-dozen explanations of the extinguishment. Not until noon was Throckmorton's absence discovered. I told the captain that I had left him early in the evening, that indeed I knew him, but slightly after all. It occurred to none to doubt me or to question me minutely. Why should it have? His strangeness had been noted, commented upon. All who had met him had thought him half mad. I did little to discourage the impression, and so it came naturally that on the log it was entered that he had fallen or leaped from the vessel some time during the night. A report to this effect was made when we entered Melbourne. I slipped quietly ashore, and in the press of the war news, Throckmorton's supposed fate won only a few lines in the newspapers. My own presence on the ship and in the city passed unnoticed. I was fortunate in securing at Melbourne everything I needed except a set of Becquerel ray condensers, but these were the very keystone of my equipment. Pursuing my search to Sydney, I was doubly fortunate in finding a firm who were expecting these very articles in a consignment due them from the States within a fortnight. I settled down in strictest seclusion to await their arrival, and now it will occur to you to ask why I did not cable, during this period of waiting, to the association, demand aid from it, or why I did not call upon members of the university staffs of either Melbourne or Sydney for assistance. At the least, why I did not gather, as Throckmorton had hoped to do, a little force of strong men to go with me to the Nan Matal. To the first two questions I answer frankly, I did not dare. And this reluctance, this inhibition, every man jealous of his scientific reputation will understand. The story of Throckmorton, the happenings I had myself witnessed, were incredible, abnormal, outside the facts of all known science. I shrank from the inevitable disbelief, perhaps ridicule, nay, perhaps even the graver suspicion that had caused me to seal my lips while on the ship. Why I myself could only half believe, how then could I hope to convince others? And as for the third question, I could not take men into the range of such a peril without first warning them of what they might encounter, and if I did warn them, it was checkmate. If it also was cowardice, well, I have atoned for it, but I do not hold it so. My conscience is clear. That fortnight, and the greater part of another, passed before the ship I awaited steamed into port. By that time, between my straining anxiety to be after Throckmorton, the despairing thought that every moment of delay might be vital to him and his, and my intensely eager desire to know whether that shining, glorious horror on the moon path did exist or had been hallucination, I was worn almost to the edge of madness. At last the condensers were in my hands. It was more than a week later, however, before I could secure passage back to Port Moresby, and it was another week still before I started north on the Suwarna, a swift little sloop with a 50-horsepower auxiliary, heading straight for Ponape and the Nan Matal. We sighted the Brunhilde some 500 miles south of the Carolines. The wind had fallen soon after Papua had dropped astern. The Suwarna's ability to make her 12 knots an hour without it had made me very fully forgive her for not being as fragrant as the Javan flower for which she was named. Da Costa, her captain, was a garrulous Portuguese. His mate was a Canton man with all the marks of long and able service on some pirate junk. His engineer was a half-breed China Malay who had picked up his knowledge of power plants, heaven alone knew where, and, I had reason to believe, had transferred all his religious impulses to the American-built deity of mechanism he so faithfully served. The crew was made up of 6 huge, chattering Tonga boys. The Suwarna had cut through Finschhafen and Hohen Gulf to the protection of the Bismarcks. She had threaded the maze of the archipelago tranquilly, and we were then rolling over the 1,000-mile stretch of open ocean with New Hanover far behind us and our boat's bow pointed straight toward Nukuor of the Monteverdes. After we had rounded Nukuor, we should, barring accident, reach Ponape in not more than 60 hours. It was late afternoon, and on the demure little breeze that marched behind us came far-flung sighs of spice trees and nutmeg flowers. The slow, prodigious swells of the Pacific, lifted us in gentle giant hands, and sent us as gently down the long blue wave slopes to the next broad, upward slope. There was a spell of peace over the ocean, stilling even the Portuguese captain who stood dreamily at the wheel, slowly swaying to the rhythmic lift and fall of the sloop. There came a whining hail from the Tonga buoy lookout draped lazily over the bow. "Sail, he blong port side." Da Costa straightened and gazed while I raised my glass. The vessel was a scant mile away and must have been visible long before the sleepy watcher had seen her. She was a sloop about the size of the Suwarna, without power. All sails set, even to a spinnaker she carried, she was making the best of the little breeze. I tried to read her name, but the vessel jibed sharply as though the hands of the man at the wheel had suddenly dropped the helm and then with equal abruptness swung back to her course. The stern came in sight, and on it I read Brunhilde. I shifted my glasses to the man at wheel. He was crouching down over the spokes in a helpless, huddled sort of way, and even as I looked, the vessel veered again, abruptly as before. I saw the helmsman straighten up and bring the wheel about with a vicious jerk. He stood so for a moment, looking straight ahead, entirely oblivious of us, and then seemed again to sink down within himself. It came to me that his was the action of a man striving vainly against a weariness unutterable. I swept the deck with my glasses. There was no other sign of life. I turned to find the Portuguese staring intently and with puzzled air at the sloop, now separated from us by a scant half-mile. "Something very wrong, I think, there, sir," he said in his curious English. "The man on deck, I know. He is captain and owner of the Berumwindeld. His name Olaf Holdreksen. What you say Norwegian? He is either very sick or very tired, but I do not unweerstand. Where is the crew and the star boat is gone?" He shouted an order to the engineer, and as he did so the faint breeze failed and the sails of the Brunhilde flapped down inert. We were now nearly abreast and a scant 100 yards away. The engine of the Suwarna died, and the Tonga boys leaped to one of the boats. "You Olaf Holdreksen," shouted Da Costa. "What's the matter with you?" The man at the wheel turned toward us. He was a giant, his shoulders enormous, thick-chested, strength in every line of him. He towered like a Viking of old at the rudder bar of his shark ship. I raised the glass again. His face sprang into the lens, and never have I seen a visage lined and marked, as though by ages of unsleeping misery, as was that of Olaf Holdreksen. The Tonga boys had the boat alongside and were waiting at the oars. The little captain was dropping into it. "Wait!" I cried. I ran into my cabin, grasped my emergency medical kit, and climbed down the rope ladder. The Tonga boys bent to the oars. We reached the side, and Da Costa and I each seized a lanyard dangling from the stays and swung ourselves on board. Da Costa approached Holdreksen softly. "What's the matter, Olaf?" he began, and then was silent, looking down at the lee. Wheel. The hands of Holdreksen were lashed fast to the spokes by thongs of thin, strong cord. They were swollen and black, and the thongs had bitten into the sinewy wrists till they were hidden in the outraged flesh, cutting so deeply that blood fell, slow drop by drop, at his feet. We sprang toward him, reaching out hands to his fetters to loose them. Even as we touched them, Holdreksen aimed a vicious kick at me, and then another at Da Costa, which sent the Portuguese tumbling into the scuppers. "Let be!" croaked Holdreksen. His voice was thick and lifeless as though forced from a dead throat. His lips were cracked and dry and his parched tongue was black. "Let be! Go! Let be!" The Portuguese had picked himself up, whimpering with rage and knife in hand. But as Holdreksen's voice reached him, he stopped. Amazement crept into his eyes, and as he thrust the blade back into his belt, they softened with pity. "Something very wrong wit Olaf," he murmured to me. "I think he crazy." And then Olaf Huldriksson began to curse us. He did not speak. He howled from that hideously dry mouth his imprecations. And all the time his red eyes roamed the seas and his hands, clenched and rigid on the wheel, dropped blood. "I go below," said the Costa nervously. His wife, his daughter. He darted down the companionway and was gone. Huldriksson, silent once more, had slunk down over the wheel. Da Costa's head appeared at the top of the companion steps. "There is nobody, nobody." He paused then. "Nobody nowhere." His hands flew out in a gesture of hopeless incomprehension. "I do not understand." Then Olaf Huldriksson opened his dry lips, and as he spoke a chill ran through me, checking my heart. "The sparkling devil took them," croaked Olaf Huldriksson. "The sparkling devil took them, took my Helma and my little Freda. The sparkling devil came down from the moon and took them." He swayed. Tears dripped down his cheeks. Da Costa moved toward him again and again. Huldriksson watched him alertly, wickedly, from his bloodshot eyes. I took a hypodermic from my case and filled it with morphine. I drew Da Costa to me. "Get to the side of him," I whispered. "Talk to him." He moved over toward the wheel. "Where is your Helma and Freda, Olaf?" he said. Huldriksson turned his head toward him. "The shining devil took them," he croaked. "The moon devil that spark." A yell broke from him. I had thrust the needle into his arm just above one swollen wrist, and had quickly shot the drug through. He struggled to release himself and then began to rock drunkenly. The morphine, taking him in his weakness, worked quickly. Soon over his face a piece dropped. The pupils of the staring eyes contracted. Once, twice, he swayed, and then his bleeding, prisoned hands held high and still gripping the wheel, he crumpled to the deck. With utmost difficulty, we loosed the thongs, but at last it was done. We rigged a little swing, and the Tonga boy slung the great inert body over the side into the dory. Soon we had Huldriksson in my bunk. Da Costa set half his crew over to the sloop in charge of the Cantonese. They took in all sail, stripping Huldriksson's boat to the masts, and then with the Brunhilden nosing quietly along after us at the end of a long hawser, one of the Tonga boys at her wheel. We resumed the way so enigmatically interrupted. I cleansed and bandaged the Norseman's lacerated wrists and sponged the blackened, parched mouth with warm water and a mild antiseptic. Suddenly I was aware of Da Costa's presence and turned. His unease was manifest and held, it seemed to me, a queer, furtive anxiety. "What do you think of Olaf, sir?" he asked. I shrugged my shoulders. "You think he killed his woman and his baby?" he went on. "You think he crazy and killed all?" "Nonsense, Da Costa," I answered. "You saw the boat was gone. Most probably his crew mutinied and to torture him tied him up the way you saw. They did the same thing with Hilton of the Coral Lady. You'll remember." "No," he said. "No, the crew did not. Nobody there on board when Olaf was tied." "What?" I cried, startled. "What do you mean?" "I mean," he said slowly, "that Olaf tie himself. Wait," he went on at my incredulous gesture of dissent. "Wait, I show you." He had been standing with hands behind his back, and now I saw that he held in them the cut thongs that had bound Huldriksson. They were blood-stained, and each ended in a broad leather tip skillfully spliced into the cord. "Look," he said, pointing to these leather ends. I looked and saw in them deep indentations of teeth. I snatched one of the thongs and opened the mouth of the unconscious man on the bunk. Carefully, I placed the leather within it and gently forced the jaws shut on it. It was true. Those marks were where Olaf Huldriksson's jaws had gripped. Wait, Da Costa repeated. I show you. He took other cords and rested his hands on the supports of a chair back. Rapidly, he twisted one of the thongs around his left hand, drew a loose knot, shifted the cord up toward his elbow. This left wrist and hand still free, and with them he twisted the other cord around the right wrist, drew a similar knot. His hands were now in the exact position that Huldriksson's had been on the Brunhilde, but with cords and knots hanging loose. Then Da Costa reached down his head, took a leather end in his teeth, and with a jerk drew the thong that noosed his left hand tight. Similarly, he drew tight the second. He strained at his fetters. There before my eyes, he had pinioned himself so that without aid he could not release himself. And he was exactly as Huldriksson had been. You will have to cut me loose, sir, he said. I cannot move them. It is an old trick on these seas. Sometimes it is necessary that a man stand at the wheel many hours without help, and he does this so that if he sleep the wheel, wake him, yes. Sir. I looked from him to the man on the bed. But why, sir? Said Da Costa slowly. Did Olaf have to tie his hands? I looked at him uneasily. I don't know, I answered. To you? He fidgeted, avoided my eyes, and then rapidly, almost surreptitiously crossed himself. No, he replied, I know nothing. Some things I have heard, but they tell many tales on these seas. He started for the door. Before he reached it, he turned. But this I do know, he half whispered. I am damned glad there is no full moon tonight. And passed. Out, leaving me staring after him in amazement. What did the Portuguese know? I bent over the sleeper. On his face was no trace of that unholy mingling of opposites the dweller stamped upon its victims. And yet, what was it the Norseman had said? The sparkling devil took them. Nay, he had been even more explicit. The sparkling devil that came down from the moon. Could it be that the dweller had swept upon the Brunhilde, drawing down the moon path Olaf Huldriksson's wife and babe, even as it had drawn Throckmorton? As I sat thinking, the cabin grew suddenly dark, and from above came a shouting and patter of feet. Down upon us swept one of the abrupt, violent squalls that are met with in those latitudes. I lashed Huldriksson fast in the berth and ran. Up on deck. The long, peaceful swells had changed into angry, choppy waves from the tops of which the spindrift streamed in long, stinging lashes. A half hour passed. The squall died as quickly as it had arisen. The sea quieted. Over in the west, from beneath the tattered flying edge of the storm, dropped the red globe of the setting sun, dropped slowly until it touched the sea rim. I watched it and rubbed my eyes and stared again. For over its flaming portal something huge and black moved, like a gigantic beckoning finger. Da Costa had seen it too, and he turned the Suwarna straight toward the descending orb and its strange shadow. As we approached, we saw it was a little mass of wreckage, and that the beckoning finger was a wing of canvas, sticking up and swaying with the motion of the waves. On the highest point of the wreckage, sat a tall figure calmly smoking a cigarette. We brought the Suwarna to, dropped to boat, and with myself as coxswain pulled toward a wrecked hydro airplane. Its occupant took a long puff at his cigarette, waved a cheerful hand, shouted a greeting. And just as he did so, a great wave raised itself up behind him, took the wreckage, tossed it high in a swelter of foam, and passed on. When we had steadied our boat, where wreck and man had been was nothing. There came a tug at the side. Two muscular brown hands gripped it close to my left, and the sleek, black, wet head showed its top between them. Two bright blue eyes that held deep within them a laughing deviltry looked into mine, and a long live body drew itself gently over the thwart and seated its dripping self at my feet. "Much obliged," said this man from the sea. "I knew somebody was sure to come." Along when the O'Keefe banshee didn't show up. "The what?" I asked in amazement. "The O'Keefe banshee. I'm Larry O'Keefe. It's a far way from Ireland, but not too far for the O'Keefe banshee to travel if the O'Keefe was going to click in." I looked again at my astonishing rescue. He seemed perfectly serious. "Have you a cigarette? Mine went out," he said with a grin as he reached a moist hand out for the little cylinder, took it, lighted it. I saw a lean, intelligent face whose fighting jaw was softened by the wistfulness of the clean-cut lips and the honesty that lay side by side with the deviltry in the laughing blue eyes. Nose of a thoroughbred with the suspicion of a tilt, long, well-knit, slender figure that I knew must have all the strength of fine steel. The uniform of a lieutenant in the Royal Flying Corps of Britain's Navy. He laughed, stretched out a firm hand, and gripped mine. "Thank you really ever so much, old man," he said. I liked Larry O'Keefe from the beginning, but I did not dream as the Tonga boys pulled us back to the Suwarna bow that liking was to be forged into man's strong love for man by fires which souls such as his and mine and yours who read this could never dream. Larry O'Keefe, where are you now with your leprechauns and banshee? Your heart of a child, your laughing blue eyes, and your fearless soul? Shall I ever see you again, Larry O'Keefe, dear to me as some best beloved younger brother? Larry. Chapter 7. Larry O'Keefe. Pressing back the questions I longed to ask, I introduced myself. Oddly enough, I found that he knew me, or rather my work. He had bought, it appeared, my volume upon the peculiar vegetation whose habitat is disintegrating lava rock and volcanic ash, that I had entitled, somewhat loosely, I could now perceive, Flora of the Craters. For he explained naively that he had picked it up, thinking it an entirely different sort of a book. A novel, in fact, something like Meredith's Diana of the Crossways, which he liked greatly. He had hardly finished this explanation when we touched the side of the Suwarna, and I was forced to curb my curiosity until we reached the deck. "That thing you saw me sitting on," he said, after he had thanked the bowing little skipper for his rescue, "was all that was left of one of His Majesty's best little hydro airplanes after that cyclone threw it off as excess baggage. And by the way, about where are we?" The Costa gave him our approximate position from the noon reckoning. O'Keefe whistled. "A good 300 miles from where I left the HMS Dolphin about 4 hours ago," he said. "That squall I rode in on was some whizzer." The Dolphin, he went on, calmly divesting himself of his soaked uniform, was on her way to Melbourne. I'd been yearning for a joyride and went up for an alleged scouting trip. The net blow shot out of nowhere, picked me up, and insisted that I go with it. About an hour ago I thought I saw a chance to zoom up and out of it. I turned, and blick went my right wing, and down I dropped. "I don't know how we can notify your ship, Lieutenant O'Keefe," I said. "We have no wireless." "Dr. Goodwin," said DaCosta. "We could change our course, sir, perhaps." "Thanks, but not a bit of it," broke in O'Keefe. "Lord alone knows where the Dolphin is now. Fancy she'll be nosing around looking for me. Anyway, she's just as apt to run into you as you into her. Maybe we'll strike something with a wireless, and I'll trouble you to put me aboard." He hesitated, "Where are you bound, by the way?" he asked. "For Ponape," I answered. "No wireless there," mused O'Keefe. "Beastly hole. Stopped a week ago for fruit. Natives seem scared to death at us or something. What are you going there for?" The Calsta darted a furtive glance at me. It troubled me. O'Keefe noted my hesitation. "Oh, I beg your pardon," he said. "Maybe I oughtn't to have asked that." "It's no secret, Lieutenant," I replied. "I'm about to undertake some exploration work, a little digging among the ruins on the Nan Matal." I looked at the Portuguese sharply as I named a place. A pallor crept beneath his skin, and again he made swiftly the sign of the cross, glancing as he did so fearfully to the north. I made up my mind then to question him when opportunity came. He turned from his quick scrutiny of the sea and addressed O'Keefe. "There's nothing on board to fit you, Lieutenant." "Oh, just give me a sheet to throw around me, Captain," said O'Keefe, and followed him. Darkness had fallen, and as the two disappeared into Da Costa's cabin, I softly opened the door of my own and listened. Hendrickson was breathing deeply and regularly. I drew my electric flash and, shielding its rays from my face, looked at him. His sleep was changing from the heavy stupor of the drug into one that was at least on the borderland of the normal. The tongue had lost its arid blackness, and the mouth secretions had resumed action. Satisfied as to his condition, I returned to deck. O'Keefe was there, looking like a specter in the cotton sheet he had wrapped about him. A deck table had been cleated down, and one of the Tonga boys was setting it for our dinner. Soon the very creditable larder of the Suwarna dressed the board, and O'Keefe, Da Costa, and I attacked it. The night had grown close and oppressive. Behind us the forward light of the Brunhilde glided, and the binnacle lamp threw up a faint glow in which her black helmsman's face stood out mistily. O'Keefe had looked curiously a number of times at our tow, but had asked no questions. "You're not the only passenger we picked up today," I told him. "We found the captain of that sloop lashed to his wheel, nearly dead with exhaustion, and his boat deserted by everyone except himself." "What was the matter?" asked O'Keefe in astonishment. "We don't know," I answered. "He fought us, and I had to drug him before we could get him loose from his lashings. He's sleeping down in my berth now. His wife and little girl ought to have been on board, the captain here says, but they weren't." "Wife and child gone!" exclaimed O'Keefe. From the condition of his mouth, he must have been alone at the wheel, and without water at least 2 days and nights before we found him, I replied. "And as for looking for anyone on these waters after such a time, it's hopeless." "That's true," said O'Keefe. "But his wife and baby! Poor, poor devil!" He was silent for a time, and then, at my solicitation, began to tell us more of himself. He had been little more than 20 when he had won his wings and entered the war. He had been seriously wounded at Ypres during the 3rd year of the struggle, and when he recovered the war was over. Shortly after that, his mother had died. Lonely and restless, he had re-entered the air service, and had remained in it ever since. And though the war's long over, I get homesick for the Lark's Land with the German planes playing tunes on their machine guns and their Archies tickling the soles of my feet, he sighed. "If you're in love, love to the limit, and if you hate, why hate like the devil, and if it's a fight you're in, get where it's hottest, and fight like hell if you don't. Life's not worth the living," sighed he. I watched him as he talked, feeling my liking for him steadily increasing. If I could but have a man like this beside me on the path of unknown peril upon which I had set my feet, I thought wistfully. We sat and smoked a bit, sipping the strong coffee the Portuguese made so well. The Costa at last relieved the Cantonese at the wheel. O'Keefe and I drew chairs up to the rail. The brighter stars shone out dimly through a hazy sky. Gleams of phosphorescence tipped the crests of the waves and sparkled with an almost angry brilliance as the bow of the Suwarna tossed them aside. O'Keefe pulled contentedly at a cigarette. The glowing spark lighted the keen, boyish face and the blue eyes, now black and brooding under the spell of the tropic night. "Are you American or Irish, O'Keefe?" I asked suddenly. "Why?" he laughed. "Because," I answered, "from your name and your service, I would suppose you Irish, but your command of pure Americanese makes me doubtful." He grinned amiably. "I'll tell you how that is," he said. "My mother was an American, a Grace, of Virginia. My father was the O'Keefe of Coleraine. And these two loved each other so well that the heart they gave me is half Irish and half American. My father died when I was 16. I used to go to the States with my mother every other year for a month or two, but after my father died, we used to go to Ireland every other year. And there you are, I'm as much American as I am Irish. When I'm in love, or excited, or dreaming, or mad, I have the brogue. But for the everyday purpose of life, I like the United States talk, and I know Broadway as well as I do Benevini when the Sound as well as St. Patrick's Channel, educated a bit at Eton, a bit at Harvard, always too much money to have to make any, in love lots of times, and never a heartache after that wasn't a pleasant one, and never a heartache after that wasn't a pleasant one, and never a real purpose in life until I took the king's shilling and earned my wings. Something over 30, and that's me, Larry O'Keefe. But it was the Irish O'Keefe who sat out there waiting for the banshee. I laughed. "It was that," he said somberly, and I heard the brogue creep over his voice like velvet and his eyes grew brooding again. "There's never an O'Keefe for these 1,000 years that has passed without his warning. And twice have I heard the banshee calling. Once it was when my younger brother died, and once when my father lay waiting to be carried out on the ebb tide." He mused a moment, then went on. "And once I saw an Anner Choil, a girl of the green people flit like a shade of green fire through Corborough fire, or mixed with those of Cormac and Cobbrar mixed with those of Cormac and Ilid the Fair, all burned in the 9 flames that sprang from the harping of Cravathine, and I heard the echo of his dead harpings." He paused again, and then, softly, with that curiously sweet high voice that only the Irish seem to have, he sang, "Woman of the White Breast, Chapter 8. Olaf's Story. There was a little silence. I looked upon him with wonder. Clearly he was in deepest earnest. I know the psychology of the Gael is a curious one, and that deep in all their hearts, their ancient traditions and beliefs have strong and living roots, and I was both amused and touched. Here was this soldier who had faced war and its ugly realities open-eyed and fearless, picking, indeed, the most dangerous branch of service for his own, a modern if ever there was one, appreciative of most unmystical Broadway, and yet soberly and earnestly attesting to his belief in banshee, in shadowy people of the woods and phantom harpers. I wondered what he would think if he could see the dweller, and then, with a pang, that perhaps his superstitions might make him an easy prey. He shook his head half impatiently and ran a hand over his eyes, turned to me and grinned. "Don't think I'm cracked, Professor," he said. "I'm not, but it takes me that way now and then. It's the Irish in me. And believe it or not, I'm telling you the truth." I looked eastward where the moon, now nearly a week past the full, was mounting. "You can't make me see what you've seen, Lieutenant," I laughed. But you can make me hear. I've always wondered what kind of a noise a disembodied spirit could make without any vocal cords or breath or any other earthly sound-producing mechanism. How does the banshee sound? O'Keefe looked at me seriously. All right, he said, I'll show you. From deep down in his throat came first a low, weird sobbing that mounted steadily into a keening whose mournfulness made my skin creep. And then his hand shot out and gripped my shoulder, and I stiffened like stone in my chair, for from behind us, like an echo, and then taking up the cry, swelled a wail that seemed to hold within it a sublimation of the sorrows of centuries. It gathered itself into one heartbroken sobbing note and died away. O'Keefe's grip loosened and he rose swiftly to his feet. It's all right, Professor, he said. It's for me. It found me all this way from Ireland. Again the silence was rent by the cry. But now I'd located it. It came from my room, and it could mean only one thing. Huldrexen had wakened. Forget your banshee, I gasped, and made a jump for the cabin. Out of the corner of my eye, I noted a look of half-sheepish relief flit over O'Keefe's face, and then he was beside me. DaCosta shouted an order from the wheel. The Cantonese ran up and took it from his hands, and the little Portuguese pattered down toward us. My hand on the door, ready to throw it open, I stopped. What if the dweller were within? What if we had been wrong and it was not dependent for its power upon that full flood of moon ray which Throckmorton had thought essential to draw it from the blue pool? From within, the sobbing wail began once more to rise. O'Keefe pushed me aside, threw open the door, and crouched low within it. I saw an automatic flash dully in his hand, saw it cover the cabin from side to side, following the swift of his eyes around it. Then he straightened, and his face, turned toward the berth, was filled with wondering pity. Through the window streamed a shaft of the moonlight. It fell upon Huldrexen's staring eyes. In them great tears slowly gathered and rolled down his cheeks. From his open mouth came the woe-laden wailing. I ran to the port. And drew the curtains. DaCosta snapped the lights. The Norseman's dolorous crying stopped as abruptly as though cut. His gaze rolled toward us. And at one bound he broke through the leashes I had buckled round him and faced us, his eyes glaring, his yellow hair almost erect, with the force of the rage visibly surging through him. DaCosta shrunk behind me. O'Keefe, coolly watchful, took a quick step that brought him in front of me. "Where do you take me?" said Huldrexen, and his voice was like the growl of a beast. "Where is my boat?" I touched O'Keefe gently and stood before the giant. "Listen, Olaf Huldrexen," I said. "We take you to where the sparkling devil took your Helma and your Freda. We follow the sparkling devil that came down from the moon. Do you hear me?" I spoke slowly, distinctly, striving to pierce the mists that I knew swirled around the strained brain, and the words did pierce. He thrust out a shaking hand. "You say you follow?" he asked falteringly. "You know where to follow?" "Where it took my Helma and my little Freda." "Just that, Olaf Huldrexen," I answered. "Just that. I pledge you my life that I know." DaCosta stepped forward. "He speaks true, Olaf. You go faster on the Suwarna than on the Burra Hilda, Olaf, yes." The giant Norseman, still gripping my hand, looked at him. "I know you, DaCosta," he muttered. "You are all right. Ja, you are a fair man. Where is the Brunhilde?" "She follow beating in a big rope, Olaf," soothed the Portuguese. "Soon you see her. But now lie down and tell us, if you can, why you tie yourself to your wheel, and what it is that happened, Olaf. If you'll tell us how the sparkling devil came, It will help us all when we get to where it is, Huldrickson, I said. On O'Keefe's face there was an expression of well-nigh ludicrous doubt and amazement. He glanced from one to the other. The giant shifted his own tense look from me to the Irishman. A gleam of approval lighted in his eyes. He loosed me and gripped O'Keefe's arm. "Sterk," he said. "Jaw strong, and with a strong heart. A man jaw. He comes too. We shall need him jaw." "I tell," he muttered, and seated himself on the side of the bunk. "It was 4 nights ago. My Freda," his voice shook. "Mine Inling. She loved the moonlight. I was at the wheel, and my Freda and my Helma, they were behind me. The moon was behind us, and the Brunhilde was like a swan boat sailing down with the moonlight sending her. Jawal, I heard my Freda say, I see a Nis coming down the track of the moon. And I hear her mother laugh, low, like a mother does when her Intaline dreams. I was happy that night with my Helma and my Freda, and the Brunhilde sailing like a swan boat. Ja, I heard the child say, the Nis comes fast. And then I heard a scream from my Helma, a great scream like a mare when her foal is torn from her. I spun around fast. Ja! I dropped the wheel and spun fast. I saw he covered his eyes with his hands. The Portuguese had crept close to me, and I heard him panting like a frightened dog. I saw a white fire spring over the rail, whispered Olaf Huldrickson. It whirled round and round, and it shone like stars in a whirlwind mist. There, was a noise in my ears. It sounded like bells, little bells. Ja! Like the music you make when you run your finger round goblets. It made me sick and dizzy, the hell noise. My Helma was in to hold what you say in the middle of the white fire. She turned her face to me, and she turned it on the child, and my Helma's face burned into my heart. Because it was full of fear, and it was full of happiness of Glade. I tell you that the fear in my Helma's face made me ice here. He beat his breast with clenched hand, but the happiness in it burned on me like fire. And I could not move. I could not move. I said in here. He touched his head. I said, it is Loki come out of Helvide, but he cannot take my Helma, for Christ lives and Loki has no power to hurt my Helma or my Freda. Christ lives. Christ lives, I said. But the sparkling devil did not let my Helma go. It drew her to the rail. Half over it, I saw her eyes upon the child, and a little she broke away and reached to it, and my Freda jumped into her arms, and the fire wrapped them both and they were gone. A little, I saw them whirling on the moon track behind the Brunhilde, and they were gone. The sparkling devil took them, Loki was loosed, and he had power. I turned the Brunhilde, and I followed where my Helma and mine Yendling had gone. My boys crept up and asked me to turn again, but I would not. They dropped a boat and left me. I steered straight on the path. I lashed my hands to the wheel that sleep might not lose them. I steered on and on and on. Where was the God I prayed when my wife and child were taken? Cried Olaf Huldrickson, and it was as though I heard Throckmorton asking that same bitter question. I have left him as he left me, Ja. I pray now to Thor and to Odin, who can fetter Loki. He sank back, covering again his eyes. Olaf, I said, what you have called the sparkling devil has taken one's dear to. Me. I too was following it when we found you. You shall go with me to its home, and there we will try to take from it your wife and your child and my friends as well. But now that you may be strong for what is before us, you must sleep again. Olaf Huldriksen looked upon me, and in his eyes was that something which souls must see in the eyes of him, the old Egyptians called the Searcher of Hearts in the judgment hall of Osiris. "You speak truth," he said at last slowly. "I will do what you say." He stretched out an arm at my bidding. I gave him a second injection. He lay back and soon he was sleeping. I turned toward DaCosta. His face was livid and sweating, and he was trembling pitiably. O'Keefe stirred. "You did that mighty well, Dr. Goodwin," he said. "So well that I almost believed you myself." "What did you think of his story, Mr. O'Keefe?" I asked. His answer was almost painfully brief and colloquial. "Nuts," he said. I was a little shocked, I admit. "I think he's crazy, Dr. Goodwin," he corrected himself quickly. "What else could I think?" I turned to the little Portuguese without answering. "There's no need for any anxiety tonight, Captain," I said. "Take my word for it. You need some rest yourself. Shall I give you a sleeping draught?" "I do wish you would, Dr. Goodwin, sir," he answered gratefully. "Tomorrow when I feel better I would have a talk with you." I nodded. He did know something then. I mixed him an opiate of considerable strength. He took it and went to his own cabin. I locked the door behind him, and then, sitting beside the sleeping Norseman, I told O'Keefe my story from end to end. He asked few questions as I spoke, but after I had finished he cross-examined me rather minutely upon my recollections of the radiant phases upon each appearance, checking these with Throckmorton's observations of the same phenomena in the chamber of the moon pool. "And now what do you think of it all?" I asked. He sat silent for a while, looking at Huldriksen. "Not what you seem to think, Dr. Goodwin," he answered at last, gravely. "Let me sleep over it. One thing of course is certain. You and your friend Throckmorton and this man here saw something." But he was silent again, and then continued with a kindness that I found vaguely irritating. "But I've noticed that when a scientist gets superstitious, it takes very hard. Here's a few things I can tell you now, though," he went on while I struggled to speak. "I pray in my heart that we'll meet neither the Dolphin nor anything with wireless on board going up. Because, Dr. Goodwin, I'd dearly love to take a crack at your dweller." "And another thing," said O'Keefe. "After this cut out the trimmings, Doc, and call me plain Larry, for whether I think you're crazy or whether I don't, you're there with the nerve, Professor, and I'm for you." "Good night," said Larry, and took himself out to the deck hammock he had insisted upon having slung for him, refusing the captain's importunities to use his own cabin. And it was with extremely mixed emotions as to his compliment that I watched him go, superstitious, I whose pride was my scientific devotion to fact and fact alone. Superstitious, and this from a man who believed in banshees and ghostly harpers and Irish wood nymphs, and no doubt in leprechauns and all their tribe. Half laughing, half irritated, and wholly happy in even the part promise of Larry O'Keefe's comradeship on my venture, I arranged a couple of pillows, stretched myself out on 2 chairs, and took up my vigil beside Olaf Huldriksen. Chapter 9. A Lost Page of Earth. When I awakened, the sun was streaming through the cabin porthole. Outside, a fresh voice lilted. I lay on my 2 chairs and listened. The song was one with the wholesome sunshine and the breeze blowing stiffly and whipping the curtains. It was Larry O'Keefe at his matins. The little red lark is shaking his wings. Straight from the breast of his love, he springs. Larry's voice soared. His wings and his feathers are sunrise red. He hails the sun and his golden head. "Good morning, Doc." You are long abed." This last was a most irreverent interpolation, I well knew. I opened my door. O'Keefe stood outside laughing. The Suwarna, her engines silent, was making fine headway under all sail, the Brunhilde skipping in her wake cheerfully with half her canvas up. The sea was crisping and dimpling under the wind. Blue and white was the world as far as the eye could reach. Schools of little silvery green flying fish broke through the water, rushing on each side of us, flashed for an instant and were gone. Behind us gulls hovered and dipped. The shadow of mystery had retreated far over the rim of this wide-awake and beautiful world. And if, subconsciously, I knew that somewhere it was brooding and waiting, for a little while at least I was consciously free of its oppression. "How's the patient?" asked O'Keefe. He was answered by Huldriksen himself, who must have risen just as I left the cabin. The Norseman had slipped on a pair of pajamas and, giant torso naked under the sun, he strode out upon us. We all of us looked at him a trifle anxiously, but Olaf's madness had left him. In his eyes was much sorrow, but the berserk rage was gone. He spoke straight to me. "You said last night we follow?" I nodded. "It is where?" he asked again. "We go first to Ponap Bay, and from there to Metalanum Harbor to the Non Metal. You know the place?" Huldriksen bowed, a white gleam, as of ice, showing in his blue eyes. "It is there?" he asked. "It is there that we must first search," I answered. "Good," said Olaf Huldriksen. "It is good." He looked at the Costa inquiringly, and the little Portuguese, following his thought, answered his unspoken question. "We should be at Ponape tomorrow morning early, Olaf." "Good!" repeated the Norseman. He looked away, his eyes tear-filled. A restraint fell upon us, the embarrassment all men experience when they feel a great sympathy and a great pity, to neither of which they quite know how to give expression. By silent consent, we discussed at breakfast only the most casual topics. When the meal was over, Huldriksen expressed a desire to go aboard the Brunhilde. The Suwarna hove to in Da Costa, and he dropped into the small boat. When they reached the Brunhilde's deck, I saw Olaf take the wheel, and the two fall into earnest talk. I beckoned to O'Keefe, and we stretched ourselves out on the bow hatch under cover of the foresail. He lighted a cigarette, took a couple of leisurely puffs, and looked at me expectantly. "Well?" I asked. "Well," said O'Keefe, "suppose you tell me what you think, and then I'll proceed to point out your scientific errors." His eyes twinkled mischievously. "Larry," I replied somewhat severely, "you may not know that I have a scientific reputation, which, putting aside all modesty, I may say is an enviable one. You used a word last night to which I must interpose serious objection. You more than hinted that I hid superstitions. Let me inform you, Larry O'Keefe, that I am solely a seeker, observer, analyst, and synthesist of facts. I am not. And I try to make my tone as pointed as my words. I am not a believer in phantoms or spooks, leprechauns, banshees, or ghostly harbors." O'Keefe leaned back and shouted with laughter. "Forgive me, Goodwin," he gasped, "but if you could have seen yourself solemnly disclaiming the banshee." Another twinkle showed in his eyes. "And then with all this sunshine and this wide open world," he shrugged his shoulders, "it's hard to visualize anything such as you and Huldriksen have described." "I know how hard it is, Larry," I answered, "and don't think I have any idea that the phenomenon is supernatural in the sense spiritualists and table-turners have given that word. I do think it is supernormal, energized by a force unknown to modern science, but that doesn't mean I think it outside the radius of science." "Tell me your theory, Goodwin," he said. I hesitated, for not yet had I been able to put into form to satisfy myself any explanation of the dweller. I think, I hazarded finally, it is possible that some members of that race, peopling the ancient continent which we know existed here in the Pacific, have survived. We know that many of these islands are honeycombed with caverns and vast subterranean spaces, literally underground lands running in some cases far out beneath the ocean floor. It is possible that for some reason survivors of this race sought refuge in the abysmal spaces, one of whose entrances is on the islet where Throckmorton's party met its end. As for their persistence in these caverns, we know they possessed a high science. They may have gone far in the mastery of certain universal forms of energy, especially that we call light. They may have developed a civilization and a science far more advanced than ours. What I call the dweller may be one of the results of this science. Larry, it may well be that this lost race is planning to emerge again upon Earth's surface. And is sending out your dweller as a messenger, a scientific dove from their ark? I chose to overlook the banter in his question. Did you ever hear of the Chamaths? I asked him. He shook his head. In Papua, I explained, there is a widespread and immeasurably old tradition that imprisoned under the hills is a race of giants who once ruled this region when it stretched from sun to sun before the moon god drew the waters over it. I quote from the legend. Not only in Papua, but throughout Malaysia, you find this story. And so the tradition runs, these people, the Chamaths, will one day break through the hills and rule the world. Make over the world is the literal translation of the constant phrase in the tale. It was Herbert Spencer who pointed out that there is a basis of fact in every myth and legend of man. It is possible that these survivors I am discussing form Spencer's fact basis for the Malaysian legend. 1. This much is sure: the moon door, which is clearly operated by the action of moon rays upon some unknown element or combination, and the crystals through which the moon rays pour down upon the pool, their prismatic columns, are humanly made mechanisms. So long as they are humanly made, and so long as it is this flood of moonlight from which the dweller draws its power of materialization, the dweller itself, if not the product of the human mind, is at least dependent upon the product of the human mind, for its appearance. Wait a minute, Goodwin, interrupted O'Keefe. Do you mean to say you think that this thing is made of moonshine? Moonlight, I replied, is of course reflected sunlight. But the rays which pass back to Earth after their impact on the moon's surface are profoundly changed. The spectroscope shows that they lose practically all the slower vibrations we call red and infrared, while the extremely rapid vibrations we call the violet and ultraviolet are accelerated and altered. Many scientists hold that there is an unknown element in the moon, perhaps that which makes the gigantic luminous trails that radiate in all directions from the lunar crater Tycho, whose energies are absorbed by and carried on the moon rays. At any rate, whether by the loss of the vibrations of the red or by the addition of this mysterious force, the light of the moon becomes something entirely different from mere modified sunlight, just as the addition or subtraction of one other chemical in a compound of several makes the product a substance with entirely different energies and potentialities. Now these rays, Larry, are given perhaps still another mysterious activity by the globes through which Throckmorton said they passed in the chamber of the moon pool. The result is the necessary factor in the formation of the dweller. There would be nothing scientifically improbable in such a process. Kubolsky, the great Russian physicist, produced crystalline forms exhibiting every faculty that we call vital by subjecting certain combinations of chemicals to the action of highly concentrated rays of various colors. Something in light and nothing else produced their pseudo-vitality. We do not begin to know how to harness the potentialities of that magnetic vibration of the ether we call light. Listen, Doc, said Larry earnestly. I'll take everything you say about this lost continent, the people who used to live on it, and their caverns, for granted. But by the sword of Brian Boru, You'll never get me to fall for the idea that a bunch of moonshine can handle a big woman, such as you say Throckmorton's Thora was, nor a two-fisted man such as you say Throckmorton was, nor Huldrexon's wife, and I'll bet she was one of those strapping, big northern women too. You'll never get me to believe that any bunch of concentrated moonshine could handle them, and take them waltzing off along a moonbeam back to wherever it goes. No, Ot, not on your life, ye mook. All right, O'Keefe, I answered, now very much irritated indeed. What's your theory? And I could not resist adding fairies. Professor, he grinned, if that thing's a fairy, it's Irish, and when it sees me, it'll be so glad there'll be nothing to it. I was lost, strayed or stolen, Larry Avick, it'll say, and I was so homesick for the old sod I was desprit, it'll say, and take me back quick before I do any more har am. It'll tell me, Anne, that's the truth. Now don't get me wrong, I believe you all saw something all right, but what I think you saw was some kind of gas. All this region is volcanic and islands and things are constantly poking up from the sea. It's probably gas, a volcanic emanation, something new to us and that drives you crazy. Lots of kinds of gas do that. It hit the Throckmorton party on that island, and they probably were all more or less delirious all the time, thought they saw things, talked it over and collective hallucination, just like the angels of Mons and other miracles of the war. Somebody sees something that looks like something else. He points it out to the man next him. Do you see it? Asks he. Sure I see it, says the other. And there you are, collective hallucination. When your friends got it bad, they most likely jumped overboard one by one. Huldrexon sails into a place where it is, and it hits his wife. She grabs the child and jumps over. Maybe the moon rays make it luminous. I've seen gas on the front under the moon that looked like 1,000 whirling dervish devils. Yes, and you could see the devils' faces in it. And if it got into your lungs, nothing could ever make you think you hadn't seen real devils. For a time I was silent. Larry, I said at last, whether you are right or I am right, I must go to the Nan Matal. Will you go with me, Larry? Goodwin, he replied, I surely will. I'm as interested as you are. If we don't run across the Dolphin, I'll stick. I'll leave word at Ponape to tell them where I am should they come along. If they report me dead for a while, there's nobody to care. So that's all right. Only, old man, be reasonable. You've thought over this so long, you're going bug. Honestly, you are. And again, the gladness that I might have Larry O'Keefe with me was so great that I forgot to be angry. 1. William Beebe, the famous American naturalist and ornithologist, recently fighting in France with America's Air Force, called attention to this remarkable belief in an article printed not long ago in the Atlantic Monthly. Still more significant was it that he noted a persistent rumor that the breaking out of the buried race was close. W.J.B. Prevers, I.A. of S. Chapter 10. The Moon Pool. Da Costa, who had come aboard unnoticed by either of us, now tapped me on the arm. Dr. Goodwin, he said, can I see you in my cabin, sir? At last, then, he was going to speak. I followed him. Doctor, he said, when we had entered, this is a very strange thing that has happened to Olaf. Very strange. And the natives of Ponape, they have been very much excited lately. Of what they fear I know nothing, nothing. Again that quick furtive crossing of himself. But this I have to tell you. There came to me, from Ernalawa last month, a man, a Russian, a doctor, like you. His name it was Marakanoth. I take him to Ponape and the natives there. They will not take him to the Nan Matal where he wished to go. No, so I take him. We leave in a boat with much instrument. carefully tied up. I leave him there with the boat and the food. He tell me to tell no one and pay me not to. But you are a friend, and Olaf he depend much upon you, and so I tell you, sir. You know nothing more than this, de Costa, I asked. Nothing of another expedition? No, he shook his head vehemently. Nothing more. Hear the name Throckmorton while you were there? I persisted. No. His eyes were steady as he answered, but the pallor had crept again into his face. I was not so sure, but if he knew more than he had told me, why was he afraid to speak? My anxiety deepened, and later I sought relief from it by repeating the conversation to O'Keefe. A Russian, eh? He said. Well, they can be damned nice, or damned otherwise. Considering what you did for me, I hope I can look him over before the Dolphin shows up. Next morning we raised Ponape without further incident, and before noon the Suwarna and the Brunhilde had dropped anchor in the harbor. Upon the excitement and manifest dread of the natives, when we sought among them for carriers and workmen to accompany us, I will not dwell. It is enough to say that no payment we offered could induce a single one of them to go to the non-matal, nor would they say why. Finally it was agreed that the Brunhilde should be left in charge of a half-breed Chinaman, whom both Da Costa and Huldriksen knew and trusted. We piled her long boat up with my instruments and food and capping equipment. The Suwarna took us around to Metal Anim Harbor, and there, with the tops of ancient sea walls deep in the blue water beneath us, and the ruins looming up out of the mangroves, a scat mile from us, left us. Then with Huldriksen manipulating our small sail and Larry at the rudder, we rounded the titanic wall that swept down into the depths and turned at last into the canal that Throckmorton, on his map, had marked as that which, running between frowning Nantucket and its satellite islet, Taw, led straight to the gate of the place of ancient mysteries. And as we entered that channel we were enveloped by a silence so intense, so weighted, that it seemed to have substance, an alien silence that clung and stifled and still stood aloof from us, the living. It was a stillness such as might follow the long tramping of millions into the grave. It was paradoxical, as it may be filled with the withdrawal of life. Standing down in the chambered depths of the great pyramid I had known. Something of such silence, but never such intensity as this. Larry felt it, and I saw him look at me askance. If Olaf, sitting in the bow, felt it too, he gave no sign. His blue eyes, with again the glint of ice within them, watched the channel before us. As we passed, there arose upon our left sheer walls of black basalt blocks, cyclopean, towering 50 feet or more, broken here and there by the sinking of their deep foundations. In front of us the mangroves widened out and filled the canal. On our right the lesser walls of Tau, somber blocks smoothed and squared and set with the cold, mathematical nicety that filled me with vague awe, slipped by. Through breaks I caught glimpses of dark ruins and of great fallen stones that seemed to crouch and menace us as we passed. Somewhere there, hidden, were the 7 globes that poured the moon fire down upon the moon pool. Now we were among the mangroves, and sail down, the 3 of us pushed and pulled the boat through their tangled roots and branches. The noise of our passing split the silence like a profanation, and from the ancient bastions came murmurs forbidding, strangely sinister. And now we were through, floating on a little open space of shadow-filled water. Before us lifted the gateway of Nantucket, gigantic, broken, incredibly old, shattered portals, through which had passed men and women of Earth's dawn, old with the weight of years that pressed leadenly upon the eyes that looked upon it, and yet was in some curious, indefinable way menacingly defiant. Beyond the gate, Back from the portals stretched a flight of enormous basalt slabs, a giant's stairway indeed, and from each side of it marched the high walls that were the dweller's pathway. None of us spoke as we grounded the boat and dragged it upon a half-submerged pier, and when we did speak it was in whispers. "What next?" asked Larry. "I think we ought to take a look around," I replied in the same low tones. "We'll climb the wall here and take a flash about. The whole place ought to be plain as day from that height." Huldrickson, his blue eyes alert, nodded. With the greatest difficulty we clambered up the broken blocks. To the east and south of us, set like children's blocks in the midst of the sapphire sea, lay dozens of islets, none of them covering more than 2 square miles of surface, each of them a perfect square or oblong within its protecting walls. On none was there sign of life, save for a few great birds that hovered here and there, and gulls dipping in the blue waves beyond. We turned our gaze down upon the island on which we stood. It was, I estimated, about 3/4 of a mile square. The seawall enclosed it. It was really an enormous basalt-sided open cube, and within it 2 other open cubes. The enclosure between the first and second wall was stone-paved, with here and there a broken pillar and long stone benches. The hibiscus, the aloe tree, and a number of small shrubs had found place, but seemed only to intensify its stark loneliness. "Wonder where the Russian can be?" asked Larry. I shook my head. There was no sign of life here. Had Marikinoff gone, or had the dweller taken him too? Whatever had happened, there was no trace of him below us or on any of the islets within our range of vision. We scrambled down the side of the gateway. Olaf looked at me wistfully. "We start the search now, Olaf," I said. "And first, O'Keefe, let us see whether the gray stone is really here. After that we will set up camp, and while I unpack, you and Olaf search the island. It won't take long." Larry gave a look at his service automatic and grinned. "Lead on, Macduff," he said. We made our way up the steps, through the outer enclosures and into the central square. I confess to a fire of scientific curiosity and eagerness, tinged with a dread that O'Keefe's analysis might be true. Would we find the moving slab, and, if so, would it be as Throckmorton had described? If so, then even Larry would have to admit that here was something that theories of gases and luminous emanations would not explain, and the first test of the whole amazing story would be passed. But if not, and there before us, the faintest tinge of gray setting it apart from its neighboring blocks of basalt, was the moon door. There was no mistaking it. This was, in very deed, the portal through which Throckmorton had seen pass that gloriously dreadful apparition he called the dweller. At its base was the curious, seemingly polished cup-like depression within which, my lost friend had told me, the opening door swung. What was that portal more enigmatic than was ever Sphinx? And what lay beyond it? What did that smooth stone, whose wan deadness whispered of ages-old corridors of time opening out into alien, unimaginable vistas, hide? It had cost the world of science Throckmorton's great brain, as it had cost Throckmorton those he loved. It had drawn me to it in search of Throckmorton, and its shadow had fallen upon the soul of Olaf the Norseman, and upon what thousands upon thousands more, I wondered, since the brains that had conceived it had vanished with their secret knowledge. What lay beyond it? I stretched out a shaking hand and touched the surface of the slab. A faint thrill passed through my hand and arm, oddly unfamiliar and as oddly unpleasant, as of electric contact holding the very essence of cold. O'Keefe, watching, imitated my action, As his fingers rested on the stone, his face filled with astonishment. "It's the door?" he asked. I nodded. There was a low whistle from him, and he pointed up toward the top of the gray stone. I followed the gesture and saw, above the moon door and on each side of it, two gently curving bosses of rock, perhaps a foot in diameter. "The moon door's keys," I said. "It begins to look so," answered Larry. "If we can find them," he added. "There's nothing we can do till moonrise," I replied, "and we've none too much time to prepare as it is. Come." A little later we were beside our boat. We lighted it, set up the tent, and as it was now but a short hour to sundown, I bade them leave me and make their search. They went off together, and I busied myself with opening some of the paraphernalia I had brought with me. First of all, I took out the 2 becquerel ray condensers that I had bought in Sydney. Their lenses would collect and intensify to the fullest extent any light directed upon them. I had found them most useful in making spectroscopic analysis of luminous vapors, and I knew that at Yerkes Observatory splendid results had been obtained from them in collecting the diffused radiance of the nebulae for the same purpose. If my theory of the gray slab's mechanism were correct, it was practically certain that with the satellite only a few nights past the full, we could concentrate enough light on the bosses to open the rock, and as the ray streams through the 7 globes described by Throckmorton would be too weak to energize the pool, we could enter the chamber free from any fear of encountering its tenant. Make our preliminary observations and go forth before the moon had dropped so far that the concentration in the condensers would fall below that necessary to keep the portal from closing. I took out also a small spectroscope and a few other instruments for the analysis of certain light manifestations and the testing of metal in liquid. Finally, I put aside my emergency medical kit. I had hardly finished examining and adjusting these before O'Keefe and Holdrickson returned. They reported signs of a camp at least 10 days old beside the northern wall of the outer court, but beyond that, no evidence of others beyond ourselves on Nantawa. We prepared supper, ate and talked a little, but for the most part were silent. Even Larry's high spirits were not in evidence. Half a dozen times I saw him take out his automatic and look it over. He was more thoughtful than I had ever seen. Once he went into the tent, rummaged about a bit and brought out another revolver which, he said, he had got from DaCosta, and a half-dozen clips of cartridges. He passed the gun over to Olaf. At last a glow in the southeast heralded the rising moon. I picked up my instruments and a medical kit. Larry and Olaf shouldered each a short ladder that was part of my equipment, and, with our electric flashes pointing the way, walked up the great stairs, through the enclosures, and straight to the gray stone. By this time the moon had risen, and its clipped light shone full upon the slab. I saw faint gleams pass over it, as of fleeting phosphorescence, but so faint were they that I could not be sure of the truth of my observation. We set the ladders in place. Olaf I assigned to stand before the door and watch for the first signs of its opening if open it should. The becquerels were set within 3-inch tripods, whose feet I had equipped with vacuum rings too. Enable them to hold fast to the rock. I scaled one ladder and fastened a condenser over the boss, descended, set Larry up to watch it, and ascending the second ladder, rapidly fixed the other in its place. Then, with O'Keefe watchful on his perch, I on mine, and Olaf's eyes fixed upon the moon door, we began our vigil. Suddenly there was an exclamation from Larry. "7 little lights are beginning to glow on this stone," he cried. But I had already seen those beneath my lens begin to gleam out with a silvery luster. Swiftly the rays within the condenser began to thicken and increase, and as they did so, the 7 small circles waxed like stars, growing out of the dusk, and with a queer curdled is the best word I can find to define it, radiance entirely strange to me. Beneath me I heard a faint sighing murmur, and then the voice of Huldriksen. It opens the stone, turns, I began to climb down the ladder. Again came Olaf's voice. The stone it is open. And then a shriek, a wail of blended anguish and pity, of rage and despair, and the sound of swift footsteps racing through the wall beneath me. I dropped to the ground. The moon door was wide open, and through it I caught a glimpse of a corridor filled with a faint, pearly, vaporous light, like earliest misty dawn. But of Olaf I could see nothing. And even as I stood, gaping, from behind me came the sharp crack of a rifle. The glass of the condenser at Larry's side flew into fragments. He dropped swiftly to the ground. The automatic in his hand flashed once, twice into the darkness, and the moon door began to pivot slowly, slowly back into its place. I rushed toward the turning stone with the wild idea of holding it open. As I thrust my hands against it, there came at my back a snarl and an oath, and Larry staggered under the impact of a body that had flung itself straight at his throat. He reeled at the lip of the shallow cup at the base of the slab, slipped upon its polished curve, fell and rolled with that which had attacked him, kicking and writhing, straight through the narrowing portal into the passage. Forgetting all else, I sprang to his aid. As I leaped, I felt the closing edge of the moon door graze my side. Then, as Larry raised a fist, brought it down upon the temple of the man who had grappled with him and rose from the twitching body unsteadily to his feet, I heard shuddering past me a mournful whisper, spun about as though some giant's hand had whirled me. The end of the corridor no longer opened out into the moonlit square of ruined Nan Tawak. It was barred by a solid mass of glimmering stone. The moon door had closed. O'Keefe took a stumbling step toward the barrier behind us. There was no mark of juncture with the shining walls. The slab fitted into the sides as closely as a mosaic. "It's shut all right," said Larry. "But if there's a way in, there's a way out. Anyway, Doc, we're right in the pew we've been heading for, so why worry?" He grinned at me cheerfully. The man on the floor groaned, and he dropped to his knees beside him. "Marikinoff!" he cried. At my exclamation he moved aside, turning the face so I could see it. It was. Clearly Russian, and just as clearly its possessor was one of unusual force and intellect. The strong, massive brow with orbital ridge, unusually developed, the dominant, high-bridged nose, the straight lips with their more than suggestion of latent cruelty, and the strong lines of the jaw beneath a black, pointed beard, all gave evidence that here was a personality beyond the ordinary. "Couldn't be anybody else," said Larry, breaking in on my thoughts. "He must have been watching us over there from Joe Taller's vault all the time." Swiftly he ran practiced hands over his body, then stood erect, holding out to me 2 wicked-looking magazine pistols and a knife. "He got one of my bullets through his right forearm, too," he said. "Just a flesh wound, but it made him drop his rifle. Some arsenal, our little Russian scientist, what?" I opened my medical kit. The wound was a slight one, and Larry stood looking on as I bandaged it. "Got another one of those condensers?" he asked suddenly. And do you suppose Olaf will know enough to use it? Larry, I answered. Olaf's not outside. He's in here somewhere. His jaw dropped. The hell you say, he whispered. Didn't you hear him shriek when the stone opened? I asked. I heard him yell, yes, he said, but I didn't know what was the matter. And then this wildcat jumped me. He paused and his eyes widened. Which way did he go? He asked swiftly. I pointed down the faintly glowing passage. There's only one way, I said. Watch that bird close, hissed O'Keefe, pointing to Markinov, and pistol in hand stretched his long legs and raced away. I looked down at the Russian. His eyes were open and he reached out a hand to me. I lifted him to his feet. I have heard, he said. We follow, quick. If you will take my arm, please, I am shaken yet, yes. I gripped his shoulder without a word, and the two of us set off down the corridor after O'Keefe. Markinov was gasping, and his weight pressed upon me heavily, but he moved with all the will and strength that were in him. As we ran, I took hasty note of the tunnel. Its sides were smooth and polished, and the light seemed to come not from their surfaces, but from far within them, giving to the walls an elusive aspect of distance and depth, rendering them in a peculiarly weird way spacious. The passage turned, twisted, ran down, turned again. It came to me that the light that illumined the tunnel was given out. By tiny points deep within the stone, sprang from the points ripplingly and spread upon their polished faces. There was a cry from Larry far ahead, Olaf! I gripped Markinov's arm closer and we sped on. Now we were coming fast to the end of the passage. Before us was a high arch, and through it I glimpsed a dim, shifting luminosity as of mist filled with rainbows. We reached the portal, and I looked into a chamber that might have been transported from that enchanted palace of the Jing King that rises beyond the magic mountains of Kaf. Before me stood O'Keefe, and a dozen feet in front of him, Huldriksen with something clasped tightly in his arms. The Norseman's feet were at the verge of a shining silvery lip of stone within whose oval lay a blue pool, and down upon this pool, staring upward like a gigantic eye, fell 7 pillars of phantom light, one of them amethyst, one of rose, another of white, a fourth of blue, and 3 of emerald, of silver, and of amber. They fell each upon the azure surface, and I knew that these were the 7 streams of radiance, within which the dweller took shape now, but pale ghosts of their brilliancy when the full energy of the moon stream raced through them. Huldriksen bent and placed on the shining silver lip of the pool that which he held, and I saw that it was the body of a child. He set it there so gently, bent over the side and thrust a hand down into the water. And as he did so, he moaned and lurched against the little body that lay before him. Instantly the form moved and slipped over the verge into the blue. Huldriksen threw his body over the stone, hands clutching, arms thrust deep down, and from his lips issued a long-drawn, heart-shriveling wail of pain and of anguish that held in it nothing human. Close on its wake came a cry from Markinov. "Catch him!" shouted the Russian. "Drag him back! Quick!" He leaped forward, but before he could half clear the distance, O'Keefe had leaped too, had caught the Norseman by the shoulders and toppled him backward, where he lay whimpering and sobbing. And as I rushed behind Markinov, I saw Larry lean over the lip of the pool and cover his eyes with a shaking hand, saw the Russian peer into it with real pity in his cold eyes. Then I stared down myself into the moon pool, and there, sinking, was a little maid whose dead face and fixed, terror-filled eyes looked straight into mine, and ever sinking slowly, slowly vanished. And I knew that this was Olaf's Freda, his beloved Endling. But where was the mother? And where had Olaf found his babe? The Russian was first to speak. "You have nitroglycerin there, yes?" he asked, pointing toward my medical kit that I had gripped unconsciously and carried with me during the mad rush down the passage. I nodded and drew it out. "Hypodermic," he ordered next curtly, took the syringe, filled it accurately with its 1/100th of a grain dosage, and leaned over Huldriksen. He rolled up the sailor's sleeves halfway to the shoulder. The arms were white, with somewhat of that weird semi-translucence that I had seen on Throckmorton's breast, where a tendril of the Dweller had touched him, and his hands were of the same whiteness, like a Baroque pearl. Above the line of white, Marikinoff thrust the needle. "He will need all his heart can do," he said to me. Then he reached down into a belt about his waist and drew from it a small, flat flask of what seemed to be lead. He opened it and let a few drops of its contents fall on each arm of the Norwegian. The liquid sparkled and instantly began to spread over the skin, much as oil or gasoline dropped on water does, only far more rapidly. And as it spread, it drew a sparkling film over the marbled flesh, and little wisps of vapor rose from it. The Norseman's mighty chest heaved with agony. His hands clenched. The Russian gave a grunt of satisfaction at this, dropped a little more of the liquid, and then, watching closely, grunted again and leaned back. Huldriksen's labored breathing ceased. His head dropped upon Larry's knee, and from his arms and hands the whiteness swiftly withdrew. Markinov arose and contemplated us almost benevolently. "He will all right be in 5 minutes," he said. "I know. I do it to pay for that shot of mine, and also because we will need him. Yes." He turned to Larry. "You." "Have a punch like a mule kick, my young friend," he said. "Sometime you pay me for that too, eh?" He smiled, and the quality of the grimace was not exactly reassuring. Larry looked him over quizzically. "You're Marikinoff, of course," he said. The Russian nodded, betraying no surprise at the recognition. "And you?" he asked. "Lieutenant O'Keefe of the Royal Flying Corps," replied Larry, saluting. "And this gentleman is Dr. Walter T. Goodwin." Markinov's face brightened. "The American botanist?" he queried. I nodded. "Ah!" cried Marikinoff eagerly. "But this is fortunate. Long I have desired to." "Meet you. Your work for an American is most excellent, surprising. But you are wrong in your theory of the development of the angiospermae from Psychodidacotensis." "Day all wrong." I was interrupting him with considerable heat, for my conclusions from the fossil Psychodidae I knew to be my greatest triumph, when Larry broke in upon me rudely. "Say," he spluttered, "am I crazy or are you? What in damnation kind of a place and time is this to start an argument like that?" "Angiospermae, is it?" exclaimed Larry. "How?" Markinov again regarded him with that irritating air of benevolence. "You have not the scientific mind, young friend," he said. "The punch, yes, but so has the mule. You must learn that only the fact is important, not you, not me." "Not this," he pointed to Huldriksen, "or its sorrows. Only the fact, whatever it is real, yes." But he turned to me. Another time Huldriksen interrupted him. The big seaman had risen stiffly to his feet and stood with Larry's arms supporting him. He stretched out his hands to me. "I saw her," he whispered. "I saw mine, Freda, when the stone swung. She lay there just at my feet. I picked her up and I saw that mine Freda was dead. But I hoped and I thought maybe mine Helma was somewhere here too, so I ran with mine Endeling here." His voice broke. "I thought maybe she was not dead," he went on. "And I saw that," he pointed to the moon pool, "and I thought I would bathe her face, and she might live again. And when I dipped my hands within the life left them, and cold, deadly cold, ran up through them into my heart. And mine Freda, she fell." He covered his eyes, and dropping his head on O'Keefe's shoulder, stood, racked by sobs that seemed to tear at his very soul. Chapter 11. The Flame-Tipped Shadows. Markinoff nodded his head solemnly as Olaf finished. "Da," he said. "That which comes from here took them both the woman and the child. Da. They came clasped within it, and the stone shut upon them. But why it left the child behind, I do not understand." "How do you know that?" I cried in amazement. "Because I saw it," answered Markinoff simply. "Not only did I see it, but hardly had I time to make escape through the entrance before it passed whirling and murmuring and its bell sounds all joyous. Da! It was what you call the squeak close, that." "Wait a moment," I said, stilling Larry with a gesture. "Do I understand you to say that you were within this place?" Markinoff actually beamed upon me. "Da, Dr. Goodwin," he said. "I went in when that which comes from it went out." I gaped at him, stricken dumb. Into Larry's bellicose attitude crept a suggestion of grudging respect. Olaf, trembling, watched silently. "Goodwin and my impetuous young friend, you," went on Markinoff after a moment's silence, and I wondered vaguely why he did not include Huldriksen in his address. "It is time that we have an understanding. I have a proposal to make to you also. It is this: we are what you call a bad boat, and all of us are in it. Da, we need all hands, is it not so? Let us put together our knowledge, and our brains and resources, and even a punt of a mule is a resource." He looked wickedly at O'Keefe. "And pull our boat into quiet waters again." "After that, all very well, Markinoff," interjected Larry. "But I don't feel very safe in any boat with somebody capable of shooting me through the back." Markinoff waved a deprecatory hand. "It was natural that," he said, "logical. Da. Here is a very great secret, perhaps many secrets to my country invaluable." He paused, shaken by some overpowering emotion. The veins in his forehead grew congested. The cold eyes blazed and the guttural voice harshened. "I do not apologize and I do not explain," rasped Markinoff. "But I will tell you, Da. Here is my country sweating blood in an experiment to liberate the world. And here are the other nations ringing us like wolves and waiting to spring at our throats at the least sign of weakness. And here are you, Lieutenant O'Keefe of the English Wolves, and you, Dr. Goodwin of the Yankee Pack. And here in this place may be that will enable my country to win its war for the worker. What are the lives of you two and this sailor to that? Less than the flies I crush with my hand, less than midges in the sunbeam." He suddenly gripped himself. "But that is not now the important thing," he resumed almost coldly. "Not that nor my shooting. Let us squarely the situation face. My proposal is so, that we join interests, and what you call, see it through together. Find our way through this place, and those secrets learn of which I have spoken, if we can. And when that is done, we will go our ways, to his own land each, to make use of them for our lands, as each of us may. On my part, I offer my knowledge, and it is very valuable, Dr. Goodwin, and my training. You and Lieutenant O'Keefe do the same. And this man Olaf, what he can of his strength. For I do not think his usefulness lies in his brains, no." "In effect, Goodwin," broke in Larry as I hesitated, "the professor's proposition is this. He wants to know what's going on here, but he begins to realize it's no one man's job. And besides, we have the drop on him. We're three to his one, and we have all his hardware and cutlery. But also we can do better with him than without him, just as he can do better with us than without us. It's an even break for a while. But once he gets that information he's looking for, then look out. You and Olaf and I are the wolves, and the flies and the midges again, and the strafing will be about due. Nevertheless, with 3-1 against him, if he can get away with it, he deserves to. I'm for taking him up if you are. There was almost a twinkle in Marikonoff's eyes. It is not just as I would have put it, perhaps, he said, but in its skeleton he has right, nor will I turn my hand against you while we are still in danger here. I pledge you my honor on this. Larry laughed. All right, Professor, he grinned. I believe you mean every word you say. Nevertheless, I'll just keep the guns. Marikonoff bowed imperturbably. And now, he said, I will tell you what I know. I found the secret of the door mechanism even as you did, Dr. Goodwin. But by carelessness, my condensers were broken. I was forced to wait while I sent for others, and the waiting might be for months. I took certain precautions, and on the first night of this full moon, I hid myself within the vault of Shao-Ta-Lur. An involuntary thrill of admiration for the man went through me at the manifest heroism of this leap in the dark. I could see it reflected in Larry's face. I hid in the vault, continued Marikonoff, and I saw that which comes from here come out. I waited long hours. At last, when the moon was low, it returned ecstatically with a man, a native, in embrace enfolded. It passed. Through the door, and soon then the moon became low and the door closed. The next night more competence was mine, yes. And after that which comes had gone, I looked through its open door. I said, it will not return for 3 hours. While it is away, why shall I not into its home go through the door it has left open? So I went even to here. I looked at the pillars of light and I tested the liquid of the pool on which they fell. That liquid, Dr. Goodwin, is not water, and it is not any fluid known on earth. He handed me a small vial, its neck held in a long thong. Take this, he said, and see. Wonderingly, I took the bottle, dipped it down into the pool. The liquid was extraordinarily light, seemed, in fact, to give the vial buoyancy. I held it to the light. It was striated, streaked, as though little living pulsing veins ran through it. And its blueness, even in the vial, held an intensity of luminousness. Radioactive, said Marikonoff. Some liquid that is intensely radioactive, but what it is I know not at all. Upon the living skin it acts like radium raised to the nth power and with an element most mysterious added. The solution with which I treated him, he pointed to Huldrickson, I had prepared before I came here, from certain information I had. It is largely salts of radium, and its base is Loeb's formula for the neutralization of radium and X-ray burns. Taking this man at once, before the degeneration had become really active, I could negative it. But after 2 hours I could have done nothing. He paused a moment. Next I studied the nature of these luminous walls. I concluded that whoever had made them knew the secret of the Almighty's manufacture of light from the ether itself. Colossal! But the substance of these blocks confines an atomic, how would you say atomic manipulation, a conscious arrangement of electrons, light-emitting and perhaps indefinitely so. These blocks are lamps in which oil and wick are electrons drawing light waves from ether itself. A Prometheus, indeed, this discoverer? I looked at my watch, and that little guardian warned me that it was time to go. I went. That which comes forth returned this time empty-handed, and the next night I did the same thing. Engrossed in research, I let the moments go by to the danger point, and scarcely was I replaced within the vault when the shining thing raced over the walls, and in its grip the woman and child. Then you came, and that is all. And now what is it you know? Very briefly I went over my story. His eyes gleamed now and then, but he did not interrupt me. A great secret, a colossal secret, he muttered when I had ended. We cannot. Leave it hidden. The first thing to do is to try the door, said Larry, matter of fact. There is no use, my young friend, assured Marikoff mildly. Nevertheless, we'll try, said Larry. We retraced our way through the winding tunnel to the end, but soon even O'Keefe saw that any idea of moving the slab from within was hopeless. We returned to the chamber of the pool. The pillars of light were fainter, and we knew that the moon was sinking. On the world outside before long dawn would be breaking. I began to feel thirst, and the blue semblance of water within the silvery rim seemed to glint mockingly as my eyes rested on it. Da! It was Marikoff, reading my thoughts uncannily. Da! We will be thirsty, and it will be very bad for him of us who loses control and drinks of. That, my friend, day. Larry threw back his shoulders as though shaking a burden from them. This place would give an angel of joy the willies, he said. I suggest that we look around and find something that will take us somewhere. You can bet the people that built it had more ways of getting in than that once-a-month family entrance. Doc, you and Olaf take the left wall. The professor and I will take the right. He loosened one of his automatics with a suggestive movement. After you, Professor, he bowed politely to the Russian. We parted and set forth. The chamber widened out from the portal in what seemed to be the arc of an immense circle. The shining walls held a perceptible curve, and from this, curvature, I estimated that the roof was fully 300 feet above us. The floor was of smooth, mosaic-fitted blocks of a faintly yellow tinge. They were not light-emitting like the blocks that formed the walls. The radiance from these latter, I noted, had the peculiar quality of thickening a few yards from its source, and it was this that produced the effect of misty, veiled distances. As we walked, the 7 columns of rays streaming down from the crystalline globes high above us waned steadily. The glow within the chamber lost its prismatic shimmer and became an even gray tone, somewhat like moonlight in a thin cloud. Now before us, out from the wall, jutted a low terrace. It was all of a pearly rose-colored stone, slender, graceful pillars of the same hue. The face of the terrace was about 10 feet high, and all over it ran a bas relief of what looked like short trailing vines, surmounted by 5 stalks, on the tip of each of which was a flower. We passed along the terrace. It turned at an abrupt curve. I heard a hail, and there, 50 feet away, at the curving end of a wall identical with that where we stood, were Larry and Marikoff. Obviously, the left side of the chamber was a duplicate of that we had explored. We joined. In front of us, the columned barriers ran back 100 feet, forming an alcove. The end of this alcove was another wall of the same rose-stone, but upon it, the design of vines was much heavier. We took a step forward. There was a gasp of awe from the Norseman, a guttural exclamation from Marikoff. For on, or rather within, the wall before us, a great oval began to glow, waxed almost to a flame, and then shone steadily out as though from behind it a light was streaming to the stone itself. And within the roseate oval 2 flame-tipped shadows appeared, stood for a moment, and then seemed to float out upon its surface. The shadows wavered. The tips of flame that imbued them with flickering points of vermilion pulsed outward, drew back, darted forth again, and once more withdrew themselves, and as they did so the shadows thickened, and suddenly there, before us stood two figures. One was a girl whose great eyes were golden as the fabled lilies of Kuan Yung that were born of the kiss of the sun upon the amber goddess the demons of Laozi carved for him, whose softly curved lips were red as the royal coral, and whose golden brown hair reached to her knees. And the second was a gigantic frog, a woman frog, head helmeted with carapace of shell around which a fillet of brilliant yellow jewels shone, enormous round eyes of blue circled with a broad iris of green, monstrous body of banded orange and white girdled with strand upon strand of the flashing yellow gems, 6 feet high if an inch, and with one webbed paw of it short powerfully. Muscled forelegs resting upon the white shoulder of the golden-eyed girl. Moments must have passed as we stood in stark amazement, gazing at that incredible apparition. The two figures, although as real as any of those who stood beside me, unphantom-like as it is possible to be, had a distinct suggestion of projection. They were there before us, golden-eyed girl and grotesque frog-woman complete in every line and curve. And still it was as though their bodies passed back through distances, as though, to try to express the well-nigh inexpressible, the two shapes we were looking upon were the end of an infinite number stretching in fine linked chain far away, of which the eyes saw only the nearest, while in the brain some faculty higher than sight recognized and registered the unseen others. The gigantic eyes of the frog-woman took us all in unwinkingly, little glints of. Phosphorescence shone out within the metallic green of the outer iris ring. She stood upright, her great legs bowed, the monstrous slit of a mouth slightly open, revealing a row of white teeth sharp and pointed as lancets, the paw resting on the girl's shoulder, half covering its silken surface, and from its 5 webbed digits, long yellow claws of polished horn glistened against the delicate texture of the flesh. But if the frog-woman regarded us all, not so did the maiden of the rosy wall. Her eyes were fastened upon Larry, drinking him in with extraordinary intentness. She was tall, far over the average of women, almost as tall, indeed, as O'Keefe himself. Not more than 20 years old, if that, I thought. Abruptly she leaned forward, the golden eyes softened and grew tender. The red lips moved as though she were speaking. Larry took a quick step, and his face was that of one who, after countless births, comes at last upon the twin soul lost to him for ages. The frog-woman turned her eyes upon the girl. Her huge lips moved, and I knew that she was talking. The girl held out a warning hand to O'Keefe, and then raised it, resting each finger upon one of the 5 flowers of the carved vine close beside her. Once, twice, 3 times, she pressed upon the flower centers, and I noted that her hand was curiously long and slender, the digits like those wonderful tapering ones the painters we call the primitive gave to their virgins. 3 times she pressed the flowers, and then looked intently at Larry once more. A slow, sweet smile curved the crimson lips. She stretched both hands out toward him again eagerly. A burning blush rose swiftly over white breasts and flower-like face. Like the clicking out of a cinematograph, the pulsing oval faded and golden-eyed girl and frog-woman were gone. And thus it was that Lachlan, the handmaiden of the Silent Ones, and Larry O'Keefe first looked into each other's hearts. Larry stood rapt, gazing at the stone. Aelid, I heard him whisper, Aelid of the lips like the red rowan and the golden brown hair. Clearly of the Ranaday, said Marikanoff, a development of the fossil labyrinthodonts. You saw her teeth, da? Ranaday, yes, I answered. Bud, from the Stegocephalia, of the order Echidata. Never such a complete indignation as was in O'Keefe's voice as he interrupted. What do you mean fossils and stego, whatever it is, he asked. She was a girl. A wonder girl, a real girl, and Irish, or I'm not an O'Keefe. We were talking about the frog woman, Larry, I said, conciliatingly. His eyes were wild as he regarded us. Say, he said, if you two had been in the Garden of Eden when Eve took the apple, you wouldn't have had time to give her a look for counting the scales on the snake. He strode swiftly over to the wall. We followed. Larry paused, stretched his hand up to the flowers on which the tapering fingers of the golden-eyed girl had rested. It was here she put up her hand, he murmured. He pressed caressingly the carved calyxes, once, twice, a third time even as she had, and silently and softly the wall began to split. On each side a great stone pivoted slowly, and before us a portal stood, opening into a narrow corridor glowing with the same rosy luster that had gleamed around the flame-tipped shadows. Have your gun ready, Olaf, said Larry. We follow golden eyes, he said to me. Follow? I echoed stupidly. Follow, he said. She came to show us the way. Follow, he tub. I'd follow her through 1,000 hells. And with Olaf at one end, O'Keefe at the other, both of them with automatics in hand, and Marikanoff and I between them, we stepped over the threshold. At our right, a few feet away, the passage ended abruptly in a square of polished stone, from which came faint rose radiance. The roof of the place was less than 2 feet over O'Keefe's head. A yard at left of us lifted a 4-foot-high, gently curved barricade, stretching from wall to wall and beyond. It was blackness, an utter and appalling blackness that seemed to gather itself from infinite depths. The rose glow in which we stood was cut off by the blackness as though it had substance. It shimmered out to meet it and was checked as though by a blow. Indeed, so strong was the suggestion of sinister, straining force within the rayless opacity that I shrank back and Marikanoff with me. Not so O'Keefe. Olaf beside him, he strode to the wall and peered over. He beckoned us. Flash your pocket light down there, he said to me, pointing into the thick darkness below us. The little electric circle quivered down as though afraid, and came to rest upon a surface that resembled nothing so much as clear black ice. I ran the light across here and there. The floor of the corridor was of a substance so smooth, so polished, that no man could have walked upon it. It sloped downward at a slowly increasing angle. We'd have to have non-skid chains and brakes on our feet to tackle that, mused Larry. Abstractedly, B ran his hands over the edge on which he was leaning. Suddenly they hesitated and then gripped tightly. That's a queer one, he exclaimed. His right palm was resting upon a rounded protuberance, on the side of which were 3 small circular indentations. A queer one, he repeated and pressed his fingers upon the circles. There was a sharp click. The slabs that had opened to let us through swung swiftly together. A curiously rapid vibration thrilled through us. A wind arose and passed over our heads. A wind that grew and grew until it became a whistling shriek, then a roar, and then a mighty humming to which every atom in our bodies pulsed in rhythm, painful almost to disintegration. The rosy wall dwindled in a flash, to a point of light and disappeared. Wrapped in the clinging, impenetrable blackness we were racing, dropping, hurling at a frightful speed, where, and ever that awful humming of the rushing wind and the lightning cleaving of the tangible dark, so, it came to me oddly, must the newly released soul race through the sheer blackness of outer space, up to that throne of justice where God sits high above all suns. I felt Marikinoff creep close to me, gripped my nerve and flashed my pocket light, saw Larry standing, peering ahead, and Huldrickson, one strong arm around his shoulders, bracing him. And then the speed began to slacken. Millions of miles, it seemed, below the sound of the unearthly hurricane. I heard Larry's voice, thin and ghost-like, beneath its clamor. "Got it," shrilled the voice. "Got it, don't worry." The wind died down to the roar, passed back into the whistling shriek, and diminished to a steady whisper. In the comparative quiet, O'Keefe's tones now came in normal volume. "Some loose shoot the chutes, what?" he shouted. "Say if they had this at Coney Island or the Crystal Palace. Press all the way in these holes and she goes top high. Diminish pressure, diminish speed. The curve of this dashboard here sends the wind shooting up over our heads like a windshield. What's behind you?" I flashed the light back. The mechanism on which we were ended in another wall exactly similar to that over which O'Keefe crouched. "Well, we can't fall out, anyway," he laughed. "Wish to hell I knew where the brakes were. Look out!" We dropped dizzily down an abrupt, seemingly endless slope, fell as into an abyss, then shot abruptly out of the blackness into a throbbing green radiance. O'Keefe's fingers must have pressed down upon the controls, for we leaped forward almost with the speed of light. I caught a glimpse of luminous immensities on the verge of which we flew, of depths inconceivable, and flitting through the incredible spaces gigantic shadows as of the wings of Israfel, which are so wide, say the Arabs, the world can cower under them like a nestling, and then again the living blackness. What was that? This from Larry, with the nearest approach to awe that he had yet shown. "Trolldom," croaked the voice of Olaf. "Chert, this from Marikinoff. What a space!" "Have you considered, Dr. Goodwin," he went on after a pause, "a curious thing? We know, or at least, is it not that 9 out of 10 astronomers believe that the moon was hurled out of the same region we now call the Pacific when the earth was yet like molasses, almost molten I should say? And is it not curious that that which comes from the moon chamber needs the moon rays to bring it forth? Is it not? And is it not significant again that the stone depends upon the moon for operating? Duh! And lasts such a space in Mother Earth as we just glimpsed. How else could it have been torn but by some gigantic birth like that of the moon? Duh! I do not put forward these as statements of fact, no! But as suggestions. I started, there was so much that this might explain an unknown element that responded to the moon rays in opening the moon door. The blue pool with its weird radioactivity and the force within it that reacted to the same light stream. It was not inconceivable that a film had drawn over the world wound, a film of earth flesh which drew itself over that colossal abyss after our planet had borne its satellite. That world do not close when her shining child sprang forth. It was possible, and all that we know of Earth's depth is 4 miles of her 8,000. What is there at the heart of Earth? What of that radiant unknown element upon the moon, Mount Tycho? What of that element unknown to us as part of Earth which is seen only in the corona of the sun at eclipse that we call coronium? Yet the Earth is child of the sun as the moon is Earth's daughter. And what of that other unknown element we find, glowing green in the far-flung nebulae green as that we had just passed through, and that we call nebulium? Yet the sun is child of the nebulae as the earth is child of the sun and the moon is child of the earth. And what miracles are there in coronium and nebulium which, as the child of nebula and sun we inherit? Yes, and in Tycho's enigma which came from earth heart, we were flashing down to earth heart, and what miracles were hidden there? Chapter 12. The End of the Journey. Say, Doc, it was Larry's voice flung back at me. I was thinking about that frog. I think it was her pet. Damn me if I see any difference between a frog and a snake, and one of the nicest women I ever knew had 2 pet pythons that followed her around like kittens. Not such a devilish lot of choice between a frog and a snake except on the side of the frog? What? Anyway, any pet that girl wants is hers. I don't care if it's a leaping 12-toed lobster or a whale-bodied scorpion. Get me. By which I knew that our remarks upon the frog woman were still bothering O'Keefe. He thinks of foolish nothings like the foolish sailor, grunted Marikinoff, acid contempt in his words. What are there women to this? He swept out a hand, and as though at a signal the car poised itself for an instant, then dipped, literally dipped down into sheer space, skimmed forward in what was clearly curved. Flight rose as upon a sweeping upgrade and then began swiftly to slacken its fearful speed. Far ahead a point of light showed, grew steadily, we were within it, and softly all movement ceased. How acute had been the strain of our journey, I did not realize until I tried to stand and sank back, leg muscles too shaky to bear my weight. The car rested in a slit in the center of a smooth-walled chamber, perhaps 20 feet square. The wall facing us was pierced by a low doorway through which we could see a flight of steps leading downward. The light streamed through a small opening, the base of which was twice a tall man's height from the floor. A curving flight of broad, low steps led up to it, and now it came to my steadying brain that there was something puzzling, peculiar, strangely unfamiliar about this light. It was silvery, shaded faintly with the delicate blue and flushed lightly with a nacreous rose, but a rose that differed from that of the terraces of the pool chamber as the rose within the opal differs from that within the pearl. In it were tiny gleaming points, like the motes in a sunbeam, but sparkling white like the dust of diamonds, and with a quality of vibrant vitality. They were as though they were alive. The light cast no shadows. A little breeze came through the oval and played about us. It was laden with what seemed the mingled breath of spice flowers and pines. It was curiously vivifying, and in it the diamonded atoms of light shook and danced. I stepped out of the car, the Russian following, and began to ascend the curved steps toward the opening, at the top of which O'Keefe and Olaf already stood. As they looked out, I saw both their faces change, Olaf's with awe, O'Keefe's with incredulous amaze. I hurried to their side. At first all that I could see was space, a space filled with the same coruscating effulgence that pulsed about me. I glanced upward, obeying that instinctive impulse of earth folk that bids them seek within the sky for sources of light. There was no sky, at least no sky, such as we know. All was a sparkling nebulosity rising into infinite distances as the azure above the day world seems to fill all the heavens. Through it ran pulsing waves and flashing javelin rays that were like shining shadows of the aurora. Echoes, octaves lower, of those brilliant arpeggios and chords that play about the poles. My eyes fell beneath its splendor. I stared outward. Miles away, gigantic luminous cliffs sprang sheer from the limits of a lake whose waters were of milky opalescence. It was from these cliffs that the spangled radiance came, shimmering out from all their lustrous surfaces. To left and to right, as far as the eye could see, They stretched and they vanished in the auroral nebulosity on high. "Look at that!" exclaimed Larry. I followed his pointing finger. On the face of the shining wall, stretched between two colossal columns, hung an incredible veil, prismatic, gleaming with all the colors of the spectrum. It was like a web of rainbows woven by the fingers of the daughters of the Jinn. In front of it, and a little at each side, was a semicircular pier, or better, a plaza of what appeared to be glistening, pale yellow ivory. At each end of its half-circle clustered a few low-walled rose-stone structures, each of them surmounted by a number of high, slender pinnacles. We looked at each other, I think, a bit helplessly, and back again through the opening. We were standing, as I have said, at its base. The wall in which it was set was at least 10 feet thick, and so, of course, all that we could see of that which was without were the distances that revealed themselves above the outer ledge of the oval. "Let's take a look at what's under us," said Larry. He crept out upon the ledge and peered down, the rest of us following. 100 yards beneath us stretched gardens that must have been like those of many-columned Iram, which the ancient Eddite king had built for his pleasure ages before the deluge, and which Allah, so the Arab legend tells, took and hid from man within the Sahara beyond all hope of finding jealous, because they were more beautiful than his in paradise. Within them, flowers and groves of laced fern-like trees, pillared pavilions nestled. The trunks of the trees were of emerald, of vermilion, and of azure blue, and the blossoms whose fragrance was borne to us shone like jewels. The graceful pillars were tinted delicately. I noted that the pavilions were double in a way, 2-storied, and that they were oddly splotched with circles, with squares, and with oblongs of opacity. Noted, too, that over many this opacity stretched like a roof, yet it did not seem material. Rather was it impenetrable shadow. Down through this city of gardens ran a broad, shining green thoroughfare, glistening like glass and spanned at regular intervals with graceful, arched bridges. The road flashed to a wide square where rose, from a base of that same silvery stone that formed the lip of the moon pool, a titanic structure of 7 terraces, and along it flitted objects that bore a curious resemblance to the shell of the nautilus. Within them were human figures, and upon tree-bordered promenades on each side walked others. Far to the right we caught the glint of another emerald paved road, and between the two the gardens grew sweetly down to the hither side of that opalescent water, across which were the radiant cliffs and the curtain of mystery. Thus it was that we first saw the city of the dweller, blessed and accursed as no place on earth, or under or above earth, has ever been, or that force willing which some call God, ever again shall be. "Chert," whispered Markanoff. "Incredible! Trolldom!" gasped Olaf Huldrickson. "It is trolldom! Listen, Olaf," said Larry. "Cut out that trolldom stuff. There's no trolldom or fairies outside Ireland. Get that? And this isn't Ireland. And buck up, Professor. This to Markanoff. What you see down there are people, just plain people. And wherever there's people is where I live. Get me? There's no way in but in, and no way out but out," said O'Keefe. "And there's the stairway. Eggs are eggs, no matter how they're cooked, and people are just people, fellow travelers, no matter what dish they are in," he concluded. "Come on." With the 3 of us close behind him, he marched toward the entrance. Chapter 13. Yolara, Priestess of the Shining One. "You'd better have this handy, Doc." O'Keefe paused at the head of the stairway and handed me one of the automatics he had taken from Markanoff. "Shall I not have one also?" rather anxiously asked the latter. "When you need it, you'll get it," answered O'Keefe. "I'll tell you frankly, though, Professor, that you'll have to show me before I trust you with a gun. You shoot too straight from cover." The flash of anger in the Russian's eyes turned to a cold consideration. "You say always just what is in your mind, Lieutenant O'Keefe," he mused. That I shall remember." Later I was to recall this odd observation, and Marikinoff was to remember indeed. In single file, O'Keefe at the head and Olaf bringing up the rear, we passed through the portal. Before us dropped a circular shaft, into which the light from the chamber of the oval streamed liquidly. Set in its sides, the steps spiraled, and down them we went, cautiously. The stairway ended in a circular well, silent with no trace of exit. The rounded stones joined each other evenly, hermetically. Carved on one of the slabs was one of the 5 flowered vines. I pressed my fingers upon the calyxes, even as Larry had within the moon chamber. A crack horizontal 4 feet wide appeared on the wall, whitened, and as the sinking slab that made it drop to the level of our eyes, we looked through a 100-feet-long rift in the living rock. The stone fell steadily, and we saw that it was a cyclopean which, set within the slit of the passageway, it reached the level of our feet and stopped. At the far end of this tunnel, whose floor was the polished rock that had, a moment before, fitted hermetically into its roof, was a low, narrow, triangular opening through which light streamed. "Nowhere to go but out," grinned Larry, "and I'll bet Golden Eyes is waiting for us with a taxi." He stepped forward. We followed, slipping, sliding along the glassy surface, and I, for one, had a lively apprehension of what our fate would be should that enormous mass rise before we had emerged. We reached the end, crept out of the narrow triangle that was its exit. We stood upon a wide ledge, carpeted with a thick yellow moss. I looked behind and clutched O'Keefe's arm. The door through which we had come had vanished. There was only a precipice of pale rock, on whose surfaces great patches of the amber moss hung, around whose base our ledge ran, and whose summits, if summits it had, were hidden, like the luminous cliffs in the radiance above us. "Nowhere to go but ahead, and Golden Eyes hasn't kept her date," laughed O'Keefe, but somewhat grimly. We walked a few yards along the ledge and, rounding a corner, faced the end of one of the slender bridges. From this vantage point, the oddly shaped vehicles were plain, and we could see they were, indeed, like the shell of the Nautilus and elfinly beautiful. Their drivers sat high upon the forward whorl. Their bodies were piled high with cushions, upon which lay women half swathed in gay silken webs. From the pavilioned garden smaller channels of glistening green ran into the broad way, much as automobile runways do on Earth, and in and out of them flashed the fairy shells. There came a shout from one. Its occupants had glimpsed us. They pointed. Others stopped and stared. One shell turned and sped up a runway, and quickly over the other side of the bridge came a score of men. They were dwarfed, none of them more than 5 feet high, prodigiously broad of shoulder, clearly enormously powerful. "Frolda," muttered Olaf, stepping beside O'Keefe, pistol swinging free in his hand. But at the middle of the bridge, the leader stopped, waved back his men, and came toward us alone, palms outstretched in the immemorial, universal gesture of truce. He paused, scanning us with manifest wonder. We returned the scrutiny with interest. The dwarf's face was as white as Olaf's, far whiter than those of the other 3 of us. The features clean-cut and noble, almost classical, the wide-set eyes of a curious greenish gray, and the black hair curling over his head like that on some old Greek statue. Dwarfed though he was, there was no suggestion of deformity about him. The gigantic shoulders were covered with a loose green tunic that looked like fine linen. It was caught in at the waist by a broad girdle, studded with what seemed to be amazonites. In it was thrust a long, curved poniard resembling the Malaysian kriss. His legs were swathed in the same green cloth as the upper garment. His feet were sandaled. My gaze returned to his face, and in it I found something subtly disturbing, an expression of half-malicious gaiety that underlay the wholly prepossessing features, like a vague threat, a mocking deviltry that hinted at entire callousness to suffering or sorrow, something of the spirit that was vaguely alien and disquieting. He spoke, and, to my surprise, enough of the words were familiar to enable me clearly to catch the meaning of the whole. They were Polynesian, the Polynesian of the Samoans, which is its most ancient form, but in some indefinable way archaic. Later I was to know that the tongue bore the same relation to the Polynesian of today as does not that of Chaucer, but of the Venerable Bede, to modern English. Nor was this to be so astonishing, when with the knowledge came the certainty that it was from it the language we call Polynesian sprang. "From whence do you come, strangers, and how found you your way here?" said the Green Dwarf. I waved my hand toward the cliff behind us. His eyes narrowed incredulously. He glanced at its drop, upon which even a mountain goat could not have made its way, and laughed. "We came through the rock," I answered his thought. "And we come in peace," I added. "And may peace walk with you," he said, half derisively, "if the Shining One wills it." He considered us again. "Show me, strangers, where you came through the rock," he commanded. We led the way to where we had emerged from the well of the stairway. "It was here," I said, tapping the cliff. "But I see no opening," he said suavely. "It closed behind us," I answered, and then, for the first time, realized how incredible the explanation sounded. The derisive gleam passed through his eyes again, but he drew his poniard and gravely sounded the rock. "You give a strange turn to our speech," he said. "It sounds strangely, indeed, as strange as your answers." He looked at us quizzically. "I wonder where you learned it." "Well, all that you can explain to the Afiome." His head bowed and his arms swept out in a wide salaam. "Be pleased to come with me," he ended abruptly. "In peace?" I asked. "In peace," he replied then slowly, "with me at least." "Oh, come on, Doc," cried Larry. "As long as we're here, let's see the sights. Allons, mon vieux," he called gaily to the Green Dwarf. The latter, understanding the spirit if not the words, looked at O'Keefe with the twinkle of approval, turned then to the great Norseman and scanned him with admiration, reached out and squeezed one of the immense biceps. "Luger will welcome you, at least," he murmured as though to himself. He stood aside and waved a hand courteously, inviting us to pass. We crossed. At the base of the span, one of the elfin shells was waiting. Beyond, scores had gathered, their occupants evidently discussing us in much excitement. The Green Dwarf waved us to the piles of cushions and then through. Himself beside us. The vehicle started off smoothly, the now silent throng making way, and swept down the green roadway at a terrific pace and wholly without vibration toward the seven-terraced tower. As we flew along, I tried to discover the source of the power, but I could not then. There was no sign of mechanism, but that the shell responded to some form of energy was certain, the driver grasping a small lever which seemed to control not only our speed, but our direction. We turned abruptly and swept up a runway through one of the gardens, and stopped softly before a pillared pavilion. I saw now that these were much larger than I had thought. The structure to which we had been carried covered, I estimated, fully an acre. Oblong, with its slender, vari-colored columns spaced regularly, its walls were like the sliding screens of the Japanese shoji. The green dwarf hurried us up a flight of broad steps, flanked by great carved serpents, winged and scaled. He stamped twice upon mosaic stones between two of the pillars, and a screen rolled aside, revealing an immense hall scattered about with low divans on which lolled a dozen or more of the dwarfish men dressed identically as he. They sauntered up to us leisurely, the surprised interest in their faces tempered by the same inhumanly gay malice that seemed to be characteristic of all these people we had as yet seen. "The Afion Maya waits them, Raider," said one. The green dwarf nodded, beckoned us, and led the way through the great hall and into a smaller chamber whose far side was covered with the opacity I had noted from the eyrie of the cliff. I examined the blackness with lively interest. It had neither substance nor texture. It was not matter, and yet it suggested solidity, an entire cessation, a complete absorption of light, an ebon veil at once immaterial and palpable. I stretched involuntarily my hand out toward it and felt it quickly drawn back. "Do you seek your end so soon?" whispered Raider. "But I forget you do not know," he added. "On your life, touch not the blackness ever. He stopped, for abruptly in the density a portal appeared, swinging out of the shadow like a picture thrown by a lantern upon a screen. Through it was revealed a chamber filled with a soft, rosy glow. Rising from cushioned couches, a woman and a man regarded us, half leaning over a long, low table of what seemed polished jet, laden with flowers and unfamiliar fruits. About the room, that part of it at least, that I could see, were a few oddly shaped chairs of the same substance. On high, silvery tripods, 3 immense globes stood, and it was from them that the rose glow emanated. At the side of the woman was a smaller globe whose roseate gleam was tempered by quivering waves of blue. "Enter rather with the strangers," a clear, sweet voice called. Rador bowed deeply and stood aside, motioning us to pass. We entered, the green dwarf behind us, and out of the corner of my eye I saw the doorway fade as abruptly as it had appeared, and again the dense shadow fill its place. "Come closer, strangers, be not afraid," commanded the bell-toned voice. We approached. The woman, sober scientist that I am, made the breath catch in my throat. Never had I seen a woman so beautiful as was Yolara of the Dweller City, and none of so perilous a beauty. Her hair was of the color of the young tassels of the corn, and coiled in a regal crown above her broad white brows, her wide eyes were of gray that could change to a cornflower blue, and in anger deepened to purple. Gray or blue, they had little laughing devils within them, but when the storm of anger darkened them, they were not laughing, no. The silken webs that half covered, half revealed her, did not hide the ivory whiteness of her flesh, nor the sweet curve of shoulders and breasts. But for all her amazing beauty, she was sinister. There was cruelty about the curving mouth, and in the music of her voice not conscious cruelty, but the more terrifying, careless cruelty of nature itself. The girl of the rose wall had been beautiful, yes, but her beauty was human, understandable. You could imagine her with a babe in her arms, but you could not so imagine this woman. About her loveliness hovered something unearthly. A sweet feminine echo of the Dweller was Yolara, the Dweller's priestess, and as gloriously, terrifyingly evil. Chapter 14. The Justice of Laura. As I looked at her, the man arose and made his way round the table toward us. For the first time my eyes took in Lugor. A few inches taller than the green dwarf, he was far broader, more filled with the suggestion of appalling strength. The tremendous shoulders were 4 feet wide, if an inch, tapering down to mighty thewed thighs. The muscles of his chest stood out beneath his tunic of red. Around his forehead shone a chaplet of bright blue stones, sparkling among the thick curls of his silver ash hair. Upon his face pride and ambition were written large, and power still larger. All the mockery, the malice, the hint of callous indifference that I had noted in the other dwarfish men were there too, but intensified, touched with the satanic. The woman spoke again. "Who are you, strangers, and how came you here?" She turned to Rador. "Or is it that they do not understand our tongue?" "One understands and speaks it but very badly, O Yalara," answered the green dwarf. "Speak, then, that one of you," she commanded. But it was Marikinoff who found his voice first, and I marveled at the fluency, so much greater than mine, with which he spoke. "We came for different purposes. I to seek knowledge of a kind. He, pointing to me, of another. This man," he looked at Olaf, "to find a wife and child." The gray-blue eyes had been regarding O'Keefe steadily, and with plainly increasing interest. "And why did you come?" she asked him. Nay, I would have him speak for himself, if he can. She stilled Marikinoff peremptorily. When Larry spoke, it was haltingly, in the tongue that was strange to him, searching for the proper words. "I came to help these men, and because something I could not then understand called me, O lady, whose eyes are like forest pools at dawn," he answered. And even in the unfamiliar words there was a touch of the Irish brogue, and little merry lights danced in the eyes Larry had so apostrophized. "I could find fault with your speech, but none with its burden," she said. "What forest pools are I know not, and the dawn has not shone upon the people of Laura these many says of Leia. 1. But I sense what you mean." The eyes deepened to blue as she regarded him. She smiled. "Are there many like you in the world from which you come?" she asked softly. "Well, we soon shall," Luger interrupted her almost rudely and glowering. "Best we should know how they came hence," he growled. She darted a quick look at him, and again the little devils danced in her wondrous eyes. Unquestionably, there is a subtle difference between time as we know it and time in this subterranean land, its progress there being slower. This, however, is only in accord with the well-known doctrine of relativity, which predicates both space and time as necessary inventions of the human mind to orient itself to the conditions under which it finds itself. I tried often to measure this difference, but could never do so to my entire satisfaction. The closest I can come to it is to say that an hour of our time is the equivalent of an hour and 5/8 in Maria. For further information upon this matter of relativity, the reader may consult any of the numerous books upon the subject. WTG. "Yes, that is true," she said. "How came you here?" Again it was Marikinoff who answered slowly, considering every word. "In the world above," he said, "there are ruins of cities not built by any of those who now dwell there. To us these places called, and we sought for knowledge of the wise ones who made them. We found a passageway. The way led us downward to a door in yonder cliff, and through it we came here." "Then have you found what you sought?" spoke she. "For we are of those who built the cities. But this gateway in the rock, where is it? After we passed, it closed upon us, nor could we after find trace of it," answered Marikinoff. The incredulity that had shone upon the face of the green dwarf fell upon theirs. On Lugur's, it was clouded with furious anger. He turned to Rador. "I could find no opening, Lord," said the green dwarf quickly, and there was so fierce a fire in the eyes of Lugur as he swung back upon us that O'Keefe's hand slipped stealthily down toward his pistol. "Best it is to speak truth to Yalara, priestess of the Shining One, and to Lugur, the Voice," he cried menacingly. "It is the truth," I interposed. "We came down the passage. At its end was a carved vine, a vine of 5 flowers. The fire died from the red dwarf's eyes, and I could have sworn to a swift pallor. I rested a hand upon these flowers, and a door opened, but when we had gone through it and turned, behind us was nothing but unbroken cliff. The door had vanished. I had taken my cue for Markanoff. If he had eliminated the episode of Carr and Moon Pool, he had good reason, I had no doubt, and I would be as cautious. And deep within me, something cautioned me to say nothing of my quest, to stifle all thought of Throckmorton, something that warned, peremptorily, finally, as though it were a message from Throckmorton himself. "A vine with 5 flowers!" exclaimed the red dwarf. "Was it like this, say?" He thrust forward a long arm. Upon the thumb of the hand was an immense ring set with a dull blue stone. Graven on the face of the jewel was the symbol of the rosy walls of the moon chamber that had opened to us their 2 portals. A cut over the vine were set in circles, one about each of the flowers and 2 larger ones covering, intersecting them. "This is the same," I said, "but these were not there." I indicated the circles. The woman drew a deep breath and looked deep into Lugur's eyes. "The sign of the Silent Ones," he half whispered. It was the woman who first recovered herself. "The strangers are weary, Lugur," she said. "When they are rested, they shall show where their rocks opened." I sensed a subtle change in their attitude toward us, a new intentness, a doubt, plainly tinged with apprehension. What was it they feared? Why had the symbol of the vine wrought the change? And who or what were the Silent Ones? Yalara's eyes turned to Olaf, hardened, and grew cold gray. Subconsciously I had noticed that from the first, the Norseman had been absorbed in his regard of the pair, had indeed never taken his gaze from them, had noticed too the priestess dart swift glances toward him. He returned her scrutiny fearlessly, a touch of contempt in the clear eyes like a child watching a snake which he did not dread, but whose danger be well knew. Under that look Yalara stirred impatiently, sensing, I know, its meaning. "Why do you look at me so?" she cried. An expression of bewilderment passed over Olaf's face. "I do not understand," he said in English. I caught a quickly repressed gleam in O'Keefe's eyes. He knew, as I knew, that Olaf must have understood. But did Markanoff? Apparently he did not. But why was Olaf feigning ignorance? "This man is a sailor from what we call the North," thus Larry, haltingly. "He is crazed, I think. He tells a strange tale of a something of cold fire that took his wife and babe. We found him wandering where we were, and because he is strong, we brought him with us. That is all, O lady, whose voice is sweeter than the honey of the wild bees." "A shape of cold fire," she repeated. "A shape of cold fire that whirled beneath the moon with the sound of little bells," answered Larry, watching her intently. She looked at Lugur and laughed. "Then he too is fortunate," she said, "for he has come to the place of his something of cold fire and tell him that he shall join his wife and child in time, that I promise him." Upon the Norseman's face there was no hint of comprehension, and at that moment I formed an entirely new opinion of Olaf's intelligence, for certainly it must have been a prodigious effort of the will, indeed that enabled him, understanding, to control himself. "What does she say?" he asked. Larry repeated. "Good," said Olaf. "Good." He looked at Yolara with well-assumed gratitude. Luger, who had been scanning his bulk, drew close. He felt the giant muscles which Huldriksen accommodatingly flexed for him. "But he shall meet Valdor and Tohola before he sees those kin of his," he laughed mockingly. "And if he bests them for reward his wife and babe." A shudder, quickly repressed, shook the seaman's frame. The woman bent her supremely beautiful head. "These two," she said, pointing to the Russian and to me, "seem to be men of learning. They may be useful. As for this man," she smiled at Larry, "I would have him explain to me some things." She hesitated. "What on eye of Ewile Beeses is?" Larry had spoken the words in English, and she was trying to repeat them. "As for this man, the sailor, do as you please with him, Luger, always remembering that I have given my word that he shall join that wife and babe of his." She laughed sweetly, sinisterly. "And now take them, Raider, give them food and drink, and let them rest till we shall call them again." She stretched out a hand toward O'Keefe. The Irishman bowed low over it, raised it softly to his lips. There was a vicious hiss from Luger. But Yolara regarded Larry with eyes now all tender blue. "You please me," she whispered, and the face of Luger grew darker. We turned to go. The rosy azure-shot globe at her side suddenly dulled. From it came a faint bell sound as of chimes far away. She bent over it. It vibrated, and then its surface ran with little waves of dull color. From it came a whispering so low that I could not distinguish the words, if words they were. She spoke to the Red Dwarf. "They have brought the three who blasphemed the Shining One," she said slowly. "Now it is in my mind to show these strangers the justice of Laura. What say you, Luger?" The Red Dwarf nodded, his eyes sparkling with a malicious anticipation. The woman spoke again to the globe. "Bring them here," and again it ran swiftly with its film of colors, darkened, and shone rosy once more. From without there came a rustle of many feet upon the rugs. Yolara pressed a slender hand upon the base of the pedestal of the globe beside her. Abruptly the light faded from all, and on the same instant the four walls of blackness vanished, revealing on two sides the lovely, unfamiliar garden through the guarding rows of pillars. At our backs, soft draperies hid what lay beyond. Before us, flanked by flowered screens, was the corridor through which we had entered, crowded now by the green dwarfs of the great. The dwarfs advanced. Each, I now noted, had the same clustering black hair of Rador. They separated, and from them stepped three figures, a youth of not more than 20, short, but with the great shoulders of all the males we had seen of this race. A girl of 17, I judged, white-faced, a head taller than the boy, her long black hair disheveled, and behind these two a stunted, gnarled shape whose head was sunk deep between the enormous shoulders, whose white beard fell like that of some ancient gnome down to his waist, and whose eyes were a white flame of hate. The girl cast herself weeping at the feet of the priestess. The youth regarded her curiously. "You are Sangar of the lower waters?" murmured Yolara almost caressingly. "And this is your daughter and her lover?" The gnome nodded, the flame in his eyes leaping higher. "It has come to me that you three have dared blaspheme the Shining One, its priestess, and its voice," went on Yolara smoothly. "Also, that you have called out to the three Silent Ones. Is it true? Your spies have spoken, and have you not already judged us?" The voice of the old dwarf was bitter. A flicker shot through the eyes of Yalara. Again, cold gray. The girl reached a trembling hand out to the hem of the priestess's veils. "Tell us why you did these things, Songar," she said. "Why you did them, knowing full well what your reward would be." The dwarf stiffened. He raised his withered arms, and his eyes blazed. "Because evil are your thoughts, and evil are your deeds," he cried. "Yours and your lover's, there." He leveled a finger at Luger. "Because of the Shining One, you have made evil too, and the greater wickedness you contemplate you, and he with the Shining One. But I tell you that your measure of iniquity is full, the tale of your sin near ended. Yea, the Silent Ones have been patient, but soon they will speak." He pointed at us. "A sign, are they a warning, harlot?" He spat thee. Word. In Yolara's eyes, grown black, the devils leaped unrestrained. "Is it even so, Songar?" Her voice caressed. "Now ask the Silent Ones to help you. They sit afar, but surely they will hear you." The sweet voice was mocking. "As for these two, they shall pray to the Shining One for forgiveness, and surely the Shining One will take them to its bosom. As for you, have lived long enough, Songar. Pray to the Silent Ones, Songar, and pass out into the nothingness you." She dipped down into her bosom and drew forth something that resembled a small cone of tarnished silver. She leveled it. A covering clicked from its base, and out of it darted a slender ray of intense green light. It struck the old dwarf squarely over the heart and spread swift as light itself. Covering him with a gleaming pale film, she clenched her hand upon the cone, and the ray disappeared. She thrust the cone back into her breast and leaned forward expectantly, so Luger and so the other dwarfs. From the girl came a low wail of anguish. The boy dropped upon his knees, covering his face. For the moment the white beard stood rigid. Then the robe that had covered him seemed to melt away, revealing all the knotted, monstrous body. And in that body a vibration began, increasing to incredible rapidity. It wavered before us like a reflection in a still pond stirred by a sudden wind. It grew and grew to a rhythm whose rapidity was intolerable to watch and that still chained the eyes. The figure grew indistinct, misty. Tiny sparks in infinite numbers leaped from it like, I thought, the radiant shower of particles hurled out by radium when seen under the microscope. Mistier still, it grew there, trembled before us for a moment, a faintly luminous shadow which held, here and there, tiny sparkling atoms like those that pulsed in the light about us. The glowing shadow vanished, the sparkling atoms were still for a moment and shot away, joining those dancing others. Where the gnome-like form had been but a few seconds before, there was nothing. O'Keefe drew a long breath, and I was sensible of a prickling along my scalp. Yolara leaned toward us. "You have seen," she said. Her eyes lingered tigerishly upon Olaf's pallid face. "Heed," she whispered. She turned to the men in green who were laughing softly among themselves. "Take these two and go," she commanded. "The justice of Laura," said the Red Dwarf. "The justice of Laura and the Shining One under the Gnarl." Upon the utterance of the last word I saw Marakinov start violently. The hand at his side made a swift, surreptitious gesture, so fleeting that I hardly caught it. The Red Dwarf stared at the Russian, and there was amazement upon his face. Swiftly as Marakinov, he returned it. "Yolara," the Red Dwarf spoke, "it would please me to take this man of wisdom to my own place for a time. The giant I would have, too." The woman awoke from her brooding, nodded. "As you will, Luger," she said, and as, shaken to the core, we passed out into the garden into the full. Throbbing of the light, I wondered if all the tiny sparkling diamond points that shook about us had once been men like Sangar of the lower waters, and felt my very soul grow sick. 1. Later I was to find that Miriam reckoning rested upon the extraordinary increased luminosity of the cliffs at the time of full moon on earth, this action, to my mind, being linked either with the effect of the light streaming globes upon the moon pool whose source was in the shining cliffs, or else upon some mysterious affinity of their radiant element with the flood of moonlight on earth, the latter. Most probably because even when the moon must have been clouded above, it made no difference in the phenomenon. 13 of these shinings forth constituted a leia, one of them a lat. 10 was Sol, 10 times 10 times 10 times 10, or 1,000. 10 times 1,000 was a size. A sais of leia was then literally 10,000 years. What we would call an hour was by them called a va. The whole time system was, of course, a mingling of time as it had been. Known to their remote surface-dwelling ancestors and the peculiar determining factors in the vast cavern. Chapter 15. The Angry Whispering Globe. Our way led along the winding path between banked masses of softly radiant blooms, groups of feathery ferns whose plumes were starred with fragrant white and blue flowerets, slender creepers swinging from the branches of the strangely trunked trees, bearing along their threads orchid-like blossoms, both delicately frail and gorgeously flamboyant. The path we trod was an exquisite mosaic pastel greens and pinks upon a soft gray base, garlands of nimbused forms like the flaming rows of the Rosicrucians held in the mouths of the flying serpents. A smaller pavilion arose before us, single-storied, front wide open. Upon its threshold, Radar paused, bowed deeply, and motioned us within. The chamber we entered was large, closed on two sides by screens of gray. At the back, gay, concealing curtains. The low table of blue stone, dressed with fine white cloths, stretched at one side, flanked by the cushioned divans. At the left was a high tripod bearing one of the rosy globes we had seen in the house of Yulara. At the head of the table, a smaller globe similar to the whispering one. Radar pressed upon its base, and two other screens slid into place across the entrance, shutting in the room. He clapped his hands. The curtains parted, and two girls came through them, tall and willow-lithe, their bluish-black hair falling in ringlets just below their white shoulders, their clear eyes of forget-me-not blue, and skins of extraordinary fineness and purity. They were singularly attractive. Each was clad in an extremely scanty bodice of silken blue, girdled above a kirtle that came barely to their very pretty knees. "Food and drink," ordered Radar. They dropped back through the curtains. "Do you like them?" he asked us. "Some chickens," said Larry. "They delight the heart," he translated for Radar. The green dwarf's next remark made me gasp. "They are yours," he said. Before I could question him further upon this extraordinary statement, the pair re-entered, bearing a great platter on which were small loaves, strange fruits, and 3 immense flagons of rock crystal, 2 filled with a slightly sparkling yellow liquid, and the third with a purplish drink. I became acutely sensible that it had been hours since I had either eaten or drunk. The yellow flagons were set before Larry and me, the purple at Radar's hand. The girls at his signal again withdrew. I raised my glass to my lips and took a deep draught. The taste was unfamiliar but delightful. Almost at once my fatigue disappeared. I realized a clarity of mind, an interesting exhilaration and sense of irresponsibility, of freedom from care that were oddly enjoyable. Larry became immediately his old gay self. The green dwarf regarded us whimsically, sipping from his great flagon of rock crystal. "Much do I desire to know of that world you came from," he said at last. "Through the rocks," he added slyly. "And much do we desire to know of this world of yours, O Rador," I answered. Should I ask him of the dweller? Seek from him a clue to Throckmorton? Again, clearly as a spoken command, came the warning to forbear, to wait. And once more I obeyed. "Let us learn, then, from each other." The dwarf was laughing, and first R. All above like you drawn out. He made an expressive gesture. "And are there many of you?" "There are." I hesitated, and at last spoke the Polynesian that means tens upon tens multiplied indefinitely. "There are as many as the drops of water in the lake we saw from the ledge where you found us," I continued. "Many as the leaves on the trees without. And they are all like us varyingly." He considered skeptically. I could see my remark upon our numbers. "In Muria," he said at last, "the men are like me or like Lugur. Our women are as you see them like Yolara or those two who served you." He hesitated. "And there is a third, but only one." Larry leaned forward eagerly. Brown-haired, with glints of ruddy bronze, golden-eyed, and lovely as a dream. With long, slender, beautiful hands, he cried. "Where saw you her?" interrupted the dwarf, starting to his feet. "Saw her?" Larry recovered himself. "Nay, Raider, perhaps. I only dreamed that there was such a woman." "See to it, then, that you tell not your dream to Yolara," said the dwarf grimly. "For her I meant, and her you have pictured is Lachla, the handmaiden to the Silent Ones. And neither Yolara, nor Luger, nay, nor the Shining One, love her overmuch, stranger." "Does she dwell here?" Larry's face was alight. The dwarf hesitated, glanced about him anxiously. "Nay," he answered, "ask me no more of her." He was silent for a space. "And what do you, who are as leaves or drops of water, do in that world of yours?" he said, plainly bent on turning the subject. "Heap off the golden-eyed girl, Larry," I interjected. "Wait till we find out why she's taboo. Love in battle, strive and accomplish and die, or fail and die," answered Larry to Rador, giving me a quick nod of acquiescence to my warning in English. "In that at least your world and mine differ little," said the dwarf. "How great is this world of yours, Rador?" I spoke. He considered me gravely. "How great indeed I do not know," he said frankly at last. "The land where we dwell with the Shining One stretches along the white waters, for he used a phrase of which I could make nothing. Beyond this city of the Shining One, and on the hither shores of the white waters, dwell the Maya Ladala, the common ones." He took a deep draught from his flagon. "There are first the fair-haired ones, the children of the ancient rulers," he continued. "There are second we the soldiers, and last the Mayila who dig and till and weave, and toil and give our rulers and us their daughters, and dance with the Shining One," he added. "Who rules?" I asked. "The fair-haired, under the council of 9, who are under Yolara the priestess and Lugur the voice," he answered, "who are in turn beneath the Shining One." There was a ring of bitter satire in the last. "And those 3 who were judged?" This from Larry. "They were of the Maya Ladala," he replied, "like those 2 I gave you, but they grow restless. They do not like to dance with the Shining One, the blasphemers." He raised his voice in a sudden great shout of mocking laughter. In his words I caught a fleeting picture of the race, an ancient, luxurious, close-bred oligarchy clustered about some mysterious deity, a soldier class that supported them, and underneath all the toiling, oppressed hordes. "And is that all?" asked Larry. "No," he answered. "There is the sea of crimson where without warning the globe beside us sent out a vicious note." Ratter turned toward it, his face paling. Its surface crawled with whisperings. "Angry, peremptory, I hear," he croaked, gripping the table. "I obey." He turned to us, a face devoid for once of its malice. "Ask me no more questions, strangers," he said. "And now, if you are done, I will show you where you may sleep and bathe." He arose abruptly. We followed him through the hangings, passed through a corridor and into another smaller chamber, roofless, the sides walled with screens of dark gray. 2 cushioned couches were there, and a curtained door leading into an open outer enclosure in which a fountain played within a wide pool. "Your bath," said Radar. He dropped the curtain and came back into the room. He touched a carved flower at one side. There was a tiny sign from overhead, and instantly across the top spread a veil of blackness, impenetrable to light, but certainly not to air, for through it pulsed little breaths of the garden fragrances. The room filled with the cool twilight, refreshing, sleep-inducing. The green dwarf pointed to the couches. "Sleep," he said. "Sleep and fear nothing. My men are on guard outside." He came closer to us, the old mocking gaiety sparkling in his eyes. "But I spoke too quickly," he whispered, "whether it is because the Affiammé fears their tongues, or," he laughed at Larry, "the maids are not yours." Still laughing, he vanished through the curtains of the room of the fountain before I could ask him the meaning of his curious gift, its withdrawal, and his most enigmatic closing remarks. Back in the great old days of Ireland, thus Larry breaking into my thoughts raptly, the brogue thick, there was Carroll MacCarroll, Carroll Swift's Speary. And Carroll wronged Kevin of Amain Ablock, of the blood of Angus, of the great people when he was sleeping in the likeness of a pale reed. Then Kevin put this penance on Carroll, that for a year Carroll should wear his body in Amain Ablock, which is the land of Faery, and for that year Kevin should wear the body of Cariel. And it was done. In that year Cariel met Emmer of the birds, that are one white, one red, and one black, and they loved, and from that love sprang Ael their son. And when Ael was born he took a reed flute, and first he played slumber on Carroll, and then he played old age, so that Carroll grew white and withered. Then Aelil played again, and Carroll became a shadow, then a Hierl became a shadow, then a breath, and the breath went out upon the wind. He shivered. "Like the old gnome," he whispered, "that they called Songar of the lower waters." He shook his head as though he cast a dream from him. Then all alert. "But that was in Iceland ages agone, and there's nothing like that here, Doc." He laughed. "It doesn't scare me one little bit, old boy. The pretty devil lady's got the wrong slant. When you've had a pal standing beside you one moment full of life and joy and power and potentialities, telling what he's going to do to mate, the world hum when he gets through the slaughter, just running over with zip and pep of life, Doc, in the next instant, right in the middle of a laugh, a piece of damned shell takes off half his head, and with it joy and power and all the rest of it. His face twitched. Well, old man, in the face of that mystery, a disappearing act such as the devil lady treated us to doesn't make much of a dent, not on me. But by the brokens of Brian Boru, if we could have had some of that stuff to turn on during the war. Oh boy! He was silent, evidently contemplating the idea with vast pleasure. And as for me, at that moment, my last doubt of Larry O'Keefe vanished. I saw that he did believe, really believed, in his banshees, his leprechauns, and all the old dreams of the Gael, but only within the limits of Ireland. In one drawer of his mind was packed all his superstition, his mysticism, and what of weakness it might carry. But face him with any peril or problem, and the drawer closed instantaneously, leaving a mind that was utterly fearless, incredulous, and ingenious, swept clean of all cobwebs by as fine a skeptic broom as ever brushed a brain. Some stuff. Deepest admiration was in his voice. If we'd only had it when the war was on, imagine half a dozen of us scooting over the enemy batteries, and the gunners underneath all at once beginning to shake themselves to pieces. Wow! His tone was rapturous. It's easy enough to explain, Larry, I said. The effect, that is, for what the green ray is made of. I don't know, of course. But what it does, clearly, is stimulate atomic vibration to such a pitch that the cohesion between the particles of matter is broken and the body flies to bits, just as a flywheel does when its speed gets so great that the particles of which it is made can't hold together. Shake themselves to pieces is right then, he exclaimed. Absolutely right, I nodded. Everything in nature vibrates. And all matter, whether man or beast or stone or metal or vegetable, is made up of vibrating molecules, which are made up of vibrating atoms, which are made up of truly infinitely small particles of electricity called electrons, and electrons, the base of all matter, are themselves perhaps only a vibration of the mysterious ether. If a magnifying glass of sufficient size and strength could be placed over us, we could see ourselves as sieves our space lattice, as it is called. And all that is necessary to break down the lattice, to shake us into nothingness, is some agent that will set our atoms vibrating at such a rate that at last they escape the unseen cords and fly off. The green ray of Yolara is such an agent. It's set up in the dwarf that incredibly rapid rhythm that you saw and shook him not to atoms but to electrons. They had a gun on the west front, a 75, said O'Keefe. That broke the eardrums of everybody who fired it, no matter what protection they used. It looked like all the other 75s, but there was something about its sound that did it. They had to recast it. It's practically the same thing, I replied. By some freak, its vibratory qualities had that effect. The deep whistle of the sunken Lusitania would, for instance, make the Singer building shake to its foundations, while the Olympic did not affect the Singer at all, but made the Woolworth shiver all through. In each case, they stimulated the atomic vibration of the particular building. I paused, aware all at once of an intense drowsiness. O'Keefe, yawning, reached down to unfasten his puttees. "Lord, I'm sleepy," he exclaimed. "Can't understand it what you say. Most interesting, Lord." He yawned again. Straightened. What made? "Bredy takes such a shine to the Russian?" he asked. "The Narrowa," I answered, fighting to keep my eyes open. "What?" When Luker spoke that name, I saw Marikinoff signal him. The Naroa is, I suspect, the original form of the name of Tangaroa, the greatest god of the Polynesians. There's a secret cult to him in the islands. Marikinoff may belong to it. He knows it anyway. Luger recognized the signal and, despite his surprise, answered it. "So we gave him the high sign, eh?" mused Larry. "How could they both know it? The cult is a very ancient one. Undoubtedly, it had its origin in the dim beginnings before these people migrated here," I replied. "It's a link one of that." Few links between up there and the lost past, Trouble then, mumbled Larry. Hell brewing. I smell it. Say, Doc, is this sleepiness natural? Wonder where my gas mask is, he added half incoherently. But I myself was struggling desperately against the drugged slumber pressing down upon me. Lachla, I heard O'Keefe murmur. Lachla of the golden eyes, no eyelid the fair. He made an immense effort, half raised himself, grinned faintly. Thought this was paradise when I first saw it, Doc, he sighed. But I know now, if it is. No Man's Land was the greatest place on earth for a honeymoon. They've got us. Doc, he sank back. Good luck, old boy, wherever you're going. His hand waved feebly. Glad knew you. Hope see you gain. His voice trailed into silence. Fighting with every fiber of brain and nerve against the sleep, I felt myself being steadily overcome. Yet before oblivion rushed down upon me, I seemed to see upon the gray-screened wall nearest the Irishman an oval of rosy light begin to glow. Watched, as my falling lids inexorably fell, a flame-tipped shadow waver on it, thicken, condense, and there looking down upon Larry, her eyes great golden stars in which intensest curiosity and shy tenderness struggled, sweet mouth, half smiling, was the girl of the moon's chain Caid have recaptured, then oblivion indeed. Chapter 16. Yulara of Maria versus the O'Keefe. I awakened with all the familiar homely sensation of a shade having been pulled up in a darkened room. I thrilled with a wonderful sense of deep rest and restored resiliency. The ebon shadow had vanished from above and down into the room was pouring the silvery light. From the fountain pool came a mighty splashing and shouts of laughter. I jumped and drew the curtain. O'Keefe and Rador were swimming a wild race, the dwarf like an otter, outdistancing and playing around the Irishman at will. Had that overpowering sleep, and now I confess that my struggle against it had been largely inspired by fear that it was the abnormal slumber which Throckmorton had described as having heralded the approach of the dweller before it had carried away Thora. And Stanton had that sleep been, after all, nothing but natural reaction of tired nerves and brains? And that last vision of the golden-eyed girl bending over Larry? Had that also been a delusion of an overstressed mind? Well, it might have been. I could not tell. At any rate, I decided I would speak about it to O'Keefe once we were alone again, and then giving myself up to the urge of buoyant well-being, I shouted like a boy, stripped and joined the two in the pool. The water was warm, and I felt the unwonted tingling of life in every vein increase. Something from it seemed to pulse through the skin, carrying a clean, vigorous vitality that toned every fiber. Tiring at last, we swam to the edge and drew ourselves out. The green dwarf quickly clothed himself, and Larry rather carefully donned his uniform. "The Afiome has summoned us, Doc," he said. "Wear it to, well, I suppose you call it breakfast with her. After that, Rador tells me, we're to have a session with the Council of Nine. I suppose Yulara is as curious as any lady of the upper world, as you might put it, and just naturally can't wait," he added. He gave himself a last shake, patted the automatic hidden under his left arm. Whistled cheerfully. "After you, my dear Alphonse," he said to Rader with a low bow. The dwarf laughed, bent in an absurd imitation of Larry's mocking courtesy, and started ahead of us to the house of the priestess. When he had gone a little way on the orchid-walled path, I whispered to O'Keefe, "Larry, when you were falling off to sleep, did you think you saw anything?" "See anything?" He grinned. "Doc, sleep hit me like a Hun shell. I thought they were pulling the gas on us. I had some intention of bidding you tender farewells," he continued, half sheepishly. "I think I did start 'em, didn't I?" I nodded. "But wait a minute," he hesitated. I had a queer sort of dream. What was it? I asked eagerly. Well, he answered slowly, I suppose it was because I'd been thinking of golden eyes. Anyway, I thought she came through the wall and leaned over me, yes, and put one of those long white hands of hers on my head. I couldn't raise my lids, but in some queer way I could see her. Then it got real dreamish. Why do you ask? Raider turned back toward us. Later, I answered. Not now, when we're alone. But through me went a little glow of reassurance. Whatever the maze through which we were moving, whatever of menacing evil lurking there, the golden girl was clearly watching over us, watching with whatever unknown power she could muster. We passed the pillared entrance, went through a long-bowered corridor, and stopped before a door that seemed to be sliced from a monolith of pale jade, high, narrow, set in a wall of opal. Raider stamped twice, and the same supernally sweet silver bell tones of yesterday, I must call it, although in that place of eternal day the term is meaningless, bade us enter. The door slipped aside. The chamber was small, the opal walls screening it on 3 sides, the black opacity covering it, the fourth side opening out into a delicious little walled garden, a mass of the fragrant, luminous blooms and delicately colored fruit. Facing it was a small table of reddish wood, and from the omnipresent cushions heaped around it arose to greet us Yalara. Larry drew in his breath with an involuntary gasp of admiration and bowed low. My own admiration was as frank, and the priestess was well pleased with. Our homage. She was swathed in the filmy, half-relevant webs, now of palest blue. The corn silk hair was caught within a wide, meshed golden net in which sparkled tiny brilliants, like blended sapphires and diamonds. Her own azure eyes sparkled as brightly as they, and I noted again in their clear depths the half-eager approval as they rested upon O'Keefe's lithe, well-knit figure and his keen, clean-cut face. The high-arched, slender feet rested upon soft sandals whose gauzy widths laced the exquisitely formed leg to just below the dimpled knee. "Some giddy wonder," exclaimed Larry, looking at me and placing a hand over his heart. "Put her on a New York roof, and she'd empty Broadway. Take the cue from me, Doc." He turned to Yalara, whose face was somewhat puzzled. I said, "O lady whose shining hair is a web for hearts, that in our world your beauty would dazzle the sight of men as would a little woman's sun." He said in the florid imagery to which the tongue lends itself so well. A flush stole up through the translucent skin, the blue eyes softened, and she waved us toward the cushions. Black-haired maids stole in, placing before us the fruits, the little loaves, and a steaming drink, somewhat the color and odor of chocolate. I was conscious of outrageous hunger. "What are you named, strangers?" she asked. "This man is named Goodwin," said O'Keefe. "As for me, call me Larry." "Nothing like getting acquainted quick," he said to me, but kept his eyes upon Yalara as though he were voicing another honeyed phrase. And so she took it, for "you must teach me your tongue," she murmured. "Then shall I have 2 words, where now I have one to tell you of your loveliness," he answered. "And also, that'll take time," he spoke to me. "Essential occupation out of which we can't be drafted to make these fun-loving folk any Roman holiday." "Get me! Larray," mused Yalara. "I like the sound." "It is sweet," and indeed it was as she spoke it. "And what is your land named, Larry?" she continued. "And Goodwin's?" She caught the sound perfectly. "My land, O lady of loveliness, is to Ireland and America. His but one America." She repeated the two names slowly over and over. We seized the opportunity to attack the food, halting half guiltily as she spoke again. "Oh, but you are hungry," she cried. "Eat then." She leaned her chin upon her hands and regarded us, whole fountains of questions brimming up in her eyes. "How is it, Larry, that you have two countries and Goodwin but one?" she asked, at last unable to keep silent longer. "I was born in Ireland, he in America. But I have dwelt long in his land, and my heart loves each," he said. She nodded understandingly. "Are all the men of Ireland like you, Laurie? As all the men here are like Luger or Radar. I like to look at you," she went on, with naive frankness. "I am tired of men like Luger and Radar. But they are strong," she added swiftly. "Luger can hold up 10 in his 2 arms and raise 6 with but one hand." We could not understand her numerals, and she raised white fingers too. "Illustrate. That is little, O lady, to the men of Ireland," replied O'Keefe. "Lo, I have seen one of my race hold up 10 times 10 of our what call you that swift thing in which Radar brought us here?" "Coriol," said she. "Hold up 10 times 20 of our corials with but 2 fingers, and these corials of ours. Coria," said she, "and these coria of ours are each greater in weight than 10 of yours." "Yes, and I have seen another with but one blow of his hand raise hell, and so I have," he murmured to me, "and both at 42nd and 5th. Avenue NY US. Ayolara considered all this with manifest doubt. "Hell?" she inquired at last. "I know not the word." "Well," answered O'Keefe, "say Moria then." "In many ways they are, I gather. O heart's delight, one and the same." Now the doubt in the blue eyes was strong indeed. She shook her head. "None of our men can do that," she answered at length. "Nor do I think you could, Laurie." "Oh, no," said Larry easily. "I never tried to be that strong. I fly," he added casually. The priestess rose to her feet, gazing at him with startled eyes. "Fly," she repeated incredulously. "Like a Zydia? A bird?" Larry nodded, and then seeing the dawning command in her eyes, went on hastily. "Not with my own wings, Yulara. In a coriol that moves through what's the word for air, Dockwell. Through this," he made a wide gesture up toward the nebulous haze above us. He took a pencil and on a white cloth made a hasty sketch of an airplane. In a coriol like this, she regarded the sketch gravely, thrust a hand down into her girdle and brought forth a keen-bladed poniard. Cut Larry's markings out and placed the fragment carefully aside. "That I can understand," she said. "Remarkably intelligent young woman," muttered O'Keefe. "Hope I'm not giving anything away, but she had me." "But what are your women like, Laurie? Are they like me? And how many have loved you?" she whispered. "In all Ireland and America there is none like you, Yulara," he answered. "And take that any way you please," he muttered in English. She took it, it was evident, as it most pleased her. "Do you have goddesses?" she asked. "Every woman in Ireland and America is a goddess." Thus Larry. Now that I do not believe, there was both anger and mockery in her eyes. "I know women, Larry, and if that were so, there would be no peace for men." "There isn't," replied he. The anger died out, and she laughed sweetly, understandingly. "And which goddess do you worship, Larry?" "You," said Larry O'Keefe boldly. "Larry! Larry!" I whispered. "Be careful. It's high explosive." But the priestess was laughing little trills of sweet bell notes, and pleasure was in each note. "You are indeed bold, Larry," she said, "to offer me your worship. Yet am I pleased by your boldness. Still Lugur is strong, and you are not of those who what did you say have tried. And your wings are not here, Larry." Again her laughter rang out. The Irishman flushed. It was touché for Yolara. "Fear not for me with Lugur," he said grimly. "Rather fear for him." The laughter died. She looked at him searchingly, a little enigmatic smile about her mouth, so sweet and so cruel. "Well, we shall see," she murmured. "You say you battle in your world." "With what?" "Oh, with this and with that," answered Larry airily. "We manage have you the Keth. I mean that with which I sent Songar into the nothingness?" she asked swiftly. "See what she's driving at?" O'Keefe spoke to me, swiftly. "Well, I do, but here's where the O'Keefe lands," I said. He turned to her. "O voice of silver fire, that your spirit is high even as your beauty and searches out men's souls, as does your loveliness their hearts. And now listen, Yolara, for what I speak is truth." Into his eyes came the faraway gaze, into his voice the Irish softness. "Lo, in my land of Ireland, this many of your life's length agone, see," he raised his 10 fingers, clenched and unclenched them times 20. "The mighty men of my race, the Tatha Dane, could send men out into the nothingness even as do you with the Keth. And this they did by their harpings, and by words, spoken words of power, O Yolara, that have their power still, and by pipings, and by slaying sounds." There was Crabathine, who played swift flames from his harp, flying flames that ate those they were sent against. And there was Dalawa of High Brazil, whose pipes played away from man and beast and all living things their shadows, and at last played them to shadows too, so that wherever Dalawa went, his shadows that had been men and beast followed, like a storm of little rustling leaves. Yea, and Baal, the harper, who could make women's hearts run like wax and men's hearts flame to ashes, and whose harpings could shatter strong cliffs and bow great trees to the sod. His eyes were bright, dream-filled. She shrank a little from him, faint pallor under the perfect skin. "I say to you, Yolara, that these things were and are in Ireland." His voice rang strong. "And I have seen men as many as those that are in your great chamber this many times over." He clenched his hands once more, perhaps a dozen times, blasted into nothingness before your Keth could even have touched them. "Yea, and rocks as mighty as those to which we came, lifted up and shattered before the lids could fall over your blue eyes. And this is truth, Yolara, all truth. Stay have you that little cone of the Keth with which you destroyed Songar?" She nodded, gazing at him, fascinated, fear and puzzlement contending. "Then use it." He took a vase of crystal from the table, placed it on the threshold that led into the garden. "Use it on this, and I will show you." "I will use it upon one of the Ladala," she began eagerly. The exultation dropped from him. There was a touch of horror in the eyes. He turned to her. Her own dropped before it. "It shall be as you say," she said hurriedly. She drew the shining cone from her breast, leveled it at the vase. The green ray leaped forth, spread over the crystal, but before its action could even be begun, a flash of light shot from O'Keefe's hand. His automatic spat in the trembling vase flew into fragments. As quickly as he had drawn it, he thrust the pistol back into place and stood there empty-handed, looking at her sternly. From the anteroom came shouting, a rush of feet. Yolara's face was white, her eyes strained, but her voice was unshaken as she called to the clamoring guards, "It is nothing. Go to your places." But when the sound of their return had ceased, she stared tensely at the Irishman, then looked again at the shattered vase. "It is true," she cried, "but see, the Keth is alive." I followed her pointing finger. Each broken bit of the crystal was vibrating, shaking its particles out into space. Broken it, the bullet of Larry's had but not released it from the grip of the disintegrating force. The priestess's face was triumphant. "But what matters it, O shining urn of beauty? What matters it to the vase that is broken? What happens to its fragments?" asked Larry, gravely and pointedly. The triumph died from her face, and for a space she was silent, brooding. "Next," whispered O'Keefe to me, "lots of surprises in the little box. Keep your eye on the opening and see what comes out." We had not long to wait. There was a sparkle of anger about Yolara, something, too, of injured pride. She clapped her hands, whispered to the maid who answered her summons, and then sat back regarding us maliciously. "You have answered me as to your strength, but you have not proved it. But the Keth you have answered. Now answer this," she said. She pointed out into the garden. I saw a flowering branch bend and snap as though a hand had broken it. But no hand was there. Saw then another and another bend and break, a little tree sway and fall, and closer to us came the trail of snapping boughs, while down into the garden poured the silvery light, revealing nothing. Now a great ewer beside a pillar rose swiftly in air and hurled itself crashing at my feet. Cushions close to us swirled about, as though in the vortex of a whirlwind. And unseen hands held my arms in a mighty clutch fast to my sides. Another. Gripped my throat, and I felt a needle's sharp poniard point pierce my shirt, touch the skin just over my heart. "Larry!" I cried despairingly. I twisted my head, saw that he too was caught in this grip of the invisible, but his face was calm, even amused. "Keep cool, Doc," he said. "Remember, she wants to learn the language." Now from Yolara burst chime upon chime of mocking laughter. She gave a command. The hands loosened, the poniard withdrew from my heart. Suddenly, as I had been caught, I was free and unpleasantly weak and shaky. "Have you that in Ireland, Larry?" cried the priestess, and once more trembled with laughter. "A good play, Yolara." His voice was as calm as his face. "But they did that in Ireland even before Dalua piped away his first man's shadow. And in Goodwin's." Land, they make ships Coria that go on water so you can pass by them and see only sea and sky. And those water Coria are each of them many times greater than this whole palace of yours. But the priestess laughed on. "It did get me a little," whispered Larry. "That wasn't quite up to my mark. But God, if we could find that trick out and take it back with us." "Not so, Larry," Yolara gasped through her laughter. "Not so. Goodwin's cry betrayed you." Her good humor had entirely returned. She was like a mischievous child pleased over some successful trick, and like a child, she cried, "I'll show you!" Signaled again, whispered to the maid who, quickly returning, laid before her a long metal case. Yolara took from her girdle something that looked like a small pencil, pressed it, and shot a thin stream of light for all the world, like an electric flash, upon its hasp. The lid flew open. Out of it she drew 3 flat, oval crystals, faint rose in hue. She handed one to O'Keefe and one to me. "Look!" she commanded, placing the third before her own eyes. I peered through the stone, and instantly there leaped into sight, out of thin air, 6 grinning dwarfs. Each was covered from top of head to soles of feet in a web so tenuous that through it their bodies were plain. The gauzy stuff seemed to vibrate, its strands to run together like quicksilver. I snatched the crystal from my eyes, and the chamber was empty. put it back, and there were the grinning six. Yolara gave another sign, and they disappeared, even from the crystals. "It is what they wear, Larry," explained Yolara graciously. "It is something that came to us from the ancient ones, but we have so few," she sighed. "Such treasures must be two-edged swords, Yolara," commented O'Keefe. "For how know you that one within them creeps not to you with hand eager to strike?" "There is no danger," she said indifferently. "I am the keeper of them." She mused for a space, then abruptly, "And now no more. You two are to appear before the council at a certain time, but fear nothing. You, Goodwin, go with Rader about our city and increase your wisdom. But you, Luray, await me here in my garden." She smiled at him, provocatively, maliciously too. "For shall not one who has resisted a world of goddesses be given all chance to worship when at last he finds his own?" She laughed wholeheartedly and was gone. And at that moment I liked Yolara better than ever I had before, and alas, better than ever I was too in the future. I noted Rader standing outside the open jade door and started to go, but O'Keefe caught me by the arm. "Wait a minute," he urged. "About Golden Eyes you were going to tell me something. It's been on my mind all through that little sparring match." I told him of the vision that had passed through my closing lids. He listened gravely and then laughed. "Hell of a lot of privacy in this place," he grinned. "Ladies who can walk through walls and others with regular invisible cloaks to let 'em flit wherever they please." "Oh, well, don't let it get on your nerves, Doc. Remember, everything's natural. That rope stuff is just camouflage, of course. But Lord, if we could only get a piece of it. The material simply admits all light vibrations, or perhaps curves them, just as the opacities cut them off," I answered. "A man under the X-ray is partly invisible. This makes him wholly so. He doesn't register, as the people of the motion picture profession say." "Camouflage," repeated Larry. "And as for the Shining One, say," he snorted, "I'd like to set the O'Keefe Banshee up against it. I'll bet that old resourceful Irish body would give it the first 3 bites in a stranglehold and wallop it before it knew it had 'em." "Oh, wow! Boy, howdy!" I heard him still chuckling gleefully over this vision as I passed along the opal wall with the green dwarf. A shell was awaiting us. I paused before entering it to examine the polished surface of runway and great road. It was obsidian volcanic glass of pale emerald, unflawed, translucent, with no sign of block or juncture. I examined the shell. "What makes it go?" I asked Radar. At a word from him, the driver touched a concealed spring and an aperture appeared beneath the control lever, of which I have spoken in a preceding chapter. Within was a small cube of black crystal, through whose sides I saw, dimly, a rapidly revolving, glowing ball, not more than 2 inches in diameter. Beneath the cube was a curiously shaped slender cylinder winding down into the lower body of the Nautilus whorl. "Watch," said Radar. He motioned me into the vehicle and took a place beside me. The driver touched the lever. A stream of coruscations flew from the ball down into the cylinder. The shell started smoothly, and as the tiny torrent of shining particles increased it gathered speed. "The corial does not touch the road," explained Radar. "It is lifted so far." He held his forefinger and thumb less than a 16th of an inch apart above it. And perhaps here is the best place to explain the activation of the shells or coria. The force utilized was atomic energy. Passing from the whirling ball, the ions darted through the cylinder to 2 bands of a peculiar metal affixed to the base of the vehicles, somewhat like skids of a sled. Impinging upon these, they produced a partial negation of gravity, lifting the shell slightly and at the same time creating a powerful repulsive force or thrust that could be directed backward, forward, or sidewise at the will of the driver. The creation of this energy and the mechanism of its utilization were, briefly, as follows. Goodwin's lucid and exceedingly comprehensive description of this extraordinary mechanism has been deleted by the Executive Council of the International Association of Science as too dangerously suggestive to scientists of the Central European powers with which we were so recently at war. It is allowable, however, to state that his observations are in the possession of experts in this country who are unfortunately hampered in their research not only by the scarcity of the radioactive elements that we know, but also by the lack of the element or elements unknown to us that entered into the formation of the fiery ball within the cube of black crystal. Nevertheless, as the principle is so clear, it is believed that these difficulties will ultimately be overcome. J.B.K., President, IAA, of S. The wide, glistening road was gay with the choria. They darted in and out of the gardens. Within them, the fair-haired, extraordinarily beautiful women on their cushions were like princesses of elfland, caught in gorgeous fairy webs, resting within the hearts of flowers. In some shells were flaxen-haired dwarfish men of Luger's type, sometimes black-polled brother officers of Radar, often raven-tressed girls, plainly handmaidens of the women, and now and then beauties of the lower folk went by with one of the blonde dwarfs. We swept around the turn that made of the jewel-like roadway an enormous horseshoe, and speedily, upon our right the cliffs through which we had come in. Our journey from the moon pool began to march forward beneath their mantles of moss. They formed a gigantic abutment, a titanic salient. It had been from the very front of the salient's invading angle that we had emerged. On each side of it the precipices, faintly glowing, drew back and vanished into distance. The slender, graceful bridges under which we skimmed ended at openings in the upflung, far walls of verdure. Each had its little garrison of soldiers. Through some of the openings a rivulet of the green obsidian river passed. These were roadways to the farther country, to the land of the Ladala, Radar told me, adding that none of the lesser folk could cross into the pavilion city unless summoned or with pass. We turned the bend of the road and flew down that farther emerald ribbon we had seen from the great oval. Before us rose the shining cliffs and the lake. A half-mile, perhaps, from these the last of the bridges flung itself. It was more massive. And about it hovered a spirit of ancientness lacking in the other spans. Also its garrison was larger, and at its base the tangent way was guarded by two massive structures, somewhat like blockhouses, between which it ran. Something about it aroused in me an intense curiosity. "Where does that road lead, Radar?" I asked. "To the one place above all of which I may not tell you, Goodwin," he answered. And again I wondered. We skimmed slowly out upon the great pier. Far to the left was the prismatic rainbow curtain between the cyclopean pillars. On the white waters, graceful shells, lacustrine replicas of the elf chariots swam, but none was near that distant web of wonder. "Radar, what is that?" I asked. "It is the veil of the Shining One," he answered slowly. "Was the Shining One that which we named the Dweller?" "What is the Shining One?" I cried eagerly. Again he was silent. Nor did he speak until we had turned on our homeward way, and lively as my interest, my scientific curiosity, where I was conscious suddenly of acute depression. Beautiful, wondrously beautiful this place was, and yet in its wonder dwelt a keen edge of menace, of unease, of inexplicable, inhuman woe. As though in a secret garden of God, a soul should sense upon it the gaze of some lurking spirit of evil which some way, somehow, had crept into the sanctuary and only bided its time to spring. Chapter 17. The Leprechaun. The shell carried us straight back to the house of Yolara. Larry was awaiting me. We stood again before the tenebrous wall where first we had faced the priestess and the voice. And as we stood, again the portal appeared with all its disconcerting magical abruptness. But now the scene was changed. Around the jet table were grouped a number of figures, Luger, Yolara beside him, 7 others, all of them fair-haired, and all men save one who sat at the left of the priestess, an old woman. How old I could not tell, her face bearing traces of beauty that must once have been as great as Yolara's own, but now ravaged, in some way awesome, through its ruins, the fearful, malicious gaiety shining out like a spirit of joy held within a corpse. Began then our examination, for such it was. And as it progressed, I was more and more struck by the change in the O'Keefe. All flippancy was gone. Rarely did his sense of humor reveal itself in any of his answers. He was like a cautious swordsman, fencing, guarding, studying his opponent, or rather like a chess player who keeps sensing some far-reaching purpose in the game, alert, contained, watchful. Always he stressed the power of our surface races, their multitudes, their solidarity. Their questions were myriad. What were our occupations, our system of government? How great were the waters, the land? Intensely interested were they in the world war, querying minutely into its causes, its effects. In our weapons their interest was avid, and they were exceedingly minute in their examination of us as to the ruins which had excited our curiosity, their position and surroundings, and if others than ourselves might be expected to find and pass through their entrance. At this I shot a glance at Legreur. He did not seem unduly interested. I wondered if the Russian had told him as yet of the girl of the rosy wall of the moon pool. Chamber and the real reasons for our search. Then I answered as briefly as possible, omitting all reference to these things. The Red Dwarf watched me with unmistakable amusement, and I knew Markinov had told him. But clearly Lugur had kept his information even from Yolara, and as clearly she had spoken to none of that episode when O'Keefe's automatic had shattered the cat-smitten vase. Again I felt that sense of deep bewilderment, of helpless search for clue to all the tangle. For 2 hours we were questioned, and then the priestess called Rador and let us go. Larry was somber as we returned. He walked about the room uneasily. "Hell's brewin' here all right," he said at last, stopping before me. "I can't make out just the particular brand, that's all that bothers me. We're gonna have a stiff fight, that's sure. What I want to do quick is to find the Golden Girl, Doc." "Haven't seen her on the wall lately, have you?" he queried, hopefully fantastic. "Laugh if you want to," he went on, "but she's our best bet. It's going to be a race between her and the O'Keefe Banshee. But I put my money on her. I had a queer experience while I was in that garden after you left." His voice grew solemn. "Did you ever see a leprechaun, Doc?" I shook my head again as solemnly. "He's a little man in green," said Larry. "Oh, about as high as your knee. I saw one once in Carntoger Woods. And as I sat there, half asleep, in Yolara's garden, the living spit of him stepped out from one of those bushes, twirling a little shallala. 'It's a tight box you're gettin' in, Larryovic,' said he, 'but don't you be downhearted, lad.' 'I'm carrying on,' said I. 'But you're a long way from Ireland,' I said, 'or thought I did. "You've a lot of friends there," he answered. "And where the heart rests, the feet are swift to follow. Not that I'm saying I'd like to live here, Larry," said he. "I know where my heart is now," I told him. "It rests on a girl with golden eyes, and the hair and swan-white breast of Elid the Fair. But me feet don't seem to get me to her," I said. The brogue thickened, and the little man in green nodded his head and whirled his shallala. "It's what I came to tell ye," says he. "Don't ye fall for the bein' nimmer, the serpent woman with the blue eyes. She's a daughter of Ivor, lad, and don't ye do nothin' to make the brown-haired colleen ashamed o' ye, Larry O'Keefe. I knew your great-great-grandfather and his before him. Aroon," says he, "and one o' the O'Keefe failin's is to think their hearts big enough to hold all the women o' the world. Our heart's built to hold only one permanently, Larry," he says, "and I'm warnin' ye a nice girl don't like to move into a place all cluttered up with another's washin' and mendin' and uckin' and other things pertainin' to general wife work. Not that I think the blue-eyed wan is keen for mendin' and uckin', says he. "You don't have to be comin' all this way to tell me that," I answer. "Well, I'm just a-tellin' you," he says. "You've got some rough knocks comin', Larry. In fact, you're in for a devil of a time. But remember that you're the O'Keefe," says he, "and while the boys are all wid ye, Vic, you've got to be on the job yourself." I hope, I tell him, that the O'Keefe banshee can find her way here in time, that is, if it's necessary, which I hope it won't be. "Don't ye worry about that," says he. "Not that she's keen on leavin' the Dould." Sod, Larry. The good old soul's in quite a state of mind about ye, Aroon. I don't mind tellin' ye, lad, that she's mobilizing all the clan, and if she has to come for ye, Avik, they'll be wid her and they'll sweep this joint clean before ye go. What they'll do to it'll make the big wind look like a summer breeze on Lough Leane. And that's about all, Larry. We thought a voice from the Green Isle would cheer ye. Don't forget that you're the O'Keefe, and I say it again, all the poys are wid ye, but we want to cape bein' proud o' ye, lad." And I looked again, and there was only a bush waving. There wasn't a smile in my heart, or if there was, it was a very tender one. "I'm going to bed," he said abruptly. "Keep an eye on the wall, Doc." Between the 7 sleeps that followed, Larry and I saw but little of each other. Yolara sought him more and more. Thrice we were called before the council. Once we were at a great feast, whose splendors and surprises I can never forget. Largely I was in the company of Rador. Together we two passed the green barriers into the dwelling place of the Ladala. They seemed provided with everything needful for life. But everywhere was an oppressiveness, a gathering together of hate that was spiritual rather than material, as tangible as the latter and far, far more menacing. "They do not like to dance with the Shining One," was Rador's constant and only reply to my efforts to find the cause. Once I had concrete evidence of the mood. Glancing behind me, I saw a white, vengeful face peer from behind a tree trunk, a hand lift, a shining dart speed from it straight toward Rador's back. Instinctively I thrust him aside. He turned upon me angrily. I pointed to where the little missile lay, still quivering on the ground. He gripped my hand. "That, some day, I will repay," he said. I looked again at the thing. At its end was a tiny cone covered with a glistening gelatinous substance. Rador pulled from a tree beside us a fruit somewhat like an apple. "Look," he said. He dropped it upon the dart, and at once, before my eyes, in less than 10 seconds, the fruit had rotted away. "That's what would have happened to Rador but for you, friend," he said. "Come now, between this and the prelude to the latter half of the drama, whose history this narrative is only scattering and necessarily fragmentary observations. First, the nature of the ebon opacities, blocking out the spaces between the pavilion pillars or covering their tops like roofs. These were magnetic fields, light absorbers, negativing the vibrations of radiance, literally screens of electric force. Which formed as impervious a barrier to light as would have screens of steel. They instantaneously made night appear in a place where no night was. But they interposed no obstacle to air or to sound. They were extremely simple in their inception, no more miraculous than is glass, which, inversely, admits the vibrations of light, but shuts out those coarser ones we call air and, partly, those others which produce upon our auditory nerves the effects we call sound. Briefly, their mechanism was this, for the same reason that Dr. Goodwin's exposition of the mechanism of the atomic engines was deleted, his description of the light-destroying screens has been deleted by the Executive Council. JBF. President, IA of S. There were two favored classes of the Ladala, the soldiers and the dream makers. The dream makers were the most astonishing social phenomena, I think, of all. Denied by their circumscribed environment the wider experiences of us of the outer world, the Mauryaans had perfected an amazing system of escape through the imagination. They were, too, intensely musical. Their favored instruments were double flutes, immensely complex pipe organs, harps, great and small. They had another remarkable instrument made up of a double octave of small drums which gave forth percussions remarkably disturbing to the emotional centers. It was this love of music that gave rise to one of the few truly humorous incidents of our caverned life. Larry came to me. It was just after our fourth sleep, I remember. "Come on to a concert," he said. We skimmed off to one of the bridge garrisons, Raider called the 200. Guards to attention. And then, to my utter stupefaction, the whole company, O'Keefe leading them, roared out the anthem, "God Save the King." They sang in a closer approach to the English than might have been expected scores of miles below England's level. "Send him victorious, happy and glorious," bellowed. He quivered with suppressed mirth at my paralysis of surprise. "Taught 'em that for Morocconoff's benefit," he gasped. "Wait till that Red hears it. He'll blow up." "Just wait until you hear your Laura lisp a pretty little thing I taught her," said Larry as we set back for what we now called home. There was an impish twinkle in his eyes. And I did hear, for it was not many minutes later that the priestess, condescended to command me to come to her with O'Keefe. "Show Goodwin how much you have learned of our speech, O lady of the lips of honeyed flame," murmured Larry. She hesitated, smiled at him, and then from that perfect mouth, out of the exquisite throat, in the voice that was like the chiming of little silver bells, she trilled a melody familiar to me indeed. "She's only a bird in a gilded cage, a beautiful sight to see," and so on to the bitter end. "She thinks it's a love song," said Larry when we had left. "It's only part of her repertoire I'm teaching her. Honestly, Doc, it's the only way I can keep my mind clear when I'm with her," he went on earnestly. "She's a devil as from hell, but a wonder. Whenever I find myself going, I get her to sing that, or Take Back Your Gold, or some other ancient lay, and I'm back again pronto with the right perspective. Pop goes all the mystery. Hell, I say, she's only a woman. Chapter 18. The Amphitheater of Jet. For hours the black-haired folk had been streaming across the bridges, flowing along the promenade by scores and by hundreds, drifting down toward the gigantic seven-terraced temple whose interior I had never as yet seen, and from whose towering exterior, indeed, I had always been kept far enough away unobtrusively, but none the less decisively, to prevent any real observation. The structure I had estimated, nevertheless, could not reach less than 1,000 feet above its silvery base, and the diameter of its circular foundation was about the same. I wondered what was bringing the Ladale into Laura, and where they were vanishing. All of them were flower-crowned with the luminous, lovely blooms, old and young, slender, mocking-eyed girls, dwarfed youths, mothers with their babes, gnomed oldsters on they poured, silent for the most part, and sullen a sullenness that held acid bitterness, even as their subtle, half-sinister, half-gay malice seemed tempered into little keen-edged flames, oddly, menacingly defiant. There were many of the green-clad soldiers along the way, and the garrison of the only bridge span I could see had certainly been doubled. Wondering still, I turned from my point of observation and made my way back to our pavilion, hoping that Larry, who had been with Yalara for the past 2 hours, had returned. Hardly had I reached it before Raider came hurrying up, in his manner a curious exultance mingled with what in anyone else I would have called a decided nervousness. "Come!" he commanded before I could speak. "The council has made decision and Larry is awaiting you." "What has been decided?" I panted as we sped along the mosaic path that led to the house of Yalara. "And why is Larry awaiting me?" And at his answer I felt my heart pause in its beat, and through me race a wave of mingled panic and eagerness. "The Shining One dances," had answered the green dwarf, "and you are to worship." What was this dancing of the Shining One, of which so often he had spoken? Whatever my forebodings, Larry evidently had none. "Great stuff," he cried, when we had met in the great antechamber now empty of the dwarfs. "Hope it will be worth seeing. Have to be something damned good, though, to catch me, after what I'd seen of shows at the front," he added, and remembering, with a little shock of apprehension, that he had no knowledge of the dweller beyond my poor description of it. For there are no words actually to describe what that miracle of interwoven glory and horror was. I wondered what Larry O'Keefe would say and do when he did behold it. Ratter began to show impatience. "Come," he urged, "there is much to be done and the time grows short." He led us to a tiny fountain room in whose miniature pool the white waters were concentrated, pearl-like and opalescent in their circling rim. "Bathe!" he commanded, and set the example by stripping himself and plunging within. Only a minute or two did the green dwarf allow us, and he checked us as we were about to don our clothing. Then, to my intense embarrassment, without warning, 2 of the black-haired girls entered, bearing robes of a peculiar dull blue hue. At our manifest discomfort, Raider's laughter roared out. He took the garments from the pair, motioned them to leave us, and, still laughing, threw one around me. Its texture was soft, but decidedly metallic, like some blue metal spun to the fineness of a spider's thread. The garment buckled tightly at the throat, was girdled at the waist, and, below this cincture, fell to the floor, its folds being held together by a half-dozen looped cords. From the shoulders a hood, resembling a monk's cowl. Raider cast this over my head. It completely covered my face, but was of so transparent a texture that I could see, though somewhat mistily, through it. Finally, he handed us both a pair of long gloves of the same material and high stockings, the feet of which were gloved 5-toed. And again his laughter rang out at our manifest surprise. "The priestess of the Shining One does not altogether trust the Shining One's voice," he said at last, "and these are to guard against any sudden errors. And fear not, Goodwin," he went on kindly. "Not for the Shining One itself would Yalara see harm come to Larry here, nor, because of him, to you. But I would." not stake much on the great white one. And for him I am sorry. For him I do like well. Is he to be with us? Asked Larry eagerly. He is to be where we go, replied the dwarf soberly. Grimly Larry reached down and drew from his uniform his automatic. He popped a fresh clip into the pocket fold of his girdle. The pistol he slung high up beneath his armpit. The green dwarf looked at the weapon curiously. O'Keefe tapped it. "This," said Larry, "slays quicker than the Keth. I take it so no harm shall come to the blue-eyed one whose name is Olaf. If I should raise it, be you not in its way, Rador," he added significantly. The dwarf nodded again, his eyes sparkling. He thrust a hand out to both of us. "A change comes," he said. "What it is I know not, nor how it will fall. But this, remember, Rador is more friend to you than you yet can know. And now let us go," he ended abruptly. He led us, not through the entrance, but into a sloping passage ending in a blind wall. Touched a symbol graven there, and it opened, precisely as had the rosy barrier of the moon-pool chamber. And, just as there, but far smaller, was a passage end, a low curved wall facing a shaft, not black as had been that abode of living darkness, but faintly luminescent. Rador leaned over the wall. The mechanism clicked and started. The door swung shut. The sides of the car slipped into place, and we swept swiftly down the passage. Overhead, the wind whistled. In a few moments, the moving platform began to slow down. It stopped in a closed chamber no larger than itself. Rador drew his poniard and struck twice upon the wall with its hilt. Immediately a panel moved away, revealing a space filled with faint, misty blue radiance. And at each side of the open portal stood 4 of the dwarfish men, gray-headed, old, clad in flowing garments of white, each pointing toward us a short silver rod. Rador drew from his girdle a ring and held it out to the first dwarf. He examined it, handed it to the one beside him, and not until each had inspected the ring did they lower their curious weapons. Containers of that terrific energy they called the Keth, I thought, and later was to know that I had been right. We stepped out. The doors closed behind us. The place was weird enough. Its pave was a greenish-blue stone resembling lapis lazuli. On each side were high pedestals holding carved figures of the same material. There were perhaps a score of these, but in the mistiness I could not make out their outlines. A droning. Rushing roar beat upon our ears, filled the whole cavern. "I smell the sea," said Larry suddenly. The roaring became deep-toned, clamorous, and close in front of us a rift opened. 20 feet in width, it cut the cavern floor and vanished into the blue mist on each side. The cleft was spanned by one solid slab of rock, not more than 2 yards wide. It had neither railing nor other protection. The 4 leading priests marched out upon it one by one, and we followed. In the middle of the span they knelt. 10 feet beneath us was a torrent of blue sea water racing with prodigious speed between polished walls. It gave the impression of vast depth. It roared as it sped by, and far to the right was a low arch through which it disappeared. It was so swift that its surface shone like polished blue steel, and from it came the blessed, our worldly, familiar ocean breath that strengthened my soul amazingly and made me realize how earth-sick. I was. Whence came the stream? I marveled, forgetting for the moment, as we passed on again, all else. Were we closer to the surface of earth than I had thought, or was this some mighty flood falling through an opening in sea floor? Heaven alone knew how many miles above us, losing itself in deeper abysses beyond these. How near and how far this was from the truth I was to learn, and never did truth come to man in more dreadful guise. The roaring fell away, the blue haze lessened. In front of us stretched a wide flight of steps, huge as those which had led us into the courtyard of Nan Tawich through the ruined sea gate. We scaled it. It narrowed. From above light poured through a still narrower opening. Side by side, Larry and I passed out of it. We had emerged upon an enormous platform of what seemed to be glistening ivory. It stretched before us for 100 yards or more, and then shelved gently into the white waters. Opposite, not a mile away, with that prodigious web of woven rainbows. Rador had called the Veil of the Shining One. There it shone in all its unearthly grandeur, on each side of the cyclopean pillars, as though a mountain should stretch up arms, raising between them a fairy banner of auroral glories. Beneath it was the curved, scimitar sweep of the pier with its clustered, gleaming temples. Before that brief, fascinated glance was done, there dropped upon my soul a sensation as of brooding weight intolerable, a spiritual oppression as though some vastness was falling, pressing, stifling me. I turned, and Larry caught me as I reeled. "Steady, steady, old man," he whispered. At first all that my staggering consciousness could realize was an immensity, an immeasurable uprearing that brought with it the same throat-gripping vertigo as comes from gazing downward from some great height. Then a blur of white faces, intolerable shinings of hundreds upon thousands of eyes. Huge, incredibly huge, a colossal amphitheater of jet, a stupendous semicircle held within its mighty arc the ivory platform on which I stood. It reared itself almost perpendicularly hundreds of feet up into the sparkling heavens and thrust down on each side its ebon bulwarks like monstrous paws. Now, the giddiness from its sheer greatness passing, I saw that it was indeed an amphitheater, sloping slightly backward tier after tier, and that the white blur of faces against its blackness, the gleaming of countless eyes, were those of myriads of the people who sat silent, flower-garlanded, their gaze focused upon the rainbow curtain and sweeping over me like a torrent. 500 feet beyond, the smooth, high retaining wall of the amphitheater raised itself above it, the first terrace of the seats, and above this, dividing the bow. Tiers for another 1,000 feet upward, set within them like a panel, was a dead black surface in which shone faintly with a bluish radiance, a gigantic disk. Above it and around it a cluster of innumerable smaller ones. On each side of me, bordering the platform, were scores of small pillared alcoves, a low wall stretching across their fronts, delicate fretted grills shielding them. Save where in each lattice an opening stared, it came to me that they were like those stalls in ancient Gothic cathedrals wherein for centuries had kneeled paladins and people of my own race on earth's fair face. And within these alcoves were gathered, score upon score, the elfin beauties, the dwarfish men of the fair-haired folk. At my right, a few feet from the opening through which we had come, a passageway led back between the fretted stalls. Halfway between us and the massive base of the amphitheater, a dais rose. Up the platform to it a wide ramp ascended, and on ramp and dais and along the center of the gleaming platform down to where it kissed the white waters, a broad ribbon of the radiant. Flowers lay like a fairy carpet. On one side of this dais, meshed in a silken web that hid no line or curve of her sweet body, white flesh gleaming through its folds, stood Yulara, and opposite her, crowned with a circlet of flashing blue stones, his mighty body stark bare, was Luger. O'Keefe drew a long breath. Ratter touched my arm, and, still dazed, I let myself be drawn into the aisle and through a corridor that ran behind the alcoves. At the back of one of these the green dwarf paused, opened a door, and motioned us within. entering, I found that we were exactly opposite where the ramp ran up to the dais, and that Yolara was not more than 50 feet away. She glanced at O'Keefe and smiled. Her eyes were ablaze with little dancing points of light. Her body seemed to palpitate, the rounded, delicate muscles beneath the translucent skin, too. Lun with joyful little eager waves. Larry whistled softly. "There's Markinov," he said. I looked where he pointed. Opposite us sat the Russian, clothed as we were, leaning forward, his eyes eager behind his glasses, but if he saw us he gave no sign. "And there's Olaf," said O'Keefe. Beneath the carved stall in which sat the Russian was an aperture, and within it was Huldriksen, unprotected by pillars or by grills. Opening clear upon the platform near him, stretched the trail of flowers up to the great dais which Lugor and Yolara the priestess guarded. He sat alone, and my heart went out to him. O'Keefe's face softened. "Bring him here," he said to Rador. The green dwarf was looking at the Norseman too, a shade of pity upon his mocking face. He shook his head. "Wait," he said. "You can do nothing now, and it may be there will be no need to do anything," he added, but I could feel that there was little of conviction in his words. Chapter 19. The Madness of Olaf. Yolara threw her white arms high. From the mountainous tears came a mighty sigh. A rippling ran through them. And upon the moment before Yolara's arms fell, there issued apparently from the air round us a peal of sound that might have been the shouting of some playful god hurling great suns through the net of stars. It was like the deepest notes of all the organs in the world combined in one, summoning, majestic, cosmic. It held within it the thunder of the spheres rolling through the infinite, the birth song of suns made manifest in the womb of space. Echoes of creation's supernal chord. It shook the body like a pulse from the heart of the universe, pulsed and died away. On its death came a blaring as of all the trumpets of conquering hosts since the first pharaoh led his swarms triumphal, compelling. Alexander's clamoring hosts, brazen-throated wolf horns of Caesar's legions, blare of trumpets of. Genghis Khan and his golden horde, clangor of the locust levies of Tamerlane, bugles of Napoleon's armies, war shout of all earth's conquerors. And it died. Fast upon it, a throbbing, muffled tumult of harp sounds, mellownesses of myriads of wood horns, the subdued, sweet shrilling of multitudes of flutes, Pandean pipings inviting, carrying with them the calling of waterfalls in the hidden places, rushing brooks and murmuring forest winds calling, languorous, lulling, dripping into the brain like the very honeyed essence of sound. And after them a silence in which the memory of the music seemed to beat ever more faintly through every quivering nerve. From me all fear, all apprehension had fled, and their place was nothing but joyous anticipation, a supernal freedom from even the shadow of care or sorrow. Not now did anything matter, Olaf or his haunted, hate-filled. Eyes, Throckmorton, or his fate, nothing of pain, nothing of agony, nothing of striving nor endeavor nor despair in that wide outer world that had turned suddenly to a troubled dream. Once more the first great note pealed out. Once more it died, and from the clustered spheres a kaleidoscopic blaze shot as though drawn from the majestic sound itself. The many-colored rays darted across the white waters and sought the face of the irised veil. As they touched, it sparkled, flamed, wavered, and shook with fountains of prismatic color. The light increased, and in its intensity the silver air darkened, faded into shadow that white mosaic of flower-crowned faces, set in the amphitheater of jet, and vast shadows dropped upon the high-flung tiers and shrouded them. But on the skirts of the rays the fretted stalls in which we sat with the fair-haired ones blazed out, iridescent, like jewels. I was sensible of an acceleration of every pulse, a wild stimulation of every nerve. I felt myself being lifted above the world close to the threshold of the high gods. Soon their essence and their power would stream out into me. I glanced at Larry. His eyes were wild with life. I looked at Olaf, and in his face was none of this, only hate, and hate, and hate. The peacock waves streamed out over the waters, cleaving the seeming darkness, a rainbow path of glory. And the veil flashed as though all the rainbows that had ever shone were burning within it. Again the mighty sound pealed. Into the center of the veil, the light drew itself, grew into an intolerable brightness, and with a storm of tinklings, a tempest of crystalline notes, a tumult of tiny chimings, through it sped the Shining One. Straight down that radiant path, its high-flung plumes of feathery flame shimmering, its coruscating spirals whirling, its 7 globes of 7 colors shining above its glowing core, it raced toward us. The hurricane of bells of diamond glass were jubilant, joyous. I felt O'Keefe grip my arm. Yolara threw her white arms out in a welcoming gesture. I heard from the tier a sigh of rapture, and in it a poignant wailing undertone of agony. Over the waters, down the light stream, to the end of the ivory pier, flew the Shining One. Through its crystal pizzicati drifted inarticulate murmurings, deadly sweet, stilling the heart and setting it leaping madly. For a moment it paused, poised itself, and then came whirling down the flower path to its priestess, slowly, ever more slowly. It hovered for a moment between the woman and the dwarf, as though contemplating them, turned to her with its storm of tinklings softened, its murmurings infinitely caressing. Bent toward it, Yolara seemed to gather within herself pulsing waves of power. She was. Terrifying, gloriously, maddeningly evil, and as gloriously, maddeningly heavenly. Aphrodite and the Virgin, Tanith of the Carthaginians and Saint Bride of the Isles, a queen of hell and a princess of heaven in one. Only for a moment did that which we had called the Dweller and which these named the Shining One pause. It swept up the ramp to the dais, rested there, slowly turning, plumes and spirals lacing and unlacing, throbbing, pulsing. Now its nucleus grew plainer, stronger, human in a fashion, and all inhuman, neither man nor woman, neither god nor devil, subtly partaking of all. Nor could I doubt that whatever it was within that shining nucleus was something sentient, something that had will and energy, and in some awful supernormal fashion, intelligence. Another trumpeting, a sound of stones opening a long, low wail of utter anguish. Something moved shadowy in the river of light, and slowly at first, then ever more rapidly, shapes swam through it. There were 50 of them, girls and youths, women and men. The Shining One poised itself, regarded them. They drew closer, and in the eyes of each and in their faces was the bud of that awful intermingling of emotions, of joy and sorrow, ecstasy and terror, that I had seen in full blossom on Throckmorton's. The thing began again, its murmurings now infinitely caressing, coaxing like the song of a siren from some witched star, and the bell sounds rang out compellingly, calling. I saw Olaf lean far out of his place, saw half consciously at Lugor's signal 3 of the dwarfs creep in and take places, unnoticed, behind him. Now the first of the figures rushed upon the dais and paused. It was the girl who had been brought before Yolara when the gnome named Songar was driven into the nothingness, with all the quickness of light, a spiral of the Shining One. stretched out and encircled her. At its touch there was an infinitely dreadful shrinking and, it seemed, a simultaneous hurling of herself into its radiance. As it wrapped its swirls around her, permeated her, the crystal chorus burst forth tumultuously. Through and through her the radiance pulsed. Began then that infinitely dreadful but infinitely glorious rhythm they called the dance of the Shining One, and as the girl swirled within its sparkling mists, another and another flew into its embrace, until, at last, the dais was an incredible vision, a mad star's witch's Sabbath, an altar of white faces and bodies gleaming through living flame, transfused with rapture insupportable and horror that was hellish and ever, radiant plumes and spirals expanding. The core of the Shining One waxed growing greater as it consumed, as it drew into and through to its side. So they spun, interlaced, and there began to pulse from them life, vitality, as though the very essence of nature was filling us. Dimly I recognized that what I was beholding was vampirism inconceivable. The banked tears chanted. The mighty sounds pealed forth. It was a saturnalia of demigods. Then, whirling bell notes storming, the Shining One withdrew slowly from the dais down the ramp, still embracing, still interwoven with those who had thrown themselves into its spirals. They drifted with it as though half carried in dreadful dance. White faces sealed forever into that semblance of those who held within linked God and devil. I covered my eyes. I heard a gasp from O'Keefe. Opened my eyes and sought his. Saw the wildness vanish from them as he strained forward. Olaf had leaned far out, and as he did so the dwarfs beside him caught him, and whether by design or through his own swift involuntary movement, thrust him half into the dweller's path. The dweller paused in its gyrations, seemed to watch him. The Norseman's face was crimson, his eyes blazing. He threw himself back and, with one defiant shout, gripped one of the dwarves about the middle and sent him hurtling through the air, straight at the radiant thing. A whirling mass of legs and arms, the dwarf flew, then in mid-flight stopped as though some gigantic invisible hand had caught him and was dashed down upon the platform, not a yard from the Shining One. Like a broken spider, he moved feebly once, twice. From the dweller shot a shimmering tentacle, touched him, recoiled. Its crystal tinklings changed into an angry chiming. From all about jeweled stalls and jet peak came a sigh of incredulous horror. Luger leaped forward. On the instant, Larry was over the low barrier between the pillars, rushing to the Norseman's side. And even as they ran, there was another wild shout from Olaf, and he hurled himself out, straight at the throat of the dweller. But before he could touch the Shining One, now motionless, and never was the thing more horrible than then, with the purely human suggestion of surprise plain in its poise, Larry had struck him aside. I tried to follow and was held by Rador. He was trembling, but not with fear. In his face was incredulous hope, inexplicable eagerness. "Wait," he said, "wait!" The Shining One stretched out a slow spiral, and as it did so, I saw the bravest thing man has ever witnessed. Instantly, O'Keefe thrust himself between it and Olaf, pistol out. The tentacle touched him, and the dull blue of his robe flashed out into blinding, intense azure light. From the automatic in his gloved hand, came 3 quick bursts of flame straight into the thing. The dweller drew back, the bell sound swelled. Luger paused, his hand darted up, and in it was one of the silver Keth cones. But before he could flash it upon the Norseman, Larry had unlooped his robe, thrown its fold over Olaf, and, holding him with one hand away from the Shining One, thrust with the other his pistol into the dwarf's stomach. His lips moved, but I could not hear what he said. But Lugur understood, for his hand dropped. Now Yalara was there. All this had taken barely more than 5 seconds. She thrust herself between the 3 men and the dweller. She spoke to it, and the wild buzzing died down. The gay crystal tinklings burst forth again. The thing murmured to her began to whirl faster. Faster passed down the ivory pier, out upon the waters, bearing with it, meshed in its light, the sacrifices swept on. Ever. More swiftly, triumphantly, and turning, with its ghastly crew, vanished through the veil. Abruptly, the polychromatic path snapped out. The silver light poured in upon us. From all the amphitheater arose a clamor, a shouting. Marikanoff, his eyes staring, was leaning out, listening. Unrestrained now by Raider, I vaulted the wall and rushed forward. But not before I had heard the green dwarf murmur, "There is something stronger than the Shining One. 2 things, yea, a strong heart and hate." Olaf, panting, eyes glazed, trembling, shrank beneath my hand. "The devil that took my Helma," I heard him whisper, "the shining devil." Both these men, Lugur was raging, they shall dance with the Shining One, and this one too. He pointed at me malignantly. "This man is mine," said the priestess, and her voice was menacing. She rested her hand on Larry's shoulder. "He shall not dance, no, nor his friend. I have told you I dare not for this one." She pointed to Olaf. "Neither this man nor this," said Larry, "shall be harmed. This is my word, Yalara." "Even so," she answered quietly, "my lord." I saw Marikanoff stare at O'Keefe with a new and curiously speculative interest. Lugur's eyes grew hellish. He raised his arms as though to strike her. Larry's pistol prodded him rudely enough. "No rough stuff now, kid," said O'Keefe in English. The wrecked dwarf quivered, turned, caught a robe from a priest standing by, and threw it over himself. The Ladala, shouting, gesticulating, fighting with the soldiers, were jostling down. From the tears of Jet. "Come," commanded Yalara. Her eyes rested upon Larry. "Your heart is great indeed, my lord," she murmured, and her voice was very sweet. "Come." "This man comes with us, Yalara," said O'Keefe, pointing to Olaf. "Bring him," she said, "bring him. Only tell him to look no more upon me as before," she added fiercely. Beside her, the 3 of us passed along the stalls, where sat the fair-haired, now silent, at gaze, as though in the grip of some great doubt. Silently Olaf strode beside me. Raider had disappeared. Down the stairway, through the hall of turquoise mist, over the rushing sea stream we went, and stood beside the wall through which we had entered. The white-robed ones had gone. Yalara pressed. The portal opened. We stepped upon the car. She took the lever. We raced through the faintly luminous corridor to the house of the priestess. And one thing now I knew, sick at heart and soul, the truth had come to me, no more need to search for Throckmorton. Behind that veil, in the lair of the dweller, dead alive like those we had just seen swim in its shining train, was he, and Edith, Stanton, and Thora, and Olaf Holdrickson's wife. The car came to rest, the portal opened, Yalara leaped out lightly, beckoned, and flitted up the corridor. She paused before an ebon screen. At a touch, it vanished, revealing an entrance to a small blue chamber, glowing as though cut from the heart of some gigantic sapphire. Bare, save that in its center, upon a low pedestal, stood a great globe fashioned from milky rock crystal. Upon its surface were faint tracings as of seas and continents, but, if so, either of some other world or of this world in immemorial past, for in no way did they resemble the mapped coastlines of our earth. poised upon the globe, rising from it out into space, locked in each other's arms, lips to lips, were two figures, a woman and a man, so exquisite, so lifelike, that for the moment I failed to realize that they too were carved of the crystal. And before this shrine, for nothing else could it be, I knew three slender cones raised themselves, one of purest white flame, one of opalescent water, and the third of moonlight. There was no mistaking them, the height of a tall man each stood, but how water, flame, and light were held so evenly, so steadily in their spire shapes, I could not tell. Yolara bowed lowly once, twice, thrice. She turned to O'Keefe, nor by slightest look or gesture betrayed she knew others were there than he. The blue eyes wide, searching, unfathomable. She drew close, put white hands on his shoulders, looked down into his very soul. "My lord," she murmured, "now listen well, for I, Yolara, give you three." Things myself, and the Shining One, and the power that is the Shining One's, yea, and still a fourth thing that is all three power, over all upon that world from whence you came. These, my lord, ye shall have. I swear it. She turned toward the altar, uplifted her arms, by Sia and by Siana, and by the flame, by the water, and by the light. 1. Her eyes grew purple dark. "Let none dare to take you from me, nor ye go from me unbidden," she whispered fiercely. Then swiftly, still ignoring us, she threw her arms about O'Keefe, pressed her white body to his breast, lips raised, eyes closed, seeking his. O'Keefe's arms tightened around her, his head dropped, lips seeking, finding hers passionately. From Olaf came a deep indrawn breath that was almost a groan, but not in my heart could I find blame for the Irishman. The priestess opened eyes now, all misty blue, thrust him back, stood regarding him. O'Keefe, dead white, raised a trembling hand to his face. "And thus have I sealed my oath, O my lord," she whispered. For the first time she seemed to recognize our presence, stared at us a moment, then through us, and turned to O'Keefe. "Go now," she said. "Soon Raider shall come for you. Then well, after that let happen what will." She smiled once more at him so sweetly, turned toward the figures upon the great globe, sank upon her knees before them. Quietly we crept away, still silent, made our way to the little pavilion. But as we passed we heard a tumult from the green roadway, shouts of men, now and then a woman's scream. Through a rift in the garden I glimpsed a jostling crowd on one of the bridges, green dwarfs struggling with the ladala, and all about droned a humming as of a giant hive. Disturbed, Larry threw himself down upon one of the divans, covered his face with his hands, dropped them to catch in Olaf's eyes troubled reproach, looked at me. "I couldn't help it," he said, half defiantly, half miserably. "God, what a woman! I couldn't help it." "Larry," I asked, "why didn't you tell her you didn't love her then?" He gazed at me, the old twinkle back in his eye. "Spoken like a scientist, Doc," he exclaimed. "I suppose if a burning angel struck you out of nowhere and threw itself about you, you would most dignifiedly tell it you didn't want to be burned. For God's sake, don't talk nonsense, Goodwin," he ended almost peevishly. Evil, evil. The Norseman's voice was deep, nearly a chant. "All here is of evil, trolldom and helvete it is, ja. And that she Javelsk of beauty, what is she but harlot of that shining devil they worship? I, Olaf Huldrickson, know what she meant when she held out to you power over all the world, ja, as if the world had not devils enough in it now." "What?" The cry came from both O'Keefe and myself at once. Olaf made a gesture of caution, relapsed into sullen silence. There were footsteps on the path, and into sight came Raider. But a Raider changed. Gone was every vestige of his mockery. Curiously solemn, he saluted O'Keefe and Olaf with that salute which, before this, I had seen given only to Yolara and to Luger. There came a swift quickening of the tumult, died away. He shrugged mighty shoulders. "The Ladala are awake," he said. "So much for what two brave men can do." He paused thoughtfully. "Bones and dust jostle not each other for place against the grave wall," he added oddly. "But if bones and dust have revealed to them that they still live—" He stopped abruptly, eyes seeking the globe that bore and sent forth speech. "2. The Afio May has sent me to watch over you till she summons you," he announced clearly. "There is to be a feast. You, Larry, you, Goodwin, are to come. I remain here with Olaf." "No harm to him," broke in O'Keefe sharply. Raider touched his heart, his eyes. "By the Ancient Ones, and by my love for you, and by what you twain did before the Shining One, I swear it," he whispered. Rador clapped palms. A soldier came round the path, and his grip a long flat box of polished wood. The green dwarf took it, dismissed him, threw open the lid. "Here is your apparel for the feast, Larray," he said, pointing to the contents. O'Keefe stared, reached down and drew out a white, shimmering, softly metallic, long-sleeved tunic, a broad, silvery girdle, leg sweatings of the same argent material, and sandals that seemed to be cut out from silver. He made a quick gesture of angry dissent. "Nay, Larry," muttered the dwarf. "Wear them. I counsel it. I pray it ask me not why." He went on swiftly, looking again at the globe. O'Keefe, as I was impressed by his earnestness. The dwarf made a curiously expressive, pleading gesture. O'Keefe abruptly took the garments, passed into the room of the fountain. "The Shining One dances not again?" I asked. "No," he said. "No." He hesitated. "It is the usual feast that follows the sacrament." "Luger and Double Tongue, who came with you, will be there," he added slowly. "Luger," I gasped in astonishment. "After what happened he will be there?" "Perhaps because of what happened, Goodwin, my friend," he answered, his eyes again full of malice. "And there will be others, friends of Yolara, friends of Zagor, and perhaps another." His voice was almost inaudible, "one whom they have not called." He halted, half fearfully, glancing at the globe, put finger to lips and spread himself out upon one of the couches. "Strike up the band," came O'Keefe's voice. "Here comes the hero." He strode into the room. I am bound to say that the admiration in Raider's eyes was reflected in my own, and even if involuntarily, in Olaf's. "A son of Siana," whispered Raider. He knelt, took from his girdle pouch a silk-wrapped something, unwound it, and, still kneeling, drew out a slender poniard of gleaming white metal, hilted with the blue stones. He thrust it into O'Keefe's girdle, then gave him again the rare salute. "Come," he ordered, and took us to the head of the pathway. "Now," he said grimly, "let the Silent Ones show their power if they still have it." And with this strange benediction he turned back. "For God's sake, Larry," I urged as we approached the house of the priestess, "you'll be careful." He nodded, but I saw with a little deadly pang of apprehension in my heart a puzzled, lurking doubt within his eyes. As we ascended the serpent steps, Markinov appeared. He gave a signal to our guards, and I wondered what influence the Russian had attained, for promptly, without question, they drew aside. At me he smiled amiably. "Have you found your friends yet?" he went on, and now I sensed something deeply sinister in him. "No." "It is too bad." "Well, don't give up hope." He turned to O'Keefe. "Lieutenant, I would like to speak to you alone." "I've no secrets from Goodwin," answered O'Keefe. "So?" queried Markinoff suavely. He bent, whispered to Larry. The Irishman started, eyed him with a certain shocked incredulity, then turned to me. "Just a minute, Doc," he said, and I caught the suspicion of a wink. They drew aside, out of earshot. The Russian talked rapidly. Larry was all attention. Markinoff's earnestness became intense. O'Keefe interrupted, appeared to question. Markinoff glanced at me, and as his gaze shifted from O'Keefe, I saw a flame of rage and horror blaze up in the latter's eyes. At last the Irishman appeared to consider gravely, nodded as though he had arrived at some decision, and Markinoff thrust his hand to him. And only I could have noticed Larry shrinking, his microscopic hesitation before he took it, and his involuntary movement, as though to shake off something unclean, when the clasp had ended. Markinoff, without another look at me, turned and went quickly within. The guards took their places. I looked at Larry inquiringly. "Don't ask a thing now, Doc," he said tensely. "Wait till we get home. But we've got to get damned busy and quick. I'll tell you that now. 1. I have no space here even to outline the eschatology of this people, nor to catalog their pantheon. Sia and Siana typified worldly love. Their ritual was, however, singularly free from those degrading elements usually found in love cults. Priests and priestesses of all cults dwelt in the immense seven-terrace structure, of which the jet amphitheater was the waterside. The symbol, icon, representation of Sia and Siana, the globe and the upstriving figures typified earthly love, feet bound to earth, but eyes among the stars. Hell or heaven I never heard formulated, nor their equivalents, unless that existence in the Shining One's domain could serve for either. Over all this was Thanarua, remote, unheeding, but still maker and ruler of all and absentee first cause personified. Thanarua seemed to be the one article of belief in the creed of the soldier's Rador, with his reverence for the ancient ones, was an exception, whatever there was, indeed, of high, truly religious impulse among the Murians. This spar, high God had. I found this exceedingly interesting, because it had long been my theory to put the matter in the shape of a geometrical formula that the real attractiveness of gods to man increases uniformly according to the square of their distance w. Tg. 2. I find that I have neglected to explain the working of these interesting mechanisms that were telephonic, dictaphonic, telegraphic in one. I must assume that my readers are familiar with the receiving apparatus of wireless telegraphy, which must be tuned by the operator until its own vibratory quality is in exact harmony with the vibrations, the extremely rapid impacts of those short electric wavelengths we call Hertzian and which carry the wireless messages. I must assume also that they are familiar with the elementary fact of physics that the vibrations of light and sound are interchangeable. The hearing talking globes utilize both these principles, and with consummate simplicity. The light with which they shone was produced by an atomic motor within their base, similar to that which activated the merely illuminating globes. The composition of the phonic spheres gave their surfaces an acute sensitivity and resonance. In conjunction with its energizing power, the metal set up what is called a field of force, which linked it with every particle of its kind, no matter how distant. When vibrations of speech impinged upon the resonant surface, its rhythmic light vibrations were broken, just as a telephone transmitter breaks an electric current. Simultaneously, these light vibrations were changed into sound on the surfaces of all spheres tuned to that particular instrument. The crawling colors which showed themselves at these times were literally the voice of the speaker in its spectrum equivalent. While usually the sounds produced required considerable familiarity with the apparatus to be understood quickly, they could, on occasion, be made startlingly loud and clear, as I was soon to realize. W. Tyche. T.G. De Nature Fort. Chapter 20. The Tempting of Larry. We paused before thick curtains, through which came the faint murmur of many voices. They parted. Out came two ushers, I suppose. They were in cuirasses and kilts that reminded me somewhat of chainmail, the first armor of any kind here that I had seen. They held open the folds. The chamber on whose threshold we stood was far larger than either anteroom or hall of audience. Not less than 300 feet long and half that in depth. From end to end of it ran two huge semicircular tables, paralleling each other, divided by a wide aisle, and heaped with flowers, with fruits, with viands unknown to me, and glittering with crystal flagons, beakers, goblets of as many hues as the blooms. On the gay cushioned couches that flanked the tables, lounging luxuriously, were scores of the fair-haired ruling class, and there rose a little buzz of admiration, oddly mixed with a half-startled amaze, as their gaze fell upon O'Keefe in all his silvery magnificence. Everywhere the light-giving globes sent their roseate radiance. The quirist dwarfs led us through the aisle. Within the arc of the inner half-circle was another glittering board, an oval. But of those seated there, facing us, I had eyes for only one Yulara. She swayed up to greet O'Keefe, and she was like one of those white lily maids whose beauty Hong Ku, the sage, says made the Gobi first a paradise, and whose lust later the burned-out desert that it is. She held out hands to Larry, and on her face was passion unashamed, unhiding. She was Circe, but Circe conquered. Webs of filmiest white clung to the rose-leaf body. Twisted through the corn silk hair, a threaded circlet of pale sapphires shone. But they were pale beside Yulara's eyes. O'Keefe bent, kissed her hands, something more than mere admiration flaming from him. She saw and, smiling, drew him down beside her. It came to me that of all, only these two, Yulara and O'Keefe, were in white, and I wondered. Then with a tightening of nerves ceased to wonder as there entered Lugor. He was all in scarlet, and as he strode forward a silence fell, a tense, strained silence. His gaze turned upon Yulara, rested upon O'Keefe, and instantly his face grew dreadful. There is no other word than that for it. Marikinoff leaned forward from the center of the table, near whose end I sat, touched and whispered to him swiftly. With appalling effort, the red dwarf controlled himself. He saluted the priestess ironically, I thought, took his place at the further end of the oval. And now I noted that the figures between were the seven of that council of which the Shining One's priestess and voice were the heads. The tension relaxed, but did not pass as though a storm cloud should turn away, but still lurk, threatening. My gaze ran back. This end of the room was draped with the exquisitely colored, graceful curtains looped with gorgeous garlands. Between curtains and table, where sat Larry and the Nine, a circular platform, perhaps 10 yards in diameter, raised itself a few feet above the floor, its gleaming surface half covered with the luminous petals, fragrant, delicate. On each side below it were low carven stools. The curtains parted, and softly entered girls bearing their flutes, their harps, the curiously emotion-exciting octave drums. They sank into their places. They touched their instruments. A faint, languorous measure throbbed through the rosy air. The stage was set. What was to be the play? Now about the tables passed other dusky-haired maids, fair bosoms bare, their scanty kirtles looped high, pouring out the wines for the feasters. My eyes sought O'Keefe. Whatever it had been that Maracanoff had said, clearly it now filled his mind even to the exclusion of the wondrous woman beside him. His eyes were stern, cold, and now and then, as he turned them toward the Russian, filled with a curious speculation. Yolara watched him, frowned, gave a low order to the Hebe behind her. The girl disappeared, entered again with a ewer that seemed cut of amber. The priestess poured from it into Larry's glass a clear liquid that shook with tiny sparkles of light. She raised the glass to her lips, handed it to him. Half smiling, half abstractedly, he took it, touched his own lips where hers had kissed, drained it. A nod from Yolara, and the maid refilled his goblet. At once there was a swift transformation in the Irishman. His abstraction vanished, the sternness fled, his eyes sparkled. He leaned caressingly toward Yolara, whispered. Her blue eyes flashed triumphantly, her chiming laughter rang. She raised her own glass, but within it was not that clear drink that filled Larry's. And again he drained his own, and lifting it full once more, caught the baleful eyes of Lugur, and held it toward him mockingly. Yolara swayed close, alluring, tempting. He arose, face all reckless gaiety, rollicking deviltry, a toast. He cried in English, to the Shining One, and may the hell where it belongs soon claim it. He had used their own word for their god, all else had been in his own tongue, and so, fortunately, they did not understand. But the contempt in his action they did recognize, and a fearful silence fell upon them all. Luger's eyes blazed, little sparks of crimson in their green. The priestess reached up, caught at O'Keefe. He seized the soft hand, caressed it. His gaze grew far away, somber, the Shining One. He spoke low. And now again I see the faces of those who dance with it. It is the fires of Mora come, God alone knows how, from Aaron to this place, the fires of Mora. He contemplated the hushed folk before him, and then from his lips came that weirdest, most haunting of the lyric legends of Aaron, the curse of Mora. The fretted fires of Mora blew o'er him in the night. He thrills no more to loving, nor weeps for past delight. For when those flames have bitten, both grief and joy take flight. Again Yolara tried to draw him down beside her, and once more he gripped her hand. His eyes grew fixed. He crooned, and through the sleeping silence his feet must track the tune. When the world is barred and speckled with silver of the moon. He stood, swaying for a moment, and then laughing, let the priestess have her way, drained again the glass. And now my heart was cold, indeed, for what hope was there left with Larry mad wild drunk? The silence was unbroken elfin women, and dwarfs glancing furtively at each other. But now Yolara arose, face set, eyes flashing gray. Hear you, the council, and you, Lugur, and all who are here, she cried. Now I, the priestess of the Shining One, take, as is my right, my mate. And this is he. She pointed down upon Larry. He glanced up at her. Can't quite make out what you say, Yolara, he muttered thickly. But say anything you like. I love your voice. I turned sick with dread. Yolara's hand stole softly upon the Irishman's curls caressingly. You know the law, Yolara. Luger's voice was flat, deadly. You may not mate with other than your own kind, and this man is a stranger, a barbarian food for the Shining One. Literally, he spat the phrase. No, none of our kind Lugur hire, Yolara answered serenely. Lo, a son of Siana and of Siana. A lie, roared the red dwarf. A lie, the Shining One revealed it to me, said Yolara sweetly, and if ye believe not, Luger go ask of the Shining One if it be not truth. There was bitter, nameless menace in those last words, and whatever their hidden message to Luger, it was potent. He stood choking, face hale. Shadowed Maracanoff leaned out again, whispered. The Red Dwarf bowed, now wholly ironically, resumed his place and his silence. And again I wondered, icy-hearted, what was the power the Russian had so to sway Luger. What says the council? Yulara demanded, turning to them. Only for a moment they consulted among themselves. Then the woman whose face was a ravaged shrine of beauty spoke. The will of the priestess is the will of the council, she answered. Defiance died from Yolara's face. She looked down at Larry tenderly. He sat swaying, crooning. Bid the priests come, she commanded, then turned to the silent room. By the rights of Sia and Siana, Yolara takes their son for her mate. And again her hand stole down possessingly, serpent soft, to the drunken head of the O'Keefe. The curtains parted widely. Through them filed, 2 by 2, 12 hooded figures clad in flowing robes of the green. One sees in forest vistas of opening buds of dawning spring. Of each pair, one bore clasped to breast a globe of that milky crystal in the sapphire shrine room, the other a harp, small, shaped somewhat like the ancient clarsack of the Druids. 2 by 2 they stepped upon the raised platform, placed gently upon it each their globe, and 2 by 2 crouched behind them. They formed now a star of 6 points about the petaled dais, and simultaneously they drew from their faces the covering cowls. I half rose youths and maidens, these of the fair-haired, and youths and maids more beautiful than any of those I had yet seen, for upon their faces was little of that disturbing mockery to which I have been forced so often, because of the deep impression it made upon me, to refer. The ashen gold of the maiden priestess's hair was wound about their brows in shining coronals. The pale locks of the youths were clustered within circlets of translucent, glimmering gems like moonstones. And then, crystal globe alternately before, and harp alternately held by youth and maid, they began to sing. What was that song? I do not know nor ever shall. Archaic, ancient beyond. Thought, it seemed not with the ancientness of things that for uncounted ages have been but wind-driven dust. Rather was it the ancientness of the golden youth of the world, love lilts of earth younglings, with light of newborn suns drenching them, corals of young stars mating in space, murmurings of April gods and goddesses. A languor stole through me. The rosy lights upon the tripods began to die away, and as they faded, the milky globes gleamed forth, brighter, ever brighter. Yolara rose, stretched a hand to Larry, led him through the sextuple groups, and stood face to face with him in the center of their circle. The rose light died. All that immense chamber was black, save for the circle of the glowing spheres. Within this, their milky radiance grew brighter, the song whispered away. A throbbing arpeggio dripped from the harps, and as the notes pulsed out, up from the globes, as though striving to follow, pulsed with them tips of moon fire cones, such as I had seen before Yolara's altar. Weirdly, caressingly, compellingly, the harp notes throbbed in repeated re. Repeated theme, holding within itself the same archaic golden quality I had noted in the singing, and over the moon flame pinnacles rose higher. Yolara lifted her arms. Within her hands were clasped O'Keefe's. She raised them above their two heads and slowly drew him with her into a circling, graceful step. Tendrilings delicate as the slow spiralings of twilight mist upon some still stream. As they swayed, the rippling arpeggios grew louder, and suddenly the slender pinnacles of moon fire bent, dipped, flowed to the floor, crept in a shining ring around those two and began to rise, a gleaming, glimmering, enchanted barrier, rising, ever rising, hiding them. With one swift movement, Yalara unbound her circlet of pale sapphires, shook loose the waves of her silken hair. It fell, a rippling, wondrous cascade, veiling both her and O'Keefe to their girdles, and now the shining coils of moonfire had crept to their knees, was circling higher, and ever despair grew deeper in my soul. What was that? I started to my feet, and all around me in the darkness I heard startled motion. From without came a blaring of trumpets, the sound of running men, loud murmurings. The tumult drew closer. I heard cries of Lakla, Lakla. Now it was at the very threshold, and within it, oddly, as though punctuating the clamor, a deep-toned, almost abysmal booming sound, thunderously bass and reverberant. Abruptly, the harping ceased. The moon fire shuddered, fell, and began to sweep back into the crystal globes. Yolara's swaying form grew rigid, every atom of it listening. She threw aside the veiling cloud of hair, and in the gleam of the last retreating spirals her face glared out like some old Greek mask of tragedy. The sweet lips that even at their sweetest could never lose their delicate cruelty had no sweetness now. They were drawn into a square, inhuman as that of the Medusa. In her eyes were the fires of the pit, and her hair seemed to writhe like the serpent locks of that Gorgon whose mouth she had borrowed. All her beauty was transformed into a nameless thing, hideous, inhuman, blasting. If this was the true soul of Yolara springing to her face, then, I thought, God help us in very deed. I rested my gaze away to O'Keefe. All drunkenness gone, himself again, he was staring down at her, and in his eyes were loathing and horror unutterable. So they stood, and the light fled. Only for a moment did the darkness hold. With lightning swiftness, the blackness that was the chamber's other wall vanished. Through a portal opened between gray screens, the silver sparkling radiance poured. And through the portal marched, 2 by 2, incredible, nightmare figures, frogmen, giants, taller by nearly a yard than even tall. O'Keefe! Their enormous saucer eyes were irised by wide bands of green flecked red in which the phosphorescence flickered. Their long muzzles, lips half open in monstrous grin, held rows of glistening, slender, lancet-sharp fangs. Over the glaring eyes arose a horny helmet, a carapace of black and orange scales, studded with foot-long lance-headed horns. They lined themselves like soldiers on each side of the wide table aisle, and now I could see that their horny armor-covered shoulders and backs ran across the chest in a knobbed cuirass, and at wrists and heels jutted out into curved, murderous spurs. The webbed hands and feet ended in yellow, spade-shaped claws. They carried spears 10 feet, at least, in length, the heads of which were pointed. Cones, glistening with that same covering, from whose touch of swift decay I had so narrowly saved Rador. They were grotesque, yes, more grotesque than anything I had ever seen or dreamed, and they were terrible. And then, quietly, through their ranks, came a girl. Behind her, enormous pouch at his throat swelling in and out menacingly, in one paw a tree-like spike-studded mace, a frogman, huger than any of the others, guarding. But of him I caught but a fleeting involuntary impression. All my gaze was for her. for it was she who had pointed out to us the way from the peril of the dweller's lair on Nauntauwak. And as I looked at her, I marveled that ever could I have thought the priestess more beautiful. Into the eyes of O'Keefe rushed joy and an utter abasement of shame. And from all about came murmurs edged with anger, half incredulous, tinged with fear. Lacla, Lacla, the handmaiden. She halted close beside me. From firm little chin to dainty buskined feet, she was swathed in the soft robes of dull, almost coppery hue. The left arm was hidden, the right free and gloved. Wound tight about it was one of the vines of the sculptured wall and of Luger's circled signet ring. Thick, of vivid green, its 5 tendrils ran between her fingers, stretching out 5 flowered heads that gleamed like blossoms cut from gigantic glowing rubies. So she stood contemplating Yolara. Then, drawn perhaps by my gaze, she dropped her eyes upon me, golden, translucent, with tiny flecks of amber in their aureate irises. The soul that looked through them was as far removed from that flaming out of the priestess as zenith is above nadir. I noted the low, broad brow, the proud little nose, the tender mouth, and the soft sunlight glow that seemed to transfuse the delicate skin. And suddenly in the eyes dawned a smile, sweet, friendly, a touch of roguishness, profoundly reassuring in its all-humanness. I felt my heart expand as though freed from fetters, a recrudescence of confidence in the essential reality of things, as though in nightmare the struggling consciousness should glimpse some familiar face and know the terrors with which it strove were but dreams. And involuntarily I smiled back at her. She raised her head and looked again at Yolara, contempt and a certain curiosity in her gaze. At O'Keefe, and through the softened eyes drifted swiftly a shadow. Of sorrow, and on its fleeting wings deepest interest, and hovering over that a naive approval as reassuringly human as had been her smile. She spoke, and her voice, deep timbred, liquid gold as was Yolara's all silver, was subtly the synthesis of all the golden glowing beauty of her. "The Silent Ones have sent me, O Yolara," she said, "and this is their command to you that you deliver to me to bring before them 3 of the 4 strangers who have found their way here. For him there, who plots with Lugur." She pointed at Marikinoff, and I saw Yolara start. "They have no need. Into his heart the Silent Ones have looked, and Lugur and you may keep him, Yolara." There was honeyed venom in the last words. Yolara was herself now, only the edge of shrillness on her voice revealed her wrath as she answered. "And whence have the Silent Ones gained power to command Koya?" This last I knew was a very vulgar word. I had heard Rader use it in a moment of anger to one of the serving maids, and it meant approximately kitchen girl, scullion. Beneath the insult and the acid disdain, the blood rushed up under Lakwa's amber ivory skin. "Yolara," her voice was low, "of no use is it to question me. I am but the messenger of the Silent Ones, and one thing only am I bidden to ask you. Do you deliver to me the 3 strangers?" Luger was on his feet, eagerness, sardonic delight, sinister anticipation thrilling from him, and my same glance showed Marikinoff, crouched, biting his fingernails, glaring at the golden girl. "No!" Yolara spat the word. "No! Now by Thanaroa and by the Shining One." "No." Her eyes blazed, her nostrils were wide, in her fair throat a little pulse beat angrily. You, Lacla, take you my message to the silent ones. Say to them that I keep this man, she pointed to Larry, because he is mine. Say to them that I keep the yellow-haired one and him, she pointed to me, because it pleases me. Tell them that upon their mouths I place my foot, so. She stamped upon the dais viciously, and that in their faces I spit, and her action was hideously snake-like. And say last to them, you handmaiden, that if you they dare send to Yolara again, she will feed you to the Shining One. Now go. The handmaiden's face was white. Not unforeseen by the three was this, Yolara, she replied. And did you speak as you have spoken, then was I bidden to say this to you. Her voice deepened. Pre-tal have you to take counsel, Yolara, and at the end of that time these things must you have determined either to do or not to do. First, send the boo. Strangers to the silent ones. Second, give up, you and Ligur and all of you, that dream you have of conquest of the world without. And, third, forswear the Shining One. And if you do not one and all these things, then are you done, your cup of life broken, your wine of life spilled. Yea, Yolara, for you and the Shining One, Luger and the Nine and all those here, and their kind shall pass. This say the silent ones, surely shall all of ye pass and be as though never had ye been. Now a gasp of rage and fear arose from all those around me, but the priestess threw back her head and laughed loud and long. Into the silver sweet chiming of her laughter clashed that of Ligur, and after a little the nobles took it up till the whole chamber echoed with their mirth. O'Keefe, lips tightening, moved toward the handmaiden, and almost imperceptibly, but peremptorily, she waved him back. Those are great words indeed, Koya, shrilled Yolara at last. And again Lacla winced beneath the word. Lo, for Leia upon Leia, the Shining One has been freed from the three. And for Leia upon Leia, they have sat helpless, rotting. Now I ask you again, whence comes their power to lay their will upon me, and whence comes their strength to wrestle with the Shining One and the beloved of the Shining One? And again she laughed, and again Ligur and all the fair-haired joined in her laughter. Into the eyes of Lacla I saw creep a doubt, a wavering, as though deep within her the foundations of her own belief were none too firm. She hesitated, turning upon O'Keefe gaze in which rested more than suggestion of appeal. And Yolara saw too, for she flushed with triumph, stretched a finger toward the handmaiden. Look, she cried. Look, why even she does not believe. Her voice grew silk of silver, merciless, cruel. Now am I minded to send another answer to the silent ones. Yea, but not by you, Lacla, by these. She pointed to the frogmen, and swift as light, her hand darted into her bosom, bringing forth the little shining cone of death. But before she could level it, the golden girl had released that hidden left arm and thrown over her face a fold of the metallic swathings. Swifter than Yolara, she raised the arm that held the vine, and now I knew this was no inert blossoming thing. It was alive. It writhed down her arm, and its 5 rubescent flower heads thrust out toward the priestess, vibrating, quivering, held in leash only by the light touch of the handmaiden at its very end. From the swelling throat pouch of the monster behind her came a succession of the reverberant boomings. The frogmen wheeled, raised their lances, leveled them at the throng. Around the reaching ruby flowers a faint red mist swiftly grew. The silver cone dropped from Yolara's rigid fingers. Her eyes grew stark with horror. All her unearthly loveliness fled from her. She stood pale-lipped. The handmaiden dropped the protecting veil, and now it was she who laughed. It would seem then, Yalara, that there is a thing of the silent ones ye fear, she said. Well, the kiss of the Yekta I promise you in return for the embrace of your shining one. She looked at Larry, long, searchingly, and suddenly again with all that effect of sunlight bursting into dark places, her smile shone upon him. She nodded half gaily, looked down upon me, the little merry light dancing in her eyes, waved her hand to me. She spoke to the giant frog man. He wheeled behind her as she turned, facing the priestess, club upraised, fangs glistening. His troop moved not a jot, spears held high. Lakla began to pass slowly almost, I thought, tauntingly, and as she reached the portal, Larry leaped from the dais. "Alana," he cried, "you'll not be livin' me just when I found you." In his excitement he spoke in his own tongue, the velvet brogue appealing. Lakla turned, contemplated O'Keefe, hesitant, unquestionably longingly, irresistibly like a child making up her mind whether she dared or dared not take a delectable something offered her. "I go with you," said O'Keefe, this time in her own speech. "Come on, Doc." He reached out a hand to me. But now Yalara spoke. Life and beauty had flowed back into her face, and in the purple eyes all her hosts of devils were gathered. "Do you forget what I promised you before Sia and Siana? And do you think that you can leave me as though I were a Choya like her?" She pointed to Lakla. "Do you now? Listen, Yalara," Larry interrupted almost plaintively. "No promise has passed from me to you, and why would you hold me?" He passed unconsciously into English. "Be a good sport, Yalara," he urged. "You have got a very devil of a temper, you know, and so have I, and we'd be really awfully uncomfortable together. And why don't you get rid of that devilish pet of yours and be good?" She looked at him. Puzzled, Marikinoff leaned over, translated to Luger. The red dwarf smiled maliciously, drew near the priestess, whispered to her what was without doubt as near as he could come, in the Morian to Larry's own very. Colloquial phrases. Yalara's lips writhed. "Hear me, Lakla," she cried. "Now would I not let you take this man from me, were I to dwell 10,000 Laya in the agony of the Yekta's kiss. This I swear to you by Thanaroa, by my heart, and by my strength, and may my strength wither, my heart rot in my breast, and Thanaroa forget me if I do." "Listen," Yalara began O'Keefe again. "Be silent, you." It was almost a shriek, and her hand again sought in her breast for the cone of rhythmic death. Luger touched her arm, whispered again. The glint of guile shone in her eyes. She laughed softly, relaxed. "The silent ones, Lakla, bade you say that they allowed me 3 tal to decide," she said suavely. "Go now in peace, Lakla, and say that Yolara has heard, and that for the 3 tal they allow her she will take counsel." The handmaiden hesitated. "The silent ones have said it," she answered at last. "Stay you here, strangers." The long lashes drooped as her eyes met O'Keefe's, and a hint of blush was in her cheeks. "Stay you here, strangers, till then. But, Yulara, see you on that heart and strength you have sworn by that they come to no harm else, that which you have invoked shall come upon you swiftly indeed, and that I promise you," she added. Their eyes met, clashed, burned into each other, black flame from Abaddon and golden flame from Paradise. "Remember," said Lakla, and passed through the portal. The gigantic frogman boomed a thunderous note of command. His grotesque guards turned and slowly followed their mistress, and last of all passed out the monster with the mace. Chapter 21. Larry's Defiance. A clamor arose from all the chambers, stilled in an instant by a motion of Yolara's hand. She stood silent, regarding O'Keefe with something other now than blind wrath, something half regretful, half beseeching. But the Irishman's control was gone. Yolara, his voice shook with rage, and he threw caution to the wind. Now hear me. I go where I will, and when I will. Here shall we stay until the time she named is come, and then we follow her, whether you will or not. And if any should have thought to stop us, tell them of that flame that shattered the vase, he added grimly. The wistfulness died out of her eyes, leaving them cold. But no answer made she to him. What Leclas has said the council must consider, and at once. The priestess was facing the nobles. Now friends of mine, and friends of Lugur, must all feud, all rancor between us end. She glanced swiftly at Lugur. The Ladalare stirring, and the silent ones threaten. Yet fear not, for are we not strong under the Shining One? And now leave us. Her hand dropped to the table, and she gave, evidently, a signal. For in marched a dozen or more of the green dwarfs. Take these two to their place, she commanded, pointing to us. The green dwarfs clustered about us. Without another look at the priestess, O'Keefe marched beside me, between them, from the chamber, and it was not until we had reached the pillared entrance that Larry spoke. I hate to talk like that to a woman, Doc, he said, and a pretty woman at that, but first she played me with a marked deck, and then not only pinched all the chips, but drew a gun on me. What the hell? She nearly had me married to her. I don't know what the stuff was she gave me, but take it from me, if I had the recipe for that brew I could sell it for $1,000 a jolt at 42nd and Broadway. One jigger of it, and you forget there is a trouble in the world. 3 of them, and you forget there is a world. No excuse for it, Doc. And I don't care what you say or what Leclas may say, it wasn't my fault, and I don't hold it up against myself for a damn. I must admit that I'm a bit uneasy about her threats, I said, ignoring all this. He stopped abruptly. What are you afraid of? Mostly, I answered dryly, I have no desire to dance with the Shining One. Listen to me, Goodwin. He took up his walk impatiently. I've all the love and admiration for you in the world, but this place has got your nerve. Hereafter, one Larry O'Keefe of Ireland and the little old USAA leads this party. Nix on the tremolo stop. Nix on the superstition. I'm the works. Get me? Yes, I get you, I exclaimed testily enough. But to use your own phrase, kindly can the repeated references to superstition. Why should I? He was almost wrathful. You scientific people build up whole philosophies on the basis of things you never saw, and you scoff at people who believe in other things that you think they never saw and that don't come under what you label scientific. You talk about paradoxes. Why, your scientist, who thinks he is the most skeptical, the most materialistic aggregation of atoms ever gathered at the exact mathematical center of Missouri, has more blind faith than a dervish, and more credulity, more superstition, than a cross-eyed smoke beating it past a country graveyard in the dark of the moon. Larry, I cried, dazed. Olaf's no better, he said. But I can make allowances for him. He's a sailor. No, sir. What this expedition needs is a man without superstition. And remember this. The leprechaun promised that I'd have full warning before anything happened. And if we do have to go out, we'll see that banshee bunch clean up before we do and pass in a blaze of glory. And don't forget it. Hereafter I'm in charge. By this time we were before our pavilion, and neither of us in a very amiable mood, I'm afraid. Raider was awaiting us with a score of his men. Let none pass in here without authority, and let none pass out unless I accompany them, he ordered brusquely. Summon one of the swiftest of the choria, and have it wait in readiness, he added, as though by afterthought. But when we had entered and the screens were drawn together, his manner changed. All eagerness, he questioned us. Briefly, we told him of the happenings at the feast, of the clown's dramatic interruption, and of what had followed. 3 tal, he said musingly. 3 tal the Silent Ones have allowed, and Yolara agreed. He sank back, silent and thoughtful. 1. It was Olaf. Ja. It was Olaf. I told you the shining devil's mistress was all evil. Ja. Now I begin again. That tale I started when he came. He glanced toward the preoccupied Rador. And tell him not what I say should he ask. For I trust none here in trolldom, save the Jomfrau the White Virgin. After the Ulster was at Spradolaf once more used that expressive Norwegian word for the dissolving of Songar, I knew that it was a time for cunning. I said to myself, if they think I have no ears to hear, they will speak, and it may be I will find a way to save my Helma and Dr. Goodwin's friends too. And they did speak. The red Trolda asked the Russian how came it he was a worshipper of Thunarua. I could not resist a swift glance of triumph toward O'Keefe. And the Russian, rumbled Olaf, said that all his people worshipped the Naroa and had fought against the other nations that denied him. And then we had come to Lugur's palace. They put me in rooms, and there came to me men who rubbed and oiled me and loosened my muscles. The next day I wrestled with a great dwarf they called Valdor. He was a mighty man, and long we struggled, and at last I broke his back, and Lugur was pleased, so that I sat with him at feast, and with the Russian too. And again, not knowing that I understood them, they talked. The Russian had gone fast and far. They talked of Lugur as Emperor of all Europe, and Markanoff under him. They spoke of the green light that shook life. From the Ulster, and Lugur said that the secret of it had been the Ancient One's end, that the council had not too much of it. But the Russian said that among his race were many wise men who could make more once they had studied it. And the next day I wrestled with a great dwarf named Tohola, mightier far than Valdor. Him I threw after a long, long time, and his back also I broke. Again Lugur was pleased. And again we sat at table, he and the Russian and I. This time they spoke of something these Trolda have which opens up a spiral abysses into which all in its range drops up into the sky. What? I exclaimed. I know about them, said Larry. Wait! Lugur had drunk much, went on Olaf. He was boastful. The Russian pressed him to show his thing. After a while, the red one went out and came back with a little golden box. He and the Russian went into the garden. I followed them. There was a lil hoj, a mound of stones in that garden on which grew flowers and trees. Lugur pressed upon the box, and a spark no bigger than a sand grain leaped out and fell beside the stones. Lugur pressed again, and a blue light shot from the box and lighted on the spark. The spark that had been no bigger than a grain of sand grew and grew as the blue struck it. And then there was a sighing, a wind blew, and the stones and the flowers and the trees were not. They were forced when he vanished. Then Lugur, who had been laughing, grew quickly sober, for he thrust the Russian far back, and soon down into the garden came tumbling the stones and the trees, but broken and shattered and falling as though from a great height. And Lugur said that of this something they had much for its making. was a secret handed down by their own forefathers and not by the ancient ones. They feared to use it, he said, for a spark thrice as large as that he had used would have sent all that garden falling upward, and might have opened a way to the outside before he said just this, before we are ready to go out into it. The Russian questioned much, but Lugor sent for more drink and grew merrier and threatened him, and the Russian was silent through fear. Thereafter I listened when I could, and little more I learned, but that little enough. Luger's hot for conquest, so Yalara, and so the council. They tire of it here, and the silent ones make their minds not too easy, no, even though they jeer at them, and this they plan to rule our world with their shining devil. The Norseman was silent for a moment, then voice deep trembling, Traldom is awake. Helvide A crouches at Earthgate whining to be loosed into a world already devil-ridden, and we are but 3. I felt the blood drive out of my heart. But Larry's was the fighting face of the O'Keefes of 1,000 years. Rador glanced at him, arose, stepped through the curtains, returned swiftly with the Irishman's uniform. Put it on, he said brusquely, again fell back into his silence, and whatever O'Keefe had been about to say was submerged in his wild and joyful whoop. He ripped from him glittering tunic and leg-swithings. Richard is himself again, he shouted, and each garment as he donned it fanned his old devil-may-care confidence to a higher flame. The last scrap of it on, he drew himself up before us. "Bow down, ye de Villes," he cried. "Bang your heads on the floor and do homage to Larry the First, Emperor of Great Britain, autocrat of all Ireland, Scotland." England and Wales and adjacent waters and islands. "Kneel, ye Scots, kneel." "Larry," I cried, "are you going crazy?" "Not a bit of it," he said. "I'm that, and more if Comrade Marikinoff is on the level. Whoop! Bring forth the royal jewels and put a whole new bunch of golden strings in Tara's harp and down with the Sassenach forever. Whoop!" He did a wild jig. "Lord, how good the old togs feel," he grinned. "The touch of 'em has gone to my head. But it's straight stuff I'm telling you about my empire." He sobered. "Not that it's not serious enough at that. A lot that Olaf's told us I've surmised from hints dropped by Yalara, but I got the full key to it from the Red himself." When he stopped me just before, he reddened. "Well, just before I acquired that brand new brand of souse." Maybe he had a hint. Maybe he just surmised that I knew a lot more than I did, and he thought Yalara and I were going to be loving little turtle doves. Also, he figured that Yalara had a lot more influence with the unholy fireworks than Luger. Also, that being a woman, she could be more easily handled. All this being so, what was the logical thing for himself to do? Sure, you get me, Steve. Throw down Luger and make an alliance with me. So he calmly offered to ditch the Red Dwarf if I would deliver Yalara. My reward from Russia was to be said emperorship. Can you beat it? Good Lord! He went off into a perfect storm of laughter. But not to me, in the light of what Russia has done and has proved herself capable, did this thing seem at all absurd. Rather, in it I sensed the dawn of catastrophe, colossal. And yet, he was quiet enough now. "I'm a bit scared. They've got the Kethray, and those gravity-destroying bombs, gravity-destroying bombs." I gasped. "Sure," he said. "The little fairy that sent the trees and stones kiting up from Luger's garden." Markinoff licked his lips over them. "They cut off gravity, just about as the shadow screens cut off light, and consequently, whatever's in their range goes shooting just naturally up to the moon. They get my goat, why deny it?" Went on Larry. "With them and the Ketan gentle invisible soldiers walking around assassinating at will, while the worst Bolsheviki are only pooling babes, eh, Doc?" I don't mind the shining one, said O'Keefe. One splash of a downtown New York high-pressure fire hose would do for it. But the others are the goods. Believe me. But for once O'Keefe's confidence found no echo within me. Not lightly, as he, did I hold that dread mystery. The dweller and a vision passed before me, a vision of an apocalypse undreamed by the evangelist, a vision of the shining one swirling into our world, a monstrous, glorious, flaming pillar of incarnate, eternal evil of peoples passing through its radiant embrace into that hideous, unearthly life and death which I had seen enfold the sacrifices of armies, trembling into dancing atoms of diamond dust beneath the green ray's rhythmic death of cities, rushing out into space upon the wings of that other demoniac force, which Olaf had watched at work, of a haunted world, through its assassins of the dwellers, carols carrying. Well, I knew that, once loosed, not any nation could hold this devil god for long, and that swiftly its blight would spread. And then a world that was all colossal reek of cruelty and terror, a welter of lusts, of hatreds and of torment, a chaos of horror in which the dweller waxing ever stronger, the ghastly hordes of those it had consumed, growing ever greater, wreaked its inhuman will. At the last a ruined planet, a cosmic plague, spinning through the shuddering heavens, its verdant plains, its murmuring forests, its meadows and its mountains manned only by a countless crew of soulless, mindless dead alive, their shells illumined with the dweller's infernal glory and flaming over this vampirized earth like a flare from some hell far, infinitely far, beyond the reach of man's farthest flung. Imagining the dweller. Radar jumped to his feet, walked to the whispering globe. He bent over its base. Did something with its mechanism, beckoned to us. The globe swam rapidly, faster than ever I had seen it before. A low humming arose, changed into a murmur, and then from it I heard Luger's voice clearly. It is to be war, then. There was a chorus of assent from the council, I thought. I will take the tall one named Larry. It was the priestess's voice. After the 3 Tal, you may have him, Luger, to do with as you will. No, it was Luger's voice again, but with a rasp of anger. All must die. He shall die, again Yollara. But I would that first he see Lakla pass, and that she know what is to happen to him. No! I started, for this was Morakanov. Now is no time, Yollara, for one's own desires. This is my counsel. At the end of the 3 Tal Lakla will come for our answer. Your men will be in ambush, and they will slay her and her escort quickly with the Keth. But not till that is done must the 3 be slain, and then quickly. With Lakla dead, we shall go forth to the Silent Ones, and I promise you that I will find the way to destroy them. It is well? It was Lugur. It is well, Yollara. It was a woman's voice, and I knew it for that old one of ravaged beauty. Cast from your mind whatever is in it for this stranger, either of love or hatred. In this the counsel is with Lugur and the man of wisdom. There was a silence. Then came the priestess's voice, sullen but beaten. It is well. Let the 3 be taken now by Radar to the temple and given to the High. Priest Satir, thus Lugur, until what we have planned comes to pass. Radar gripped the base of the globe. Abruptly it ceased its spinning. He turned to us as though to speak, and even as he did so, its bell note sounded peremptorily, and on it the color films began to creep at their accustomed pace. I hear, the green dwarf whispered. They shall be taken there at once. The globe grew silent. He stepped toward us. You have heard, he turned to us. Not on your life, Raider, said Larry. Nothing doing? And then in the Morian's own tongue, we follow Lakla Raider, and you lead the way. He thrust the pistol close to the green dwarf's side. Raider did not move. Of what use, Larry? He said quietly. Me you can slay, but in the end you will be taken. Life is not held so dear in Moria that my men out there, or those others who can come quickly, will let you by, even though you slay many. And in the end they will overpower you. There was a trace of irresolution in O'Keefe's face. And, added Rador, if I let you go, I'd dance with the Shining One, or worse. O'Keefe's pistol hand dropped. You're a good sport, Raider, and far be it from me to get you in bad, he said. Take us to the temple when we get there. Well, your responsibility ends, doesn't it? The green dwarf nodded. On his face a curious expression. Was it relief, or was it emotion higher than this? He turned curtly. Follow, he said. We passed out of that gay little pavilion that had come to be home to us even in this alien place. The guard stood at attention. You, Satoya, stand by the globe, he ordered one of them. Should the Afiel may ask, say that I am on my way with the strangers, even as she has commanded. We passed through the lines to the Quarriel standing like a great shell at the end of the runway leading into the green road. Wait you here, he said curtly to the driver. The green dwarf ascended to his seat, sought the lever, and we swept on and out upon the glistening obsidian. Then Rador faced us and laughed. Lori, he cried, I love you for that spirit of yours. And did you think that Rador would carry to the temple prison a man who would take the chances of torment upon his own shoulders to save him? Or you, Goodwin, who saved him from the rotting death? For what did I take the Quarriel or lift the veil of silence that I might hear what threatened you? He swept the Quarriel to the left, away from the temple approach. I am done with Lugur and with Yolara and the Shining One, cried Rador. My hand is for you three, and for Laclaw, and those to whom she is handmaiden. The shell leaped forward, seemed to fly. 1. A Talon Moria is the equivalent of 30 hours of Earth's surface time. WTG. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.